focus up, computer. 1 second, let's figure out what's going on here. I'm hearing myself. Is an issue. I'm gonna rip open the new box of seltzer water. Slam the desk. Gaming. Let's mute this. Mute this. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Let's make the lineage OST become less loud and then eventually go away entirely. Let's do that. I have the best crossfade audio solution ever, which is where I navigate to the YouTube window that's playing this and manually drag the volume down slowly in order to create an immersive experience for you all. Alright, I think we've, have we done it? Yeah, no more music. We don't listen to music here on the LLLL Colonq stream. We only listen to, well, I don't know what we listen to. Me, I guess. And, the sweet sounds of, there we go. There we go. There we go. We got Kinwhoop here, hyper advanced interface, and we got Dat Boy Finna Code. He is indeed. We're gonna be doing some cooting. That's what's up. Let's make the thing disappear. Click bop. Hello, hello, hello. There we are. Let's get up to some business. So you might notice this is a little earlier than my usual time. We're feeling a little motivated today. We're gonna build some streamer endurance. I think that's you know, one of the themes of this channel is building mental endurance, programming under extreme duress, under attack, and I think today we're gonna have to go long. We've gone intense in the past, right? We've been beaten with heavy blows while we're streaming, but today it's the long run for us. It's the long haul. Cowabunga. Works. It works. It works. It works indeed. Okay, so let's make some. Can I actually pin something in chat? Does that work? If I do not let me stream for, do not let me end stream before 5 hours. Okay, you heart. Okay, can we pin that? Is that a thing? I don't know how to pin things. I'm a little fucked up here. We're gonna have to figure that out because I want this message to be available. Okay, there we go. Pin this message. Do not. Welcome, Subhuman Parasiate. Does my chat sanitize text? Well, does it sanitize text? Depends on what you mean. As we saw last stream, it at least is trying to sanitize text. There are undoubtedly some fucked up little tidbits lying around that I'm not handling. The basic thing should be taking the message from Twitch IRC and oh, I see. We got even some Emacs stuff. Yeah, it won't just do that. But I'm sure there are escapes you can find. Last stream, our friend of the stream, Bad Cop. Let's shout out Bad Cop. Can we shout out Bad Cop? Are they just twitch.tv/badcop? They have an underscore. There might be, we gotta assess the underscore situation. There we go, underscore. Yeah, follow them, they're cool. Last stream, they managed to crash the model because apparently Twitch's IRC will transmit an ASCII Bell character. And I was only filtering out non-ASCII. I wasn't filtering out non-printable also, because the terminal I'm using to render the model doesn't handle Unicode very well, I think. But yeah, that immediately just totally exploded everything. So I think that shouldn't happen anymore. But if you can find an escape, you're welcome to annihilate the stream at any time. It's That is something that is available to you, and you will be honored if that does occur. All right. So yeah, what's up? What's happening? Karen the person says, "Have a nice stream." Oh, you better believe it. I will. I'm saying it all over the place. What are we gonna do today? What's on the docket? What is on the menu? So I'm thinking we got a few things, right? So one thing that I've been doing is I did a bunch of refactoring on my model renderer. It was pretty hacky. I just like I'd ripped a bunch of stuff out of other projects and then like added the necessary VRM loading and skeletal animation stuff. So we've kind of been pulling things out into files, you know, making it a little nicer, a little more maintainable. And something I would like to do is this gimmick of the model actually being rendered in terminal is I don't know, it's kind of cool, right? That's a cool thing, but we're not really utilizing it very much. And also yeah, there's just some problems, right? It's inefficient, right? It's kind of a waste. We have to deal with the confines of the window management, right? Instead of just rendering as an overlay or whatever. It's a pain in the ass. So I think what I'm going to do is rewrite, like, instead of just actually outputting text, I'm just going to render the grid of text in OpenGL as well. Be a little faster. Welcome, ModClonq and Olga Okami. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for checking in. This is a little different from my usual time, so we might have might have some different clientele this evening, and that might be interesting. But yeah, do not allow me to end stream before 5 hours. That is the theme today. If I look like I'm doing that, if I'm getting a little tired, if I'm flagging, if you will, if I'm like, oh yeah, I think we've done enough, I think it's time to raid somebody, yeah, do not allow that. Ban me in your chat. That happens. Don't let it occur. Also, thank you for the follow, Parsecs99. I saw your collab the other day. That was very fun. Very fun indeed. Spine has been unfolded. Yeah, also, the moderator points out, we have a couple of emotes now. They're all sub emotes, unfortunately, because you can't have follower emotes, I guess, until you're like in the approved Twitch emote upload gang, which require you to just wait a lot without getting like banned for having naughty emotes. And also only 2 of them have been approved so far, because apparently, okay, so here's a wacky thing to talk about. Apparently Twitch, at least I think this is how it works. I think Twitch, the emote uploads are automatically approved if they have certain common names. Because like all of my emotes look roughly the same. They're from the same artist, and only this oomph and love emote they were approved instantly upon uploading, and all the rest have been waiting like 3 days, and that's pretty fucked. But who knows? We have a couple of emotes now. Is basically the summary. We'll have more hopefully by next week, but maybe even by sometime this weekend. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. That is yet to be seen. Okay, so what else are we doing this stream? So we might do some model stuff. We might so the thing I would do there is we'd fuck about with SDL TTF, which is a way to load true type fonts, like the font I'm using for this is Yosefka Comfy is the font, and we'd load that up, and we'd very inefficiently render a bunch of rectangles with letters on them instead of spitting those rectangles out and letting a terminal render them. That might be fun, which is also going to enable, like, I want to have full screen effects, right? So I want to have like my model contained in this little square, like it is currently, but I also want to have, like, I don't know, like an ASCII art like bird fly down and land on my head and stuff. Subhuman Parasiate. How do you prefer I say that? Because I don't want to just call you Subhuman. Oh, Paraclete. Is that Paraclete? That is an L, not an I. Of course it's an L, because it's, yeah. You're gonna be Paraclete from now on. Does that work? How are you interfacing Twitch IRC within Emacs? Custom Twitch IRC interface, or are you using ERC with some ERC modifications? Yeah, so, okay, 2 questions there, I guess. My preferred Twitch IRC interface that I normally use if I'm on, or my preferred Emacs IRC interface, rather, that I would normally use when I'm using Emacs is Cersei. I don't know, I found this one best. There's probably others. There's like a million Emacs IRCs, right? There's like ERC, and there's just RC, and there's this, and there's tons of them, right? I like this one best. This has been the one that has been the nicest for me. But I'm not using that right now because this interface is not actually rendering. Kind of built this in previous streams. So let's go look at some source code. This is actually, I don't want to leak my credentials for Twitch on stream. So I have a server in my, I have like this message bus thing running on a server in my apartment. And then another machine is connecting to that message bus and like publishing events when Twitch chats or Twitch events like the redeems, etc. come in. And then this Emacs just connects to that. And then my model also connects to that. And we can, that's what we use going both ways. So there's kind of a bridge between. So this is actually, we built this chat custom few streams ago. It's pretty minimal. And it doesn't really do very much. It doesn't render emotes or anything, but it has we have some nice stuff. We have badges, etc. You know, there's some bullshit happening. Yeah. So I think we've summed up the model rendering path, which would basically be pretty chill. We'd chat about whatever random shit we normally chat about here. I think that's kind of the typical appeal of the LLLL Colonq stream, right? We just we have a comfy old time. We chat. We pontificate on the computer. Yeah, there's some nonsense there. The other thing I want to do is, I mean, this is the Isekai stream, right? We've all been hit by, I don't know how many people are here, a dozen or so. We've been hit by a dozen trucks, small Japanese, the little trucks, right? We've all been struck by them simultaneously upon clicking the link to twitch.tv/LLLcolonq. We are all now in the afterlife, and it looks much the same as your actual life, which makes it kind of difficult to tell. But I assure you, this is the afterlife. You are dead. And we got to explore this magical new world that we've entered. And I'm thinking we discussed in the shareholders meeting that something consumers are demanding of the LLLcolonq stream is additional RPG elements. We are direly short on RPG elements, so we'll be doing something along those lines. I think we kind of started looking at that last time. Basically, probably the thing I'm going to do is hook all of this stuff up to is done at the little text adventure here. I think it is. Yeah. Actually, Emacs is a very good place for playing interactive fiction in general. There are a couple good, I forget what it's called. If we search Emacs Z machine, because okay, so we can go on a little tangent about that before we get into the details of the RPG elements. For again, this is a talkie, not so much a codey. Yeah, Malian. I've used this quite a lot. So the Z machine is a very cool thing. If you don't know about this, back in the olden days, there's this company called Infocom, right? And Infocom published a lot of the really classic interactive fiction over the years, right? So things like, for example, Zork, or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, or the G olden days, the good olden days. A lot of cool stuff was published, and kind of as I don't know, maybe a precursor to later ideas like the JVM, right? They built a small instruction set for a virtual computer, a virtual machine, if you will, called the Z machine, and then just ported like like evaluators for that bytecode format to a bunch of different platforms, so that Zork and Enchanter and Hitchhiker's Guide and all that other good stuff. Leather Goddesses of Phobos, I think, is another one. They ported all those to various platforms, and it was good. And it means it's very easy to run those games even today, right? Because you can just write a little interpreter for the Z machine, right? Such as Malian, which is an Emacs, and you can do whatever, right? And you can kind of share UI with you can have the interface be whatever you want it to be, and that's exciting to me. So in addition to Done It, right, you can play pretty much any classic Infocom game in Emacs. It's pretty fly, but I don't know. I digress. Speaking of RPG elements, though, what I want to do is, I'm thinking we're gonna have to have a database of users, right? I'm gonna track all of you people. I'm gonna have probably a little SQLite thing. I'll have to figure out how to use SQLite somewhat effectively. And for each user, we'll keep track of various statistics. Like you might think common streamer statistics are like how many messages you've sent, how many streams you've been at. No. We're talking experience points. We're talking straight up EXP. And we're gonna have EXP. We're gonna have attack speed. We're gonna have various speeds. We're gonna have damage. I don't know, various things that contribute to damage. You're gonna be able to know your agility and your strength, your charisma, all these things and more. We'll have an item system. It's gonna be fly, and we're just gonna, I don't know, just have a bunch of bullshit that we keep track of for each chatter, and then have ways to modify those things and also to compare those things with other people. So you can measure your digital penis, and you can be assured that in the context of the Colonq community, you are the top dog, the top G, the top Q. Well, I guess L:Q is the top Q, but you can be the, I don't know, the second Q. Or maybe I'm the bottom Q. I don't know, man. This is getting kind of deep, getting kind of sensual. I'm really not sure what's going on there. But yeah, so we'll build this database. We'll build some ways to interact with it. And I'm sort of thinking like this really presents a fun thing to mod into games and then play some games on stream. So I've been feeling the urge to get up to some gaming, but I cannot in good faith just go ahead and game, you know? Like I gotta do some horseshit attached to the gaming. It's we cannot simply be playing the video game. There has to be some sort of computer angle. So one thing I wanted to do, right, is, so one game I really want to play on stream that I like a lot is Rain World. I don't know if you know, Rain World is this. Let's bring it up. Jamie, pull that one up. Computer, pull that one up. Rain World is this cute little game, and I'm gonna go to Wikipedia because Wikipedia is sensitive to my limited computing needs. Plays a little dude. It's kind of like a Metroidvania. You don't really unlock anything. It's just kind of like a world traversal game, right? It's difficult to get from place to place. You die very easily. You're just a little fella. It's very punishing when you die. Like you not only do you lose everything you have, you kind of go backwards. It's very easy to get stuck. I don't know, it's fun. I've beaten it a lot. It's very, very fun to play. There's some DLC that just came out. I haven't actually played that in completion just yet, so I'd have more to do. One thing that would be interesting to do is I would love to mod this game, right? So you see, I don't know, game there's enemies and stuff, right? There's like lizards that chase you, etc. I would love to mod the game to associate enemies with people who are currently in chat, right? So you're running away from a lizard or something, and the lizard has the name of a chatter, an LLLL Colonq esteemed community member, above its head, and if it kills me, for example, then that chatter gets experience points, right? So sort of like the thing that people do for like games like, I don't know, XCOM or RimWorld or whatever, but fully automatic. And for games that are totally not intended to play that way. I think that'd be very fun. I'm kind of excited about that sort of thing. Maybe we'll do Pokemon first, because we've been modding Pokemon already. Like, we could either rename trainers or rename individual Pokemon on trainers' teams, and then like set it up to do like a modded Nuzlocke, and I don't know. That'd be kind of sick. Kind of sick, if you ask me. But yeah, we'll make ways for like individual chatters to progress based on various and sundry game interactions, right? So you'll be gaining experience in the LLLL Colonq channel, whether you like it or not. Whether I don't know, we need elements like that, I think. Okay. So I guess without further ado, maybe let's get into it. I think, what do we want to do? I'm thinking maybe we do that. Let's what am I doing? Xerox Raw says, having a bad day today. Just wanted to say hello and leave. Enjoy the stream. Oh no, Zero. Oh, I hope you feel better. Please take care of yourself. Don't yeah. We'll be thinking of you. This will be a dedicated stream. What do you call like a devotional prayer or devotional mass or something, right? This stream is dedicated to Xerox Raw. Welcome, IKCIKOR, kicker. Is that what is the pronunciation of that one? Welcome. Awesome to see ya. Howdy. Howdy X107. Icky. Yeah, Icky works. That's actually very cute. Cute. Hi. We're here. We're getting up to some business. Oh wait. You know what you should do. Let's see what you should do. Maybe it will present some interesting things to talk about. Let's start. I think we made this guy. Maybe when we open the chat only in a new tab. Cool. Completely screwed. Just trying to write some code to forget life, but enjoy. Yeah, go do that. Just get into the flow, forget all your troubles, and just write some damn code. Oh, very well. I think that's actually gonna go wild. You're gonna be double text. Then you're gonna be going double mode. I'm interested in how you're going to do the database shit. So I'm thinking the way we're going to do it. I am not a SQL guy. There is a SQL library in I don't know fucking shit about SQL. I mean, like the limits of my knowledge about SQL consists of Googling SQLite insert, SQLite update, SQLite query, and then just cribbing from Stack Overflow or whatever. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. Yeah, you can connect to a SQLite file. I'd probably just have association list in a file that has list data mode on. Yeah. So the concern I have there is we gotta operate at web scale here, right? And I also don't want to worry so much about like the serialization problem, right? Like, I mean, of course I could have like every 15 minutes like write out to disk or something, and then like, but I don't want to fuck with it basically. I would also normally do the A-list saving thing. But I think basically what we're going to do is we're going to have a SQLite database that is pretty much a glorified hash table. That's just going to handle. I'm going to have two keys in each row. There's going to be a string that is the username, and there's going to be a string that is an S expression, and that's our format. I think it's going to be pretty easy. I don't anticipate difficulties, I guess. So yeah, let's maybe do that. We set some shit up here. Can we? What do we want? We want probably something that faction. This is terrible. Yeah, I would imagine it's relatively terrible. The libcaca backend is often lives up to its name. Never watch Twitch any other way. You can get the LLLL Colonq experience in any channel you want. It's perfect. We have the technology. The technology is there. Yeah, run Streamlink instead. Yeah, Streamlink very poggy tool. I'm a fan, I'll say. It's very convenient to I mean, I'm a Twitch Turbo enthusiast, right? You pay the $5 a month and you never have ads anywhere. You can do stuff with Streamlink. You can give it your OAuth token, and you can never what do you say? Like, you'll never have ads even in the, because they started doing midstream ads even when you Streamlink, because previously you'd only get like a little like loading message to replace the pre-roll, and you wouldn't get ads all stream if you Streamlinked. Now you do get like embedded breaks for ads. They don't actually show the ad, but you just get like, it's cut. So I don't know, I'm rambling. Just a heads up, you might not earn channel points watching streams this way. I know this as well. Yeah, I mean, I think you don't count as a viewer when you're just in chat and you view through MPV or whatever. Yeah, whatever you're feeling, of course. I won't beg, but I mean, it is nice to have. I don't even pay attention to the number of viewers I have, but it's nice to have people around and chatting. I guess that's the thing that matters, and it boosts us up the list of other people streaming software and game dev, which gets us even more people watching and chatting, which is exciting. Icky says, "I'm just pretending I know a lot about computers. In reality, I'm at the point where I'm realizing how little I know, though I did manage to daily drive Gen 2. Yeah, that is pretty neat. I don't mean to be condescending, but / convention looks very ugly in my opinion. Colon or -- looks way more refined, just my opinion. Yeah, so I usually, the thing I've taken to doing recently, I usually do like if we had a public facing command, I would do like, if, I don't know, fig is the namespace, I would do like, I don't know, like this. And then for like internal stuff, I do this. I don't like using the dash because it's like, it's the same thing you use as a word separator in the actual name, right? Like, so if I had like I don't want to do something like this, right? Because like, I really want the thing to be namespaced to some degree. I don't know. I don't want collisions with other yeah, it's all kind of up to preference, though. Of course, in Common Lisp we wouldn't have this problem, right? We'd have packages instead, and we could not do symbol level namespacing, but Common Lisp would also introduce other excitement that I don't like. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I found that I don't like Common Lisp very much, which it's kind of horrifying for me to say, because like Common Lisp like got me in all the business, I don't know, of functional programming and a lot of more programming stuff in general, a long time ago. But like I don't like the language. As I'm about to announce, I'm leaning more towards NeoVim than Emacs. Yeah, like totally just use whatever you want to use, right? We are I mean, yeah, mods VIP that guy, and then ban him, and then unban him, and then mod him. That's what we need to do. But yeah, just the important thing is actually building stuff instead of just like endlessly bike shedding over the optimal interface. I mean, or editor. Like that is a fun thing to do. If that is your hobby, it's certainly my hobby. Like go right ahead. But it really doesn't matter too much, right? Like you could literally just use Notepad right on Windows and you'd be fine if you just wrote code, right? Like you could use fucking Nano. It doesn't matter. Like I feel like the efficiency of your editing setup honestly matters profoundly. There are things that do matter, right? Like I don't know, I like this kind of like inline error-y thing. I like LSP stuff. I like being able to look at type signatures, like especially in languages like Haskell, like being able to like hover over things and see type signatures. That is a productivity booster. Excuse me, TTS. But like the shit doesn't matter, right? How fast you can fucking move lines around is like so irrelevant that it's like insane. But yeah, who is sending me textual messages? What's going on with this? Jeez. some business happening. Yeah, here we go. So we want to initialize the database, right? I think what initializing the database is going to mean is we're going to create the database if it doesn't exist. Okay, we got some. Can't NeoVim extensions do most of it as well? Also, what are you working on? Yeah, so I would assume, it's been a while since I've touched NeoVim. I assume they could do anything, right? You can do anything with anything, right? It doesn't really matter too much, right? Also, what are you working on? So we're gonna work on two things today. We're going to maybe upgrade our model rendering code a little bit, and we're going to add RPG elements to the stream, which are mostly going to consist of having a database for viewers and like storing like fucking made up stats for them. Yeah. So today probably the technical topics is this, which is Emacs Lisp. We'll be writing a little bit of Emacs Lisp and kludging about like we always do. And then the renderer is Rust plus SDL plus OpenGL. Maybe we'll do a little bit of that as well. That is the plan. Is store everything in JSON. Yeah, I mean, that is my, like, just writing it out. Okay, so like honestly, instead of this database thing, it might, like, maybe we don't fuck with this. Maybe we're gonna do something truly diabolical. We're gonna do that. Because like this is just a key value store, right? And we could use SQLite as a glorified hash table, like we're saying, right? We could just associate names with a big blob of data. But we already have a nice glorified hash table to actually use. It's called the file system, baby. It's called putting things into a directory and then reading files. Like we are truly web scale here, right? We are operating at the scale of Charlotte's motherfucking web. Want something diabolical? Yeah, sure. Diabolical things are always welcome here. We're willing to put up with the absolute worst of the worst here at the LLLL Colonq stream. Store everything as Java objects and say, ooh, baby. That's a good one. Oh, man. Okay. Diversion. It's not really a diversion because the core... I sometimes think of like, oh geez, I'm not actually writing any code. I'm just like talking about random cool shit that I saw. But like that's the point, right? That's kind of the point. So why worry about it? There's a series of blog posts, I think by user, what's his name? Apir. Also, what distro? Yeah, we'll do the screen fetchy. Apir, yeah. This series of blog posts is incredibly worth reading. Where's the screen fetchy? Screen fetch, bam bam. Yeah, not that it matters since it's Emacs on top. Yep. I did this exact same setup on Gentoo before I started doing this. Currently we are on NixOS. That is what we're doing because I like it, and it lets you do cool things. Like if I go to my, I don't manage, like this is how I install all my Emacs packages, right? And we have the one Nix file. It just lists out all the Emacs things, and I can get this same setup on another machine very easily. And it's super, super cool. I heard a lot of good and a lot of bad. Yes, there is certainly, I am much less of a, well, I guess there's a lot of good and bad about Emacs as well. I will certainly admit to a lot of bad, but there is quite a lot of good and quite a lot of bad in NixOS. NixOS, I think, like the way, I don't know, it is a better way of doing things. It's not the ideal way of doing things, but I think it's the best way of doing things that we've got. But also it is pretty fucked up in a lot of ways. Like there's like 5 different ways to do everything, and 4 of them are like not the correct way, but are what every blog post will tell you to do. And also the documentation scene in general is pretty fucked. So yeah, Nix is one of those things that, I don't know, I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it, but if you're like looking to actually accomplish things, probably not worth spending your time on, like learning, just because the initial like learning workload is going to be a lot. Gentoo is fine for me so far. Yeah, I like Gentoo so much. Gentoo is very polished. Like everyone memes like, oh, Gentoo's hard and blah 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 blah. Gentoo's sweet. Gentoo's awesome. Like they have an awesome maintainers, good repos, lots of packages. Portage rocks. Like package management on Gentoo rocks. Yeah, you learn a lot using it and installing it. Shit's actually somewhat noticeably faster. Definitely faster than NixOS, right? Like Gentoo and NixOS packages, like NixOS, like the binary, like the packages have to build, well, I mean, they don't have to build, but like the standard packages build with like absolutely no, like the most CPU agnostic stuff possible, right? Because like that's, and I mean, that's how it is on most binary distros, I think, but like, yeah, but like Gentoo, you do get a little performance benefit because you can use like fancy AVX instructions or whatever. In some instances, the compiler gets a little more freedom. You learn a lot. It's a good distro, really good distro. Yeah, use flags, right? Use flags are like the I don't know. It's like kind of it's the same sort of thing that you get going into Nix, right? Like in Gentoo you have like I don't know, like a mini, extremely limited Nix, right? You're limited to a preset of options, right? Like Nix is sort of like the generalization of the use flag concept into like, hey, there's a whole ass programming language describing the configuration of the package. Also, you configure your own kernel. Yeah, that's also a great exercise for learning. I used to be super into like minimizing the size of my system and of my kernel, right? Like really aggressively pruning any kernel modules that I don't like use, or any features, right? I spent so much time in like the kernel, like, you know, in the kernel, there's like the configuration tool. It brings up the funky little ncurses thing where you can go through and tick boxes for what you want. I used to spend so much time in that. Yeah, make menu config. Yes. Oh man, I had lots of fun. I used to well, we did all kinds of stuff with that. I have lying around somewhere, I have a little kernel config that is extremely minimal. Like I really stripped the thing down to the point where like it builds from source in like, I don't know, like 4 seconds or something, like super fast. And it has basically just enough to like boot and connect to the network. You use something called genkernel on Gentoo to manage kernel source config through portage utils. Yeah, I saw that. I think that's what I used when I first installed. It's been a long time since I installed Gentoo. Right? I think I like installed it in like, I don't know, 2014, and then used it until like 2019 maybe. And I think I pretty quickly went to just like having the sources and then building them by hand, and like it's nice for that. Gentoo's a nice system. I've thought a lot about using Slackware too. Slackware also seems pretty sick, right? There's sort of an appeal of having like a very like, I don't know, vanilla Linux setup, right? Like I don't know, things are that's sort of like oddly appealing to me now that I've been using NixOS for so long. Like having something that actually like has a coherent like file, like the standard file system hierarchy with like user bin and like all that shit. Like it's very like cottagecore. Like there's something that's like very like charming. Like I mean that unironically. It's appealing. Also, it was my first time configuring kernel, and it's bloated with a bunch of modules and drivers I didn't need when troubleshooting stuff. I didn't write down, so I'm afraid to disable any. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's fun to just dig in. Like, if you ever have a free afternoon, any dear listeners, think like Icky and just dive in, spend an afternoon and make menu config. It's not that scary, right? You won't brick your system entirely. Run it on a VM or something, right? Have a couple of kernels installed and switch between them in Grub, and yeah, it's you'll learn a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's I mean, I don't know. It's good shit. Cool. So I think we're gonna, where are we going? This is the thing. And there was, this is a incredible series. Yeah, didn't know, use menu configure for your first install. Yeah, it can be scary, right? Because then you can't then it's tricky. I would definitely one thing I would encourage you to do is back up your configs. That is a useful thing to do. You don't want them getting overwritten or something. And yeah. Where is it? What's the good one? I think for you mentioned serializing, saving our state as Java objects and then writing out the bytecode. This blog post, very, very good. What is the URL to this? We're gonna type it out manually because we're gamers. 340 reversing the yeah. I know. We're joking around, right? We're having fun. That load, yes, yeah. So if you have time, check that one out. Maybe we'll. I don't think it's accessible to read on stream really, but it is certainly a very cool and very fun thing. Okay, what do we want to do to initialize the database, right? What does it mean to initialize the database? Well, it means we make dir database path. What is this? Is this parents arg make dir /p -p? Parents, if non-nil, says whether to create parent directories. That's what we want to do. Does this actually behave like make dir -p, and will it not throw some fucked up condition? Initialize the database. That's what it does. That is what it does indeed. Let's split C. Let's go down here. Oh, we want fig database. That one. Initialize it. Okay, if we run this again, is it gonna fucking yell? Oh, it just returns differently. I should have read that in the thing. Wow. Okay, so we now have this little database directory. Run tsql docker and connect to it. Yeah, we've given up on SQL, right? You inspired me. I don't know how I was inspired exactly. I've lost my train of thought 5 or 6 times by then at this point. But we're just not gonna fuck with that. We're just gonna save our data in files, right? Because we're not getting much more than the file system from SQL anyway. Like we're not gonna use We're not gonna use like any sophisticated queries, I think. So I'm thinking we just use paths. If Lisp has objects, you should use. Oh yeah, we're gonna use just our format is going to be, we're gonna have for each. Well, let's do this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. You're I got the joke, right? We certainly would not actually do that, although it would be very, very funny, right? We're just I'm just fucking around. I'm sorry if that was not apparent. I'm humoring and indulging the funny suggestion. You should be inspired in reverse because IDK, fun learning experience with the new Emacs 29. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to weigh it, right? Like, it would be cool, but like, I don't know if I want. Okay, so let's find this compromise, Karen. Let's go to the. Where's my to-do file? There it is. Let's put something in the to-do list. It's the best when you're doing to know what is true and what is 5D 69th layer of irony. Yeah, exactly. Okay, on stream tasks, use SQLite for something, right? I'm thinking this is something we're going to want to do eventually. I don't think I want to use it for this, like the viewer stuff, because I anticipate wanting to muck around with these quite a lot, right? I want to, so I think it is going to be nicer and easier if they're just in files, probably, maybe, I don't know. But we'll see, and we'll build an interface that is hopefully agnostic to that, to some degree. Like I would think that the benefit we would get in major from SQLite is like if we actually like didn't just use it as a shitty hash table and we kind of exploded the data across a bunch of columns and we're querying columns for things. But like, I don't really know offhand what we want to query on this, right? We're going to be setting just like relatively opaque user stats and like, I don't know. It's probably, I don't know enough about anything to make informed judgments, of course. Of course. Very cool, very cool. Let us continue onward. So, okay, what does it mean to save something? User data. Save data for user. I write the absolute worst doc strings ever. Where data here is going to be a arbitrary Lisp expression, term, value, I don't know, S expression. And we're gonna grade it to a string. And then we're going to, what's the best way to write a file? Yeah. Oh, I mean, we would do that here, right? Obviously, well, we would be writing that library ourselves, and that's fun, right? I like learning. Like, I mean, I'm joking about like not being comfy with SQL, but like we've fucked around with SQL plenty of times, right? We could do it. It's not a problem. I'm just thinking this is going to be a nicer thing, right? We will, let's see. We'll evaluate once it's working, right? Because maybe it is. Maybe we are so web scale at the LLLL Colonq stream. Maybe we get rated by Asmongold and 20,000 people show up and they're all trying to interact with the RPG elements of the LLLL Colonq stream. And I still think that probably doesn't matter, right? Like even 20,000 people, like it's fucking nothing to have 20,000 files in a directory, and right, like it's easy, computer fast. So I think we'll be okay. We don't need to add more complexity, right? And it gives us the advantage of we can pop open this and pop in here and look at people and change them very easily, versus having to do like the whole like run this, open the thing, run updates or whatever. We'll just edit some strings. That's what we're good at. Plug that bad boy into Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Yeah, I mean we're definitely doing some roguelike gaming on stream sometime soon. I saw DDA just came out on Steam actually. My good friend Barrel Baru on other noted roguelike VTuber was maybe gonna dig around with that. We were talking about it at least. How do we actually save a string? Presumably we want to throw it in a buffer and then write the buffer to a file. I don't actually know how to do this. I probably have it somewhere. Maybe. What's even going on? Do we have like a... I never actually interact with files from Lisp. What is... I'm gonna embarrass myself by we're gonna DuckDuckGo it. Right region to write to files. Yeah. Sick. I think we can find file. But I want like is there a nice like with style thing to pop open a file and then in a buffer and then like switch to the buffer? I guess we'll just... Oh, I mean, yeah, we know that, but we need to find out the precise conventions for... And this was kind of weird because it's kind of buffer oriented. This is definitely not what we want to do. How is find file implemented? Okay. I want to open, like, I want, is there like a combination open file and, well, like, I want to, what is the primitive find file, right? I don't want to actually find file. I want to, that's what we're trying to find here. Okay, let's see. Oh. Get file buffer looks promising. Sure, nil. We're getting ChatGPT here. I just want to find like the idiomatic way to do this nicely. Find buffer visiting. No, that's more stuff. So I want to write not much code, right? I want to say with file buffer do the thing, right? Like, let's go to info. We'll continue. Yeah, so sure, maybe insert file contents is just the way to do it. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's write region. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's actually nicer than. I was like, oh, we'll like. Sometimes these things are awkward because to like you have to like chuck the thing in a buffer and then write the buffer. But we'll just do that. Okay. And start is a string. So that's the thing. Nil. Yep. Yep. There we go. Cool. Where are we going? And we're gonna do, let's see, LLLL Colonq. There we go. Yeah, you can do append mode and whatever. Yeah, this is we just want like total overwrite. Yep, very nice. Read-db. And we do the thing. Insert file contents, literally. That seems like the right thing, probably. We're gonna even do this. User. Should be, let's call this load instead of to match the save. Get the path of the database file for user. That is just this thing. And then we'll call fig db path user blah 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 blah. There we go. There we go. Huzzah. And then we'll just return buffer string, which is the thing we want. Yeah. Oh, we want to read it too. How are we reading? We can just say read buffer string, right? I'm not sure of the security of a read, right? If this was common Lisp, this would be not the right thing to do, right? Because there's like reader macros and stuff that are gonna fuck us up. There probably are like read escapes in eLisp too. Any eLispers in the chat who know what the fuck the deal is with that? Is there anything that's gonna fuck us? Like, can you say like something like, I don't know. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably doing it wrong anyway. Not a Lisp fan, but there's probably some kind of escape you can do here. But we won't worry about it for now. We'll just go forth, I guess. What does this do if the file doesn't exist? What does it do? Specify what, blah, 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 blah. Well, I guess we can see. Let's eval things. Load DB. Foo. Yeah. Error. How do we catch? How do we catch? Yeah. We are certainly. I think we're detached enough that that won't happen. This is not what we want. This is a handling errors. Yes. Conditions, that is what they're called in Lisp land. Woo. Okay. We could do that, yeah. We could just branch on it. We'll do even better. Do some of that action. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We've accomplished something. Oh, we want to do read the actual file XSP. This is kind of awkward then. Sure. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, that's what we want. And this is also what we want. Okay, we've gotten something. Very good. Let's continue. So what is our... Can we write a struct? I don't know the... Let's see. CL def struct. Let's just... We need to find the... Yeah, we need to get the path. I was gonna do this. Yeah. You get it. CL def struct. Ooh. Test struct. Ooh, sure. And it has var and that's. Is this the thing that we want? Yeah. We can do that. About web search engines, can you send a link? You're welcome to send a link, my friends. Save DB. LLLL Colonq. Yeah, oh yes, Cirx. I actually run a Cirx instance that is not public facing, but I run one on my own network. I'm not using it here for obvious reasons, but yeah, DuckDuckGo. So I was using straight up Google, and Google likes to dox me because Google puts locations at the bottom of random pages and in ways that are difficult to turn off. I guess I didn't really think about it. I guess I don't really want. I don't know. We can use Cirx instead. DuckDuckGo is shitty for a variety of reasons, right? Not FOSS, not I don't know, whatever else. But yeah, I don't really know. I don't have a great reason. I just like didn't want to think about it very much and just like immediately converted my Google helper to a DuckDuckGo helper. Right, if we fig LLLL Colonq, yeah, we'll have to see. I guess like okay, that seems to work. Let's see. Can we? Yeah. Okay. So that works, I guess. I mean, presumably it's just a sequence with the thing. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We're fine with that. Well, so we can have automatically generated accessors. That's okay. Okay. Let's see. Well, do we want that though? Because we probably actually want just like an A list, right? Because we want like. Oh, if we do like what are the can we save a hash table? That's a whole other thing, right? That's a whole other thing. Probably not, or maybe we can. Maybe we can just do that. ht create. That's, yeah, that definitely does not work. That's definitely not what we want. So we'll just do an A list. That's okay. We will A listify. Very good. Yeah, I think, okay. What do we want to do next? Do we want a, so I really just want an interface that lets us say like, okay, for this user string, get me this property. I don't really want to fuck around with like, well, loading the user object and holding on to it. I just want to deal with strings. Maybe we want like a little cache that like just has like, because okay, so presumably nothing else is writing to this, right? That's a pretty heavy assumption that we're gonna make, but we're gonna assume that nobody else is writing to these files. So if that's the case, the ones, if we just like, the ones we have in memory are always going to be like the most up to date. Satan My Ninjas, welcome. It's been a minute. Good to see ya. Coming around. Real shit indeed. For real. Okay, what are we doing? I think we're gonna have a little defar. Yeah, I mean, make one file per user. That's exactly what we're doing currently, right? So what these save and load things do, right, is they just write files with this name to this directory with like a human readable but like serializable, right, like version of whatever data you give them. So let's do let's have a cache that is like, I don't know. Maybe it is just fine enough to just like read and write. Like, we're not gonna be doing this enough, right? Let's not do more than we need to right now. I think all we really need at the moment, like, I mean, obviously it's super whack to be like loading these things whenever we need to read a property and then writing them whenever we're changing them. But I think it's probably fine, right? Like, it's probably fine. So we're using JSON or something else. So we're using S expressions, right? So the format is going to be a list that looks like, I don't know, like HP 100, MP 50, strength 10, right? Like this, right? This is just like a, probably it's a linked list of symbols and numbers here. Yeah, JSON is pretty gnarly to work with. I mean, that's actually, I've written a lot of things that like talk to like, I don't know, REST-ish APIs in this. And it's like you have like a I don't know. Like, you can just JSON read string, but like it's I mean, this also reads a string from the buffer, so you have to set up the temp buffer, and then it gives you back like a bunch of nested hash tables, and it's not super convenient, right? It's pretty gnarly. But we could I mean, we're doing it elsewhere in this, somewhere in this big project, so it's certainly happening. But this will be easier and nicer, and gives us basically the same kinds of things. These are gonna be small, right? None of these files are probably gonna be more than like, I don't know, a kilobyte or two, right? Like it's small stuff. We're not like logging everyone's messages or anything. We won't be the miniature LLLL Colonq community NSA. All right. So what interface do we want? I think we want like a, yeah, there's a library, right? Like this JSON read string is the library, right? That is, and it is easy to do, right? It's just like sort of the I don't know, things about the nature of that kind of like, that sort of thing makes it tricky. Just like, we could certainly represent it more nicely. I don't know, it's just more awkward to work with, I guess, right? Like I think in general, like manipulating deeply nested structures like that, like how JSON often is in like a mutable way, is awkward in functional programming languages. Like there's I don't know. The syntax is slightly less suited to like the x.y.z. Yeah, Lisp is not. Well, Common Lisp has close, which Common Lisp is object oriented well, it supports the object oriented paradigm. ELisp is not object oriented at all. But yeah, we would like, it's not like we're not like doing pure functional programming. Certainly, everything here is we are touching all sorts of state all over the place. But I don't know. I have a Haskell background, so I prefer to stick something like that. You've identified one of the sound producing videos. Hello. Good to see you. That is the volume on that okay? It should be just between obnoxious and ear splitting. That is the goal, right? We have to give the people their money's worth, I think, here at the LLLL Colonq stream. Let's do something like update DB. That's kind of the next natural operation, right? We do save DB user call F. That is the thing. Right above almost not obnoxious. Perfect, right? If it was any lower than that, we'd have to increase the volume, right? We need the people to be able to hear the super idle song when the occasion demands. I just noticed VIP. All you should know about my attention span. Yeah, you paid for VIP. Olga. You paid for it. It happens automatically. You did the redeem earlier. I saw you. I saw it happen. It's apply F to the database data for user. We got some wigglies. I need a wiggly. How do I go about making a wiggly? Most ideally, I forgore. Yes, we all forgore. This whole stream is an exercise in my ability to forgore. What I was talking about 5 seconds before, 15 seconds before. It's brain is going very burr. It's in my experience, I thought so. Okay, we got story time here. A little bit of story time, right? We've written a total of like 15 lines of code that do basically nothing. So we deserve a break, right? We're doing well. Paraclete, you did not miss anything. You missed a super idle redeem, and you missed you missed me joking that it's time for a break because to tell a story. But like. I started these streams thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go on. I already code a fuck ton in my spare time. I'll write some code on here. It'll be easy. But it is surprisingly irritating, right? As soon as I'm streaming, like I feel like the slight increased mental overhead of like having to like talk, I guess, and like pay attention to things, just like totally kills my my focus. It's something I'm gonna have to train. All right, so we're gonna do that. Let's do, okay, what if we do something, let's test some stuff. Your internet sucks, holy shit. My condolences. That's no fun. You can, can we go into decreased mode? I think we do have transcoding, right? So feel free to watch it 160p if necessary. It's all fault. You keep coming up with semi-meme ideas constantly. No. Certainly not your fault, right? I don't want to even be ironic in that dimension, right? You are the priority of the stream is chatting with people about goofy bullshit, right? Anything we actually manage to get done is somewhat secondary. If I wanted to get things done, like I do sometimes with like my model stuff, I'll just do it off stream, right? It's like I'll actually be able to. I try and save just like the funny juicy bits for stream, and like do less like just like going into the tank about whatever stupid thing. It's kind of natural thing, I guess. Neural connections do a burr. They do be burring. You're bragging. Yeah. Well, no, like I was mentioning, our friend Bad Cop has the badge of honor, right? Like anything you could do to disrupt the stream, basically, I'm just impressed by. Like I'm not going to be like seething out over anything. Like just we're all here to chill and have a good time, right? It's Friday night, right? We're not out at the club getting members of the preferred sex. We're here. You're watching letters spin around and poorly write Emacs Lisp. That's we're all in the same boat together. We could at least support each other. All right, let's do the thing. Then if I say something like fig update db LLLL Colonq lambda d, is there an a-list? Does a-list get a location? Can I club's friend? Ew, what's next? Yeah. I mean, Olga is familiar with the neat life, right? Olga is another classic neat tuber. I'm unfortunately not a neat in reality, but God, I wish. I'm consigned to the wage cage all too often. But I aspire to spiritual neathood. I want the neatdom of the mind. Is this okay? You can use it as a generalized variable. Very nice. It's so obnoxious to fucking. I mean, of course, the correct way to. I don't know. The lazy way to add things to the front of. Well, I guess none of this matters. None of this fucking matters at all. Let's just see if we set up it. A-list get. HP D 150. Does that do the thing for us? If we revert this buffer? No, that does not do this. Oh, because this thing returned. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sure. We need to actually return D too. Instead of. Does that do the thing? Revert buffer. Yeah. Well, no, gross. Because this, I mean, it's a list, right? Oh yeah, that's just because this is a malformed A list, right? Because we're writing these things in a fucked up way. This thing is a P list, not an A list. Ha ha ha. If I had to do functional languages, I go straight for Haskell, I think. Yes, you should. As you should. Haskell is good. Well, there's just like our earlier discussion about Nix and Emacs, like there's fucked up things about Haskell too. It's kind of fucked up and weird, like the Joker in some respects, but it's good. It is a what is a monad? But a monad in the category of well, it's endofunctors, not endofunctions. Yes, but fortunately for you, it doesn't matter. You don't actually need to care about any of that. The biggest meme with Haskell is that you need to know things about like category theory and stuff to write Haskell. You don't actually have to know anything like that at all. It's a good language. It's like, I think, well, in my experience, a lot of peeps. Oh, sure. Sure, X47. A lot of people just learn Haskell. Like, well, I was a teaching assistant for quite a long time. Did my dues in the prison we call the university system. And oh well, I actually didn't say anything. I just like faffed about saying nothing. So we didn't even start the explanation about Haskell yet. So you're welcome. I was about to launch into an extended anecdote about, well, anyway, I was a TA for a long time, and in my experience, basically, we had to rewind back. Yeah, you don't need to know anything about category theory. You don't need to know anything at all, right? It's I mean, that shit's fun, but it will not, like, not only is it not necessary to write Haskell, it's not useful to write Haskell, right? If you're like, unless you're writing like some super, like, unless you are producing library, unless you are literally Edward Kament, who like writes the fancy libraries, that will not even be useful for you, let alone necessary. But yeah, so in my time as a TA, in a past life, when I was only a single character on screen instead of many, my experience, I guess, is like, well, a lot of people at a lot of universities, I think, learn Haskell because it's required of them in some class, right? And it's like this, well, we learned Java and Python, and we had to learn this like fucked up little language. Oh, thanks for the follow, Icky. Good to see it, appreciate it. But we learned this fucked up language Haskell, and it's all weird. It's wacky, and it's kind of a novelty, right? We're just learning it to be introduced to functional programming. Like, no one actually writes this thing, right? Like, but like Haskell's like pretty, like, I don't know, like Haskell is like a good language. Like Haskell's like, I don't know, it doesn't have as many libraries as NPM or Maven or whatever, right? But like Haskell, there are like a lot of pretty good, like the libraries like are pretty good, right? Like you'll find decent ways to do things. It's relatively like industrial, like not only is Haskell not like a wacky thing that like, oh haha, like we did this for a class. Like Haskell is like my like go-to language to make stuff. Like if I have to like make like a web app, right? Like some crud app, I'm going to Haskell. Like, and like it's very suitable for that. Like it's not weird and awkward. Like it's easy to write. You don't have to think about like complicated math to write. It's just another language. So like I think yeah, definitely worth learning. It will help you think about things in a different way than you think about them. And that's worth something. All right, let's make this an actual A-list because my brain is in all kinds of fucked up places at the moment. Yeah, let's do the thing. I switched my WM to Xmonad recently after I got it recommended to me by my Python teacher. He uses Arch and NVim. It sounds like your teacher is one of the hip young people. It's never really used Xmonad. I don't like. Well, we can go into it. It's sort of awkward to use in the sense that like you configure it by like recompiling the whole thing, and like I don't know, Haskell. I really want a Haskell like, right? There's lots of Haskell type languages, right? Like Haskell is but in a long series of like ML style things that kind of diverge their syntax a little bit, right? I want one of those languages that is easy to embed. I want like the Lua. Well, and maybe the correct thing to do is just like take one of the ones that compile to JavaScript and then embed a JavaScript. Yeah, it can reload itself seamlessly. Yeah. It's not so bad, right? It has like the diary thing, right? To like it's I wrote a library that used that at one point, or a tool, but it's I don't know. I don't have strong opinions about it. I think it's probably pretty good. Pure magic. Yeah, that sounds pretty magical. The what was I? Yeah. Well, I want an embedded. If you really want something cool to play with, power of Haskell. Well, Haskell does actually very little to help you in that respect. That's more of a Lisp thing. Actually, Haskell actually kind of gets in your way trying to do stuff like that. That kind of like fancy reload sort of shenanigans, right? Another cool language. Once you're in the Haskell sphere, check out Idris. Idris is super cool. Idris is like Haskell, but like, well, I mean, you would naively say like fancier types, but it's sort of like even simpler type system, right? In the sense that like adding dependent types lets you kind of simplify down a little bit. You can kind of unify certain things, right? You don't need like a separate Idris, the Arabic name for Enoch. I'm not sure. But it is also this cool. I think this one is actually named after if I recall the author. The author is like from the UK. It's named after like a dragon on like a old kids show or something. But yeah, good language. It's kind of like, well, it's like a Haskell, but it has like a bunch of, well, less cruft, obviously less libraries and slower, or like worse compiler. I think the compiler is actually not too bad because it just uses Ches scheme these days, which is like a super fast scheme that I think is written by Cisco to run on like routers or something. Yeah. Developed it, or Cadence, yeah, Cisco open sourced it in 2016. So yeah, it's like one of the faster schemes, and that's like one backend. I think there's a JavaScript backend too. It's just nice. It's a good language. Has pretty good tooling. It's has at least one non-trivial program written in it. Like its own compiler is written in Idris, which is kind of nice. There's lots of like type level programming stuff. You can do like interactive typed hole filling in the editor. Like I don't know, it's cool. Something to check out if you're interested in cool languages. Idris is one to investigate. All right, back to the code that we're not writing. We want what do we actually want? We want to do that kind of thing. And what does that kind of thing get us? We want to reload the buffer. Oh, no. We want to do this kind of thing. After the setup, we want to say D. Revert. Okay, yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're on to do. That's kind of going to be the model here, I think. Probably make this a little bit nicer, but do we want to? I did a Cisco course in technical school as one of the subjects. Cool. What were the contents of that? I know a lot of people who like did internships working at Cisco. I don't really know what Cisco does. Like, are they like a hardware vendor? Routers? I have that in my head, maybe. I don't know anything about Cisco. Seems cool though. They open sourced a pretty cool scheme implementation, so you can't beat that. They do networking hardware for big tech. Oh, cool. Well, that's exciting. That's very fun. I don't know anything about like I have IT friends, and they always talk about like there's like all kinds of like certifications and certificates and cool. Like that seems like a cool. Like I want certificates, right? I want the gold star. I want the sticker. And programming, you just get like, I don't know, your ability to solve leak code problems is what gets you jobs, which is sort of miserable. Oh, wait, I'll use CLI configuration instead of a G. Well, I like that at least. I don't like the proprietary part, but I definitely prefer the CLI configuration versus the GUI configuration, just because it's easier to automate. But yeah, I can imagine that leading to people spending lots of money getting quote unquote training, especially if the things are kind of arcane to use. Okay. Well, we have a way to update the database now. Well, what do we want then? Well, I think, okay, maybe the thing that we're going to rely on. I don't want to accidentally like not return the database. So we're going to do this in like a very awkward and kind of imperative way, at least for my brain. We're not actually going to care about the return value of this at all. And we're just going to assume you modify it, because it's just like nicer to, it's a proprietary CLI though. You can't script there, just edits. Oh yeah, well, I don't know anything about it, but that sounds fucked up. But I do like things being in text though, just because it's easier to record than like saying like, well, move here. Like, well, I mean, obviously I'm biased towards that, but yes, I have some level of visual hang up. I prefer to, I don't know. I don't like the things that move fast and are have the blinky lights and require me to move my mouse and click on things. Like Unix shells. Yeah, well, I think I like CLIs in general. I'm not even gonna say I like. I don't know. I'm pretty. Unix is cool. I'm pretty middling towards it, I guess. Like I'm down for text interfaces that are based on repeatable text. Let's say that. CLIs aren't bad usually. Yeah. There are exceptions. There are certainly bad interfaces in any form. We can agree on that. We can take that one to the bank. Okay, does this do the thing? Now we don't have to return this. We just say 110. And we'll say like load DB. Yeah, that's what we want. There are exceptions in Cisco. Routing and switching is one of them. Okay, I will take your word for it, my friend. Can you explain the name origin of Fig? Is Fig a software suite you're developing? Well, Fig is sort of, well, it's named after nothing. It was just a name I think we thought of on stream maybe. I don't know. Just a fun little name. I normally try and keep them topical, but Fig was just like, we needed a name fast, and we're like, okay, we're gonna namespace things with Fig. It's the name of all the software local that I have here. This, I mean, it's not for release basically. I'll open source it, but like I'll throw it on a GitHub, but like you probably can't run this. And it's the name of the message bus basically that things talk to, and everything, all the eLisp code is also in that namespace, sort of, as is the Haskell code that is elsewhere and unshared. But yeah, just the pub sub. There's probably a reason to. We could probably kind of backdate a justification onto the name if we thought hard enough, but I don't know. Yeah, that's the software. They're kind of the two main Emacs packages. We also have Smaragdus over here, which has a kind of a more topical name. This is our we have kind of some amount of stuff to we did a bunch of reverse engineering on Pokemon Emerald to like grab a bunch of memory. Like we did stuff to like integrate with an emulator and like grab things from memory and stuff. And our Emacs side package for interacting with Pokemon Emerald is Smaragdus, after the Latin name for emerald. So that one works a little nicer, but it's also longer to type. So who knows? Yes. Exclamation point fucking OnlyFans, baby. That's how we do it. Cool. Okay, where are we going? Going back over here. This is what we want. So what is the default? Okay. Well, we just want to assume that similar to Polish name for emerald. Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah, I imagine they are trying to think if there's any English words that have like that same kind of etymology. Like that derivative, like similar. I assume like emerald probably doesn't come from Latin and English. It comes from like, well, I don't know. I guess there's the MERA sound, right? Like maybe that's from the thing. Interesting. Thank you for the follow, ZTuber Time. Welcome. It's your name is very topical because the LLLL Colonq channel is this is a Z list VTuber channel. You've stepped into the Z list. We're not A list, we're not B list. We're all the way down in the Z list here. So thanks for coming by. Welcome. I think okay. Let's hit the BRB. I need to go piss. Let's do that. To be vulgar. We gotta evacuate the old ladder. I click the thing. Does this still work? Bam. There we go. BRB. I'll be right back, fellas and ladies. All right, we're back. You should make one of those cool ASCII-based visual transitions. Yeah, oh yeah, that's something we might do later today. Actually, as we redo some of the avatar code, I want to do like Falling Sand style collapse of all the characters, things like that, right? Things that take advantage of the fact that like we have like distinct pixels, kind of, you know, in our avatar. Jelking. I wonder if jelking actually works. I see a lot of people calling it a cope. Yeah, I feel like that's probably just a good way to just like fuck up your dick really bad. That that seems like probably the practical effect of jelking. Is just totally destroying your genitals. That's all good. What is this YouTube link, Icky? What do we got here? Some kind of meme, it looks like. Some kind of meme situation. I'll check that out later. We're not yet in a state where we can play video effectively on stream because I'm on a dog shit laptop and I'm streaming at 10 FPS in order to save the CPU from being totally devastated by the encoder. But we will get to that. I'm gonna record it. We're gonna get it. Also, to React Andrew. Make a redeem that adds physics to each pixel. Yeah, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. We're gonna do like falling sand, right? Like they're gonna collapse into a pile, and all kinds of stuff like that. Certainly on the menu for redeems. Sorry, I'm gonna be crunching on some crackers here. We're We're gonna be crunching and munching, I think. I don't know, that might sound absolutely horrific on stream. What if we do a crunch here? We have some like, I don't know, very plain crackers. Wow. Fucking ear splitting. Maybe I'll hold off on that. There's not much I can do when I'm eating anyway. Unless you want to just hear my fucking disgusting ass mouth. Maybe that's on brand though. Disgusting ass mouth noises, chewing, swallowing, visual and audio ASMR, all kind of on brand. Let's see. So we got this. What stats do we want to give our where is A-list get? Let's find it. Let's find that shit. Won't getting a bigger dong due to jelking fuck up your blood circulation? Sort of like how people with POTS feel lightheaded. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if it would. Like, I sort of have the, well, I love how, like, there are probably people here to, like, we just went, I mean, I put the jelking on the BRB screen. Jelking is on topic. Jelking is always on topic. Any fucked up internet thing, always on topic here. So sorry if you're here for the gripping programming content, but we gotta take a break to talk about dubious penis enlargement techniques. And I sort of feel like jelking, like, I don't know what are the principles behind jelking. I'm certainly not going to look this up on stream, but like what is the jelking lore? What did you come back to? Well, you came back to a discussion about jelking. Jelking is I don't actually know all the details, but it's a technique where you stretch your penis in a certain way to make it longer. I assume that you're not actually increasing the total volume of the cylinder, right? You're like just maybe are you gaining length at the expense of girth? Is that the thing? There are multiple methods. Yeah, it's kind of a fucked up thing. It's kind of like weird and fucked up, like the Joker, I would say. Like the Joker 2. The cylinder cannot be harmed. Yeah, I would advise you probably don't. Well, if there's any piece of advice you take away from the LLLL Colonq stream, ignore all the programming shit. Ignore our poetry reading session from last time. Ignore any kind of life lessons that the anime pixels are giving you. Just probably don't jelk, I would say. I would say that's probably the that's probably one of the tips that you should consider most highly. Probably don't attempt to like, I don't know, like, we're going way off the rails here, but like, I just think, like, have you seen that Reddit post? No, I don't know. I try not to look at too many Reddit posts, to tell you the truth. They generally make me sad and or irritated. They lead to negative emotions. They do not spark joy. We try and keep it off that kind of place. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's all kinds of fucked up things people are doing to their penis and balls on reddit.com, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to be part of any of it. I'm happy. I'm happy. As letters, right? I of course don't have I don't have a penis and balls. I have a 64 by 64 grid of text or something. 128 by 65. I don't know how many fucking characters this is. Came for cooting, stayed for discussions about niche community. Yeah, I mean, like, you might have noticed on our to-do list, we have, like, we'll do some of that today as we are in the isekai world, right? You all died as soon as you clicked the link to the stream, right? This is the afterlife. We are in a fantasy isekai world right now. It just happens to look very similar to the normal world. And we have to explore that a little more. One of the things we've had on the docket for a while is Candyland Wiki Deep Dive Exploration, XXXploration. And this comes from excuse me, TTS. Sorry. I sort of have a feeling that, like, there are lots of just, like, small wikis all over the internet that are just full of, like, the most deranged shit ever. And I think that's I don't know. You might have to set sail for the content wonderland. as we head over in that direction at some point. I was looking up something about the hit children's board game Candyland, which is what inspired this. I found it was either the Candyland wiki or like the Hasbro Games wiki, and like, needless to say, some of the articles on the Candyland wiki were not written. Well, on Wikipedia they have the concept of the NPOV, like the neutral point of view, right? Let's say that these would not have flown on Wikipedia. They certainly did not have a neutral point of view. Lots of authorial opinion was expressed on these Candyland wiki articles. And I'm sure this is only one case of many, right? I'm sure any niche topic, I'm sure there's a fucking, even in the realm of like kids board game, I'm sure there's a Hungry Hippos wiki that has some fucked up shit on it. And I'm sure that extends forever. In all directions, there are gold mines of stuff. Probably the main obstacle to us doing that is actually just like how fucked up fandom is, and how annoying it is, and how it's going to embed tons and tons of video. Mute video link, mute sound. I'm going to open this on my other monitor. Viewers are encouraged to open as they will, but I'm not even gonna get this close to. Oh yes, it's the getting a small cylinder unstuck from a mini M&M's tube. You cannot cut the cylinder. yes, okay, I have seen that. That is one I have seen, and that is quite droll, I would say. That's a droll one, a droller. Yeah. All right. What are we even doing here? We're gonna have to do some of this bullshit. We were looking for A-list gets. The fact that he replies to every single comment makes it gold. Yeah, that's a funny. That's a good one for sure. Okay. Crunch. What is the deal with generalized variables in Emacs? Can we make those? Can we make that chip? There's a helper. We could do it probably, but it seems probably maybe a little unnecessary, I would think. I wish we had like an A-list update, but alas, I don't think it matters too much. I did Control-C while emerging by accident. Well, enjoy restarting whenever you're building. I hope it wasn't 2 hours into an LLVM build, something like that, or Firefox. I think LLVM is actually longer than Firefox. That one's a real stinker. For sure. For real. What are we? I'm gonna have to take a break to like. What should we do while I eat? I'll probably take a break to eat in like, I don't know, an hour. We're going for endurance this stream. Is the message still pinned? Not pinned anymore. Doesn't look like it's pinned. God, you never emerged Qt engine. Oh God, that sounds horrid. Yeah, I tried my best to not use anything that required even GTK or Qt when I think Firefox. I would often use like the Firefox binaries on Gen 2 just because like emerging a sock or RSock, yeah, those are nicer, right? Because those give the they give the whole like rest of the list, right? Yeah, it gives the whole cons, right? It gives you the car as well. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like the optimal way to like. It's like, what's the common case here? We're gonna want to update one field for one user, right? To like boost their experience points when they do a redeem, something like that. Maybe let's just like try and do that, and like, because we also want the case like, I don't want to like initialize these things because I want to be able to add new fields. So I don't want to assume that any given field exists, right? So we have to like do the whole thing. Maybe we just write like a ifun I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, I guess we have incf, right? Does incf... Well, what is... Let's see something. Let's see... If we go over here... Let's set this to 120 just to fuck around. Sure. If we incf, we'll have to CL. Sure. CL incf this by 10. It gives us 130. Sure. Can we use this to create new? Yeah, it does work with generalized variables. Can we use it to, like, if this doesn't exist, we say foo. Yeah, this will be nil, right? Yeah, it needs to return them. We need a default. BTW, what terminal are you using? So this, the only thing that's in a terminal is this thing here, the thing that says Colonq's face, that's me spinning around. That is the ST terminal. One of our projects here, maybe today, if we get to it, is going to be to move away from that and just have a custom thing that isn't a terminal. The rest of it is GUI Emacs. Like Emacs is not in a terminal. Like we can display images and shit. Hence the VIP you, right? I have a redeem to give someone else VIP, right? Can we do that? Where is it? Crown a king and or queen. Does that work? Yeah, if you say something now, did it not work? Didn't work. Do we have too many VIPs? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, there it goes. It just takes a second. Yeah, you can see there's an image, right? This is not in, we're not in a terminal, right? We can have, I mean, you could do that in a terminal technically with like, or in like a, you can even do images in Xterm, but like a lot of like KDE and terminals like that have images, but like this is not, we're not in the terminal. That's like kind of obvious from the EXWM thing, I guess. For shell, like when I go here, right, and we're shelling here, this is eShell. So it's an Emacs embedded shell, right? So we can both run shell commands, obviously, right? We can say make your foo, right? But we can also run eLisp commands, right? So we can say like +11, right? It's kind of janky in a lot of cases, and also the way that redirection works is that it goes through an Emacs buffer, right? And you can't do input redirection, right? So you'll see me doing a lot of unnecessary like catting, right? Like I can say that, right? And that actually goes like to I think if we do this, it's not like that. Is it like this? I don't know. That's just a comment. There's a way to like redirect. I don't use it very often. You can redirect to buffers and shit. It's kind of cool. But I mostly just use it as a convenient way to like, if you define let's see, what's a good thing you can do? Like, is our Twitch say interactive? Let's try something here. Let's go to the bottom. Let's say defun Twitch chat message. I think it has to be interactive. Bash to fish recently. Ever heard of it? Yeah, for sure. We're actually using, I think we're using, if we go to shell.el, we're using this package, Emacs package fish completion that gives us like some level of like the fish style completions for commands. Like if I do like a system control status, the autocomplete will be the actual services, right? Yeah, reading man or something like that. Man 3, no completion found. Probably has to take some, yeah, I don't know, right? So we're yoinking fish's completions, but we can do cool stuff. The reason eShell is cool, right, for me at least, is we can do things like this, right? If we just have a command, I think we can say things like, why are we not? That was Twitch chat. That's what we called it, right? Right. We can do that, right? So any function I define in Emacs, right? I can just call it from my shell, which is kind of convenient. I don't really. You can do stuff fancy. I don't use this for like shell scripting at all, right? Like I'm sure you can, right? You can do some fancier stuff, but like typically I'll write like an actual shell script or like an Emacs Lisp script. Obviously, I don't do that very often because I have no idea how to do like a file IO. But like, yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's go back over here and munch a little more. BTW run. Are we getting a shell command? What's happening here? Are being instructed? You forgot. It's okay. You can go consult the archives, consult the documentation, figure it out. Let's see. We want I guess. Oh yeah, I've seen that too for weather. That's a cool one. Very cool one. I was like, oh shit, that give us, that's just the latitude and longitude of New York City. It won't render well here, but we can do, I have a terminal as well. I mean, obviously this is not a terminal, right? So like things that expect a terminal emulator are not going to work. We put it in here though. Oh, that's we're still too narrow. We will do the format thingy. Oh, obviously we need the actual thing. Very cool. Very fun. Yeah. I don't actually have a libnotify, so we could do something like that. It might be fun to have weather integration somewhere, right? Like, what's a cool place that we can get the weather of? Is there a town anywhere in the US or anywhere in the world called computer? Right? We could put the weather in. I don't want to open Google Maps because there's like a 90% chance it's like, hey, here's what your current location is. Wow. There's a town called Batman. Yeah. Very cool. Very slick. Where are we going here? Do you want a second monitor? Yeah, we could do that. That is actually a extremely good point. Peace and quiet. Welcome, peace and quiet. Hey, does anyone know which is the most beginner-friendly learning research to learn any of the code langs that are, that are actually readable? How did you learn to code? Well, I think we have a command for, what is the command called? We go to, yeah, there's a learn programming. Yes. But yeah, the thing to do, if you're looking for a written kind of guide, I would suggest that I've heard good things about, I think, what is it? Learn Python the Hard Way, right? It's like a Zed Shaw book. But I didn't use it personally. I don't know. These are probably decent. I don't want to like recommend anything that I haven't used, and like the way that I learned how to, yeah. So what I would do is you like the thing you want at first is like a good tutorial, right? Like a halfway decent tutorial. What's something that gives the right mindset? I think the thing that I would encourage to do is download and install something like Python, right? Python. Does Python have like a built-in tutorial? Right. Download something like this, and I think the actual Python tutorial on the website is pretty good, right? When you knew zero, yeah, this is rough. So what I did when I knew zero is I installed Python. I was motivated to install Python and learn because I was like using Linux at the time, and I thought like, well, I should learn something about this. And I just started like looking up documentation on their website and fucking around with it a lot, right? So I would encourage you. The best way to learn is just to from zero, if you know nothing, is just to mess with it a bunch and make mistakes, right? Just be like, oh, I want to try and do this, right? Where this is like a very, very small thing, right? Just open it up and just fuck around with it. Howdy, Digby. Good to see you. Welcome. When I knew nothing, I learned by using Python plus Turtle library at primary school. Yeah, that's. I mean, if you're like, classes can be good, right? But like, yeah, but like if you know nothing, that's what you want to learn, right? You want to learn like, okay, how do I write text in a file and execute it, right? How do I like print things out? How do I do ifs? And you write like what even are those things? What are the very basics? And I think really the thing you want to do is definitely just set up an environment where you can program, right? So just installing Python, python.org will walk you through that. Okay, but would you said to this question at this point? What question are you asking? Hey, which is the most beginner-friendly learning resource to learn any of the code langs things that are actually readable? How do you learn to code? Yeah, so like, I think, yeah, I don't know. I think he's like, it's a question, right? Like I think let's think. Like the thing that I would do, I think the best resource, right, is just like trying stuff, right? Like so the thing I linked earlier, right, like python.org and the Python tutorial, right? I think the Python tutorial basically assumes no knowledge, right? Like it assumes like, hey, how do I start? Yeah, don't be rude, fellas, right? Like there's people are all at different stages, right? Don't yeah, we're all good. And I definitely appreciate the question, peace and quiet. But like yeah, the thing you got to do is just get an environment set up where you can program, and like I would open that Python. I would install Python. I would open that Python tutorial and just start playing around with it. Right. Read the first, I don't know, chapter of the tutorial, which will tell you how to like use Python as like a calculator, a fancy calculator, and then think like, oh, maybe with what I know currently, I could do this. Try that thing out, and then maybe read another chapter, and then maybe play around with it a little more, and then like the experimentation and like kind of the natural process of just like playing with things, learning a little bit, like that's going to be the best thing. I think that's the ideal workflow, right? And the only way to get good at anything, and programming as well, is to just do it a ton, right? And be super willing to look stuff up and have like no ego surrounding it. Just be like, yeah, we're this question isn't really for you because you messed around with stuff. How are you? Yeah. So I mean, like that's definitely a thing to take away from it, right? Like I learned through experimentation. Other people might have different learning styles, right? That's totally fine and fair. But I think for me, experimentation is better. I learn other topics like biology, etc. I don't know about that, right? Like I think there are other ways to learn programming, right? But like I think really the way you'll get good at anything is doing, right? And programming is kind of like unique in that like you can do, right? Like if you want to be a civil engineer, for example, right? You can't really practice civil engineering by building bridges, right? You can't teach yourself to build bridges by building bridges and failing, right? Like that's it's not really feasible. But in programming, right, you can write programs, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing the real thing to practice and failing. And there's very, very few consequences when you fail. So it's kind of uniquely suited for like playing around in the sandbox a little bit, building sandcastles and then knocking them down. Thing is, I can't do because I don't know code, and you're saying you got to mess with things, but I won't do that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. That's sort of a maybe reductive way to look at it, but like, I think like, yeah, I mean, you can start messing with things knowing very little, right? You can start messing around. I don't go to a museum and mess with it. Yeah, but programming, the computer isn't a museum, right? Like the computer is a big pile of, it's a big junkyard, right? You can build junkyard robots in there, right? You can build some stuff. It's not a sculpture. You can do all kinds of fun stuff without being super worried about what you're going to smash up. But yeah, thanks for the question. I think that's I mean, definitely a thing that a lot of people like want to one thing I noticed a lot. Yeah, it's okay, don't worry, it's just not how I do it. But thanks. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Cool. Let's keep digging then. What do we want to say? We want to, so maybe let's start trying. We want one stat, right? We want like everyone to have an experience stat. Maybe we want just like a number. We want a helper that just does something like this. Something like this, perchance. Maybe we want like an update number. User, we want a keyword. There aren't any good and clear ones, but I wish someone would make one day, like how they teach a friend at the end. Yeah, I mean, it might be interesting as an on-stream thing. I know a couple people have commented on these streams. I've had a few people come in and say like, well, have you ever, would you consider like doing like a less like an explainer, right? Like sit down and just do like a very simple walkthrough, right? And maybe that's maybe that's something we should do. I don't know. It's tough to shit is tough to explain, right? I mean I did teaching sort of related to this area for a long time. I've taught classes, I think, from like between like, I don't know, middle school and like TAing like postgraduate courses, and like it's tough to find something that works for everyone. It's for sure. And I mean like it's tricky. Cool. But yeah, you're welcome regardless, peace and quiet. I mean, mostly what we do here is we do some light programming in the background, but we're mostly here to just chat, right? We have some fun conversations, and hang out and chat about some nonsense and listen to me disgustingly eat crackers. Maybe later I'll eat other things, peanut butter. We will see. So what do we want to do here? We'll say something like this. F. Apply F to attrib on user data. And we'll do an old big update DB. Lambda-d. We'll do a setf. What are we saying here? A-list get trib d. We want to say something like this. Data is, we'll say val. Val is that, and well, we can't because it's the generalized location. Sure, that's fine. We're not saving anything. We're not saving anything. Fun call f on trib d. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so stuck basically. Yeah, I wonder actually, I've seen some instances of like if you use ChatGPT with like the new stuff like GPT-4, I wonder if you can actually give it code and have it explain it to you. I bet maybe you can, and that would be interesting. Like, of course I expect much of that explanation wouldn't be useful unless you kind of have like the appropriate unless you could basically like know some of the basics already, right? But it might be interesting. What are we doing here? This is user blah blah. There we go. Of GPT-4 making a very simple app perfectly. GPT 3.5 free one doesn't do that yet. Yeah, I wonder. These things are getting crazy. I sort of am interested in like, I don't know. We'll do some AI shit on stream at some point. I mean, I want to get a better machine and then like run like Llama locally or something, because like that seems better than making tons of requests to OpenAI and paying them money to do fun stream things. But yeah, it's interesting. It's cool. Like thinking of AI. Like I've come to I've been thinking like maybe you think of it as like a giant index, right? A bit like or like a compression format, right? It's kind of crazy that you can download like the weights for Llama or like presumably GPT-4 and like be able to sensibly get answers to lots of questions and in like not so much data, right? Like that's kind of nuts. That's a cool thing. It's cool that like it basically doesn't require internet access. Like imagine tomorrow if the GPT-4 weights got leaked, right? GPT-4 is crazy good, right? And imagine like, I mean, sure you need like a good device to run it, I'm sure. But like, I don't know. Imagine you could build an M2 Mac that has 256 gigs of RAM or something, and you can run the whole thing pretty fast, or run it on CPU with like SIMD instructions or something, like the way that the Llama stuff is happening. And then you can just answer like almost any question. That would be nuts, right? Like offline, right? You could do it out in a cabin in the woods somewhere, right? Llama has models that are almost decent and can run like, yeah, this thing is awesome. This baby. Very, very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. That like I love it was honestly like the first thing like when I first found out that like I don't know I thought about running like I think like Elsevier has like some open source models that were like comparable to like GPT-2, not GPT-3. And I was interested in running them locally, and I was like, oh fuck, I mean these are all GPU bound. It's like, isn't it? And I was sort of like idly thinking like, isn't it possible to like, I don't know, just run the thing but much slower on a CPU? Like, I don't know, use AVX stuff and like get away with that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can. And I guess you can quantize things down to 4 bits, and it's pretty fucking sick. I like that a lot. Certainly a nifty thing. DBCat. So to test the whole get ChatGPT to explain code thing to you, I got ChatGPT to write a simple OpenPGP encryption key generator, and it explained it at the same time. That is cool. If you probably the ideal, we have links allowed. If you want to post a screenshot, that'd be a cool thing. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Jonathan XP1. I'm sorry I missed that. I don't have follow alerts on this screen. I have to look at the other screen. Thanks for coming by. We're having some fun times today. Hell yeah. Sam, speaking of Sam Altman, did you see that? I don't know how tuned in everyone is to the speaking of weird communities like Jelkers. Is anyone tuned into like the, I don't know, Bay Area rationalist community? I think that's most of my Twitter engagement. But there's okay, let me go ask some streams my dumb questions and get no answer. Well, I don't know. There aren't really dumb questions. I wish you luck in finding something that works for you. It's good to talk to you, peace and quiet. Cool. Gonna give it the code now minus comments. I commented the code to see what happens. Do so in a new instance, of course. See, yeah, try it out. We'll see what gets up with that. But yeah, speaking of Sam Altman, all right, didn't he? I think he met with Big Yud, Eliezer Yudkowsky, Harry Potter fanfiction author extraordinaire and AI existential risk ponderer. That was an interesting. There was like an image going around. I think was real and was not a deep fake of Yudkowsky and Sam Altman and Grimes, of all people. Was kind of funny. I don't know. I'm amused by these things, probably more than I should be. Drink water, dummy. Let's drink some water. I'm being told to drink water. And I think with that, it's time to crack open another cold one. Today, on the menu, we are cracking into some Polar Seltzer. Couldn't get LaCroix. Polar Seltzer Ruby Red Grapefruit flavor. You know it's quality because it is ruby red, not just grapefruit. It is ruby red grapefruit. Text generation web GUI can do either GPU or CPU now. Oh, sweet. Very cool. Very, very cool. It's nice, like the nice thing about this stuff versus like, I don't know, some of the later year cryptocurrency stuff. Like I'm not a total cryptocurrency anti, right? Like I think there's utility and stuff like Monero and like, I don't know. Some of the later we can all admit, even the enthusiasts among us who would love to see a decentralized, open source, non-governmental finance platform succeed, that some of the later years have been marked by a little bit of insanity. And I think it's so funny to see the contrast between, like, I don't know, kind of the relative nothing burgerness of Web3 and etc. to like the total veracity that people attack the AI stuff and like build incredible open source like GUIs for like, or like stable diffusion in painting, for example, or like all that shit, right? Just because it's like so obvious, like compared to like NFTs, say, that are like, well, maybe like a kind of mediocre certificate of provenance or something like that. They're not really anything interesting. AI is just like so obviously like transformative and like insanely cool. In painting is old news. I can't even keep up, man. Like I'm you don't mind answering, but I'd like to ask if you're addicted to anything. Am I addicted to anything? Am I an addict? Let's think. Well, I'm not addicted to any substances, I think. I haven't heard of control now. We will dive into this. This addiction question is interesting though. I don't drink. I never drink alcohol. I don't do nicotine or tobacco or anything. I don't drink any caffeine, which I think is a common one that people have, especially programmers. Yeah, but I don't drink caffeine or soda or welcome Nitrox. Addicted to water, at least. Yeah, I'm addicted to seltzer water. I mean, maybe that counts. I'm certainly addicted to sugar. I think most people are addicted to sugar, right? I think I would find it very difficult to cut, I don't know, carbohydrates out of my diet. Starting with what he's not addicted to. Yeah, well, I'm addicted to the internet, right? That's certainly a thing. I am like, of course, I'm spending 16 hours a day for a decade on the computer, right? So that's one addiction, I think. One that's probably been harmful as much as it's been helpful. And sugar, probably. Well, I don't like sweets, but I'm just like addicted to, like, I don't know, bread and that kind of thing. But some might say that that's an essential macronutrient, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have any obvious addictions, right? Like what else are people addicted to typically? Like, I don't do any drugs. I don't do weed. I try not to do anything that's like a I don't know, mind altering, which some people might think is like lame, right? Because like everything's kind of a mind altering drug, like food is, right? Porn, yeah. I don't engage with porn. Like, I don't know. I certainly jerk off, but like I don't like, you know, porn's kind of whack. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm a super addict. So just hentai. Yeah, I don't really like the hentai scene, honestly. Probably a topic for another stream. We can, I don't know. I don't have opinions on this because it's not worth having opinions on them. Right? It's not worth sharing the opinions because like it's fucking whatever. It doesn't matter. People can do whatever the fuck they want. Too pure for me. Yeah, we are pure and crisp. Like the crisp taste of this ruby red grapefruit polar seltzer water, 100% natural seltzer, calorie free. Good afternoon, NZ Pieface. Good to see ya. Is this afternoon across the pond in NZ? What's the time right now? It's kind of earlier for me. Right, we're getting close to the normal stream start time. This the hours are flying by, flying off the shelves here. Having a ton of fun. I always have tons of fun here. If I ever stream, I'll be an ominous floating black orb VTuber. Instead of facial expressions, there will be different screen distortions. Oh, that is so sick, actually. That is very, very swell. Oh damn, 4:11 a.m. Oh, are you also across the pond, Icky? We have quite a large international viewership here at the LLLL Colonq stream. I mean, of course, we are corn-fed American strummer, straight from the American Midwest. But put the ChatGPT responses in a paste bin. Let's investigate, Digby. I'm gonna trust you, Digby. I'm gonna open this on stream. You are a trusted friend of the LLLL Colonq stream. If this contains gamer words, we're gonna be upset. Orbs, you say? No. My trust for Digby paid off. Digby would never betray me. I don't want the fucking cookies. Shouldn't be any. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I trust you. That was a sarcastic comment more than anything. What did I miss in the stream? Well, NZ Pieface, what did you miss? We did the usual bullshit. We wrote like 15 lines of basically trivial code. We kind of made a decision regarding the way we're gonna store user data. What else? We chatted a lot. We're doing the usual chatting session. We talked about lots of fun stuff. We talked about jelking a little bit. We talked about the best way to learn to code. What else did we talk about? Just all kinds of shit. We're talking about AI. Subhuman Paraclete says, jerking off has kind of inhibited me to a great extent. I have prolactin coursing through my veins. I'm trying to quit though, because it honestly makes me feel, yeah, I don't know anything about it. I'm just like, my perspective on a lot of that stuff is probably the negative feelings surrounding any, like, if you build yourself up with like tons of like, I don't know, anything, any addiction, I guess, right? If you try and like beat yourself over the head with like guilt surrounding it, those kind of negative feelings are probably pretty bad as well, right? You're gonna basically, I don't know, I have no opinion about anything other than if you're gonna do something, like, just own it, right? Just do it. Don't feel bad about it. Feeling bad about things you do is shit. Either just don't do it or don't feel bad. Use Brave. Autoblocks cookie pop-ups. Yeah, I haven't used Brave also. Brave is not free software, right? Brave is like, they got some shit going on. There's like some kind of like weird payment thing happening, right? If I recall. I haven't even looked at Brave since like, I don't know, probably like 2016. What's the deal with that? What is the situation? It is open source, I'm quite sure. Maybe it is. Cool. Well, I don't know. We stick with Firefox here. We're Firefox enjoyers. Firefox also has some, I don't know, problem. It has its problems. Yeah, they added their ref link for Binance. That's what it was, right? If you search, like, if you go to Binance, right, it adds their referral. That's kind of wacky. I miss the Firefox. Yeah, Firefox is the official browser of furries everywhere. Here's a question for chatters. What animal would you be? I mean, we're not furries here, of course. Maybe we are, but if you were a furry, what animal would you be? I would be like, are there insect furries? Right? I know there are like scalies, right? There are like people who like have like anthropomorphic, like, I don't know, like dragon, kobold, lizard things, avatars, representations of self. Are there like, and I assume there are like bird furries. I don't know what those are called, but like, are there like arthropod, insect, I think it would be a spider furry. right? Spiders are kind of furry anyway, so they have the fur. Avians, right? It's sort of a less catchy name. Like furry is sort of like a very like, I mean, furry and scaly are sort of describing the composition of the outer layer, right? And then the diminutive, right? So wouldn't they be featheries, right? Shouldn't they be featheries? And shouldn't insect furries be, I don't know, exoskeletonies? Exoskeletals sounds pretty cool. That's like I want to be that. I'm gonna start the exoskeletal con. We're gonna absolutely wreck a hotel. It's gonna look like a, oh my god. Oh, that's a good thing, right? You know how, like, I mean, there's obviously the reputation that furries just like totally obliterate hotels or whatever. They're probably from like one convention and like, I don't know, you know, right? Everyone knows this stereotype, whatever it may be. We have no hate for furries here. We have no hate for anyone. It's everyone is welcome if you want to talk about the computer, but you must admit that there is this stereotype. But what if, like, what do you do with the hypothetical like insect furry con, right? Like that would be like a great bit for like a sketch comedy show, right? You show up, everyone's wearing like ant costumes, and then you leave the hotel or the quote unquote hotel that you didn't actually destroy, that you rented for this sketch comedy bit, and you've brought in bags of termites and stuff, right? The walls are totally infested with termites. There are ants everywhere, right? Like shit is just like totally like ravaged by insects. All the windows are replaced with ant farms. Just like some incredibly comical thing. That is how droll. I laugh to myself. I laugh at my own very contrived, not actually funny joke. Ha ha ha. Cool. A few cons. Most cons. I identify as being a skeleton trapped in a meat suit. So if that's like, what is that? Are humans meaties? Skinnies? Am I a skinny? What's going on? This sounds this is vaguely I don't know, it's vaguely something, man. Something's going on. Humans are skinwalkers. Clearly, yeah, I mean they kind of are. So deep. This is kind of hashtag deep, I would think. This is a little bit hashtag wide. We're going a bit wide here. All right, let's look at Digby's code here. The computer, the actual computer, right? Not just the computer that I say to refer to all of you people, has written us some code. The code generated by ChatGPT in response to prompt. Please write simple code to randomly generate 5 numbers, then use 5 numbers as the key to generate an OpenPGP encryption key. This code must be in Python. Import random, import. Also naughty. I bet that randomness is not cryptographically secure. Maybe it is. Does Python randomness read from like dev urandom? Is that actually decent entropy? I don't know. I assume it's like a... Doesn't matter. Certainly it's what you asked, right? You can't expect the ChatGPT to also take away all the foot guns that come in when actually trying to write some decent crypto. It looks like it's generating 5 bytes. Well, is random inclusive range? Well, how do we get a decent Python? QHY or random int 1 5. Is this inclusive or exclusive? Well, we're gonna maybe we should run it 2. It's inclusive. Very good. That's fine. Generating a random byte, or not a byte, a random character that could fit, a random number that could fit in a byte. Python's random probably doesn't pipe anything from dev random since Python doesn't use run. Yeah, I just mean like, what is the limit? I mean, they probably don't assure that this is cryptographically secure, right? This is yeah. What is the default seed? I guess is the thing we should be asking. It's a Mersenne twister. Yeah, completely unsuitable for cryptographic purposes. Yeah, that's what we thought. Use secrets instead. Yep, but doesn't matter. It's what we asked. We didn't ask for secure randomness. We just asked for randomness. Is this actually how the Python this is how this works. We could probably find one of these somewhere. I don't know which one is the right one. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Can I not get API? I don't know. I'm spoiled by fucking Rust and Haskell, where you can read the docs online easily. Yeah, I mean, this looks reasonable, right? I don't know if GenKey's input data is a Python list of bytes, but maybe it is, right? Maybe it's a Python-y thing where, like, I mean, we have duck typing and it just expects like an arbitrary list-like object, right? Like a generator type thing works as well that returns bytes. I mean, this is believable to me. And then let's see the explainer. This code first imports the random and GNU-PG libraries. It then generates 5 random numbers using a list comprehension. Sure, that looks like what it's doing, and assigns them to the key variable. Next, the code initializes a GPG object from the GNU-PG library and generates an OpenPGP encryption key using the GenKey input method. Well, it's generating the input data for that using GenKey input. We have to actually look at what this API is, or if it even exists. This method takes several arguments, including the key type, the key length, the passphrase. Sure, that looks fine. Finally, the code generates the key using the GenKey method and prints it to the console. Note this will print out the entire key, including the private key, so you should make blah, 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 blah. That's notable. That, I bet, I wonder what leads it to the last part, the last bit there. That is kind of exciting. Because that's sort of totally orthogonal to what you asked, right? It's like related to the process of, I mean, we know why it does that. It's because there's some token sequence somewhere that correlates with that thing. But anyways, weed hour. Is it weed hour? Are you okay, guesses. It seems like if you're 4:20 a.m., you're probably in the United Kingdom. That is late. My condolences. Yeah, go to sleep if you need to. If you're not a night lurker, a resident of the night realm, the night kingdom, like myself, you should get some sleep. Hey, remember Emerald Talk? I don't think I do actually. What is Emerald Talk? You probably touched on this while I wasn't noticing, but will you ever push your Fig projects to GitHub? I'd love to contribute if that's possible. I have 0 experience with contributing projects, so I feel like this would be a great start. Yeah, I will actually. I won't do it on stream out of fear of, like, I don't know, I'm not logged in and I don't want to, like, do all kinds of bullshit. Oh yeah, what said what emerald was in Latin, and you pointed out the Polish word is similar. Yeah. But no, we will open. There's no reason for this to be closed source, right? We'll release it, and we'll release the message bus and the things that connect to Twitch from it as well, because those are relatively polished in the sense that, like, there's not like hard-coded shit everywhere. Like, the secrets actually live somewhere that secrets can live, and like there's like, it's like you could theoretically run it on your own Twitch channel pretty easily. Like it's all reads like a TOML file and does reasonable stuff. So we can do that. We'll release everything. I don't know when. Maybe we'll just do that this evening, like after I'm done. But we still have a long way to go. We got a long way to go, baby. Okay. Oh yeah, Polish word. So I forget. So here's the thing that I forget, right? So 4 a.m. is what? That's 6 hours ahead from US EST, East Coast, right? And the thing, so I always just assume, like, oh yeah, I talk to a lot of people from the UK. So, 5 hours ahead, that's the UK. But I forget that, like, continental Europe is just like one more time zone over for a lot of that, right? Like, it's I'm used to, like, I don't know, US East Coast versus West Coast being a 3-hour difference. But yeah, I mean, that would make sense that you are in Poland. Very cool. I used to have a Sans Undertale OC long ago and had the same color scheme as you. Good night. Well, with that, I will be honored, I guess. I respect the power and authority of Sans Undertale for sure, for real, I would say. We bow before Toby Fox. Was anyone I know how many. I don't even know if we could possibly have one. Do we have any Homestuck gamers in the chat? I was a Homestuck gamer. I was a very cringy Homestuck fan in my teen years. Also had Power Set inspired by Limbo from Warframe, which is quite cool, TBH. I have never played Warframe. I gotta check that out. Bye. Hamsteak Gaming. Yes. Hamsteak fucking gaming. I don't know. Homestuck was just like, I don't know, such an aesthetic. I remember feeling like when I was like 15 and I was like a little baby programmer getting into programming, I remember feeling like, oh man, they're talking about hash tables here. They're talking about VI. They're talking about data structures. Like, oh shit. And good shit. I was so into it, and then the hiatus happened, and then I never even finished it. I still even to this day I have not read the ending of Homestuck, let alone the Homestuck 2 or like the whatever follow-up shit is happening. No one probably cares about this, but I know the overlap between people who are watching VTubers online and I don't know, Homestuck fans probably is significant. And it's probably, the correlation is probably some sort of extreme mental illness, but I don't know. It was good and innovative, fell off over time, suffered from being rushed. Homestuck 2 is a train wreck. Yeah, that's what I've kind of heard on the grapevine. Maybe that would be a fun thing to do on stream. Like, we gotta get boosted a little bit. We gotta start streaming a little more. I think I'm having tons of fun here, but we gotta really explore all the deepest recesses of the internet and the human psyche. They're really one and the same, right? I don't know. People, I don't know, young. We're getting a little Jungian here. We talked about like the, I don't know, collective unconsciousness, all these things, right? Jung is actually an interesting character, right? If you ever have a chance, look for Jung's Red Book, originally not intended to be published. It's like a chronicle of all these, like, I don't know, sort of mystical experiences that he had when he was trying to like sort of shit out. Very, I don't know, for another time. But the internet like is like the collective unconsciousness. Like it's you dive into elements of Gnosticism. Yes, for sure. Yeah, I saw you mentioning some demiurgical stuff earlier. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know shit about Gnosticism, just like I don't know shit about anything. But Red Book seems like something you might be interested in. For sure. Very much so. Peace and quiet. Just a much earlier message I missed. Having actually good resources is not the same as zero effort. I've noticed this kind of very negative, toxic view when it comes to the coding topic. That's another big reason why I don't want to be the CS culture anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry you've had that experience, for sure. That's no good. Obviously, we want to be chill. But yeah, of course we can't control the actions of others, right? So and there's always going to be kind of nastiness out there, right? And I think programmers more than most have a tendency, because like programming sort of is like, I don't know, getting back into SICP, programming is sort of a very much like I don't know, what is it? It's esoteric sort of thing, right? It's based around secret knowledge, right? It's like casting. It's like magic, right? A lot of it is the thing you're doing is you're utilizing knowledge that other people don't have in order to make things happen, right? And getting better at programming is basically getting more knowledge, right? It's much like the trope of a wizard in a tower. But the yeah. So I think people often are led in a direction of like, I don't know. It's easy to develop like a sense of superiority about like, oh, I know how to do this thing, and other people don't know how to do this thing. So like I can kind of talk down to them about it. But yeah, either way. But I think probably like, I don't know, both of you, like, please drop it, right? We don't want to fight here. We don't want to. There's no room for conflict. No room for single combat in the domain of LLLL Colonq, right? We're all chill. We're chilling. We're grilling. We're just chatting and have a good time. We don't need to take it anywhere feisty. Yeah, we're good, right? We are good. Don't Don't push it. Don't push me. Don't push me. Good night. Good night. Good night. We'll see you around, Icky. Very good. Yeah. If you want to chat, we have a Discord. There is a Discord. If you want to say hi. There's we won't be using it in the Discord way, and we'll probably switch. I don't know. Once we get a bunch of people, enough critical mass to like actually use something else, we might. But it's just like one channel where we talk about whatever. But don't join if you're not comfortable with Discord selling all your data. Yeah. Go. You're welcome to say hello. It's basically the thing. You can bother all sorts of similarly interested people about programming topics. We will be communing with the computer. Discord sells data. Didn't know that. Yeah, I assume that's their whole business model, right? I don't know. They actually do. I assume they're certainly not making their money back on Nitro. I haven't read their TOS, but I assume it is maximally permissive to allow them to sell message. I don't know if they actually do, but they certainly could, and that is a little unsettling to me. I don't love that. It'd be better to host our own IRC or our own like matrix or something. But again, the problem is no one will ever join that, whereas everyone is already in 10,000 Discords anyway for various reasons. So why not hop in one more where a little computer man can tell you things and ping you when it's time to watch the letters spin around. Cool. Back to Digby's thing. Oh, this is just a new instance of this is you feeding the code in to a different instance and asking to explain it. This is actually surprisingly very good. It has less intent behind it, but it does capture that like this is creating an RSA key with the GNU PG library at the end. This is honestly better than I thought it would be. Very impressive. I'm just like constantly wowed by AI. It's impressive shit. Discord is evil but ubiquitous. Yep. Like many things, right? Well, it's not exactly surprising, right? Like, I don't know. Evil is effective. If it was ineffective, it wouldn't be evil. There's probably some kind of fucking C.S. Lewis thing about that. But like, I don't know. Like, true. I've been thinking a lot lately. Well, I mean, this is again, we're on tangents. We're on a million tangents a second. We're on cotangents. We're on arctangents. Thinking a lot about evil. If you had something from your Pokemon Auto Battle, it would probably stumble. Yeah, and I bet it also probably scales pretty well with like the amount of explained code online, right? I mean, there's certainly less there's less things, Stack Overflow posts, etc., talking about Emacs Lisp than there are talking about Python, right? Java, whatever. So that's believable to me. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, a sine, a cosine. Ha ha ha. It's a hyperbolic cosine. I used to know things about trigonometry, and now I don't anymore, which is kind of frustrating to me, right? Like, you lose so much when you're not like using math, right? And most people, myself included, only like use like, I don't know, vector calculus or whatever, like in the context of taking courses, right? And back then, I don't know, I understood things so well, and I understand so poorly now. It's an unfortunate side effect, right? Like when you're going through school, you're always like taking like sequences of like math courses, harder and harder math courses. It's I don't know. Bad Cup could help you with trig. Yeah, I wonder if they would be. We should do some math. I like math. I love math actually. If I was liberated from the wage shackles, I would be mathin'. I would probably try and be like an independent mathematics researcher and like try and get really, really into like, I don't know, algebraic number theory or something, or like I don't know, something, and try and prove some theorem that nobody cares about in my free time. Publish a paper a year or something, run my own little research program. Have you ever played around with calc mode? I have not actually. Have not. Thank you for the redemption. An unspecified quantity apply. You are now redeemed. You've been redeemed by the redemptive power whatever. I don't actually, I have to admit, I don't actually know who sings Super Idol. To me, Super Idol. Super Idol. We have a Know Your Meme. Know Your Meme is gonna hook us up here. They're gonna inform us. Please see my recent messages explaining the key things I wish all people that already know coding understand. It's a big topic for me. Yeah, I think Peace and Quiet, I think they went to bed probably. So maybe swing around next time if you have a question for them. But I would encourage you. I don't know. It's I think we've probably said all that's going to be said on that topic here. But yeah, see you around. It's a cropped lyric from a Chinese song titled this thing. Do we know who it's by? Oh, it's by a internet user, I guess. Is this some indie songs? Some indie business? I know the video. That's kind of exciting. I like that it's not some like corporatized megastar. You can see on my model when the text is like this, sometimes the region below my eyes changes to O's, which is the color my mouth is supposed to be, because I'm not checking. I'm probably doing some super lazy check, like, oh, is the red greater than the blue and the green in that pixel? I need to be a little more attentive to the bounds on my check. It also is terrible at tracking my mouth. You might notice like the mouth almost never opens on my model. So like really like I'm really like pogging, soy facing, and I think that's because, well, for one, all my lights are off right now, so it's not doing a great job. I'm streaming in the dark. I'm perched on a little stool, totally nude. I also shaved all my body hair before this stream and all the hair on my head and face. So I'm completely hairless and nude, just perched on a little stool, in the dark, and I think that's inhibiting our tracking a little bit. Our utterly gremlinoid existence. Mouse tracking is overrated. Just have an open and close position. So okay, the cool trick, these VRM models, the way they do facial animation, right? Like the eyes closing and opening and closing. It's this thing called blend shapes, right? It's basically like a neat way of doing like so rather than full skeletal animation with like bones and like deformations based on those bones, it just works like for all like the vertices in like the face mesh. The blend shapes allow you to like linearly like so for each blend shape, like for example for blinking, right, for eyes wide open and closed, there's a basically you have a representation of the starting and the ending position, and the starting and ending positions are just like you can kind of linearly interpolate between them. Obviously the representation is a little more compact than like fully listing out all the vertices, right? It's just like as offsets for them basically. And VRM like defines like let's find that VRM blend shapes. There's like a standard set of blend shapes that VRM models must have during the in the standard. Is a VRM model, yeah, like shape keys in Blender. I think it's exactly like that. But VRM is just like basically some extensions on top of GLTF, which is like a relatively standard like 3D model format from Chronos. But VRM adds like some specific ways to like index, so you know like, okay, well there exists this blend shape that corresponds to opening your mouth, or like this is the bone that corresponds to the arm, right? That kind of thing. And these are kind of I think these are the standard blend shapes. This might be for VRM 1.0. There's changes in 2.0 or something like this. I don't know. But these are right. So we have like some basic expressions, right? Blink, joy, angry, sorrow, fun, right? Kind of awkward naming, right? I think this is kind of the authors were not English as first language, which is all good. And eye movement and independent eye blinks and like a neutral face, right? And I think like we can actually use all of these. And like when the mouth movement I'm tracking like the degree of mouth openness that comes from the from OpenSea face, and just using the O, like these are for different vowel sounds to perturb the mouth in different ways, and we're just always using the O sound to open, like based on how much the camera detects my mouth being open. And I think like the better way to do it, as Kinwoo points out, would be to perturb the thank you for the redeem, Willif. Turn it off. Yeah, well that's your responsibility now. You've created the problem. You have to solve it. Welcome. Good to see you. The better way to do it would be to track my audio, right? And based on like, I don't know, speech to text, infer what vowel sounds are being said, and like automatically do the mouth based on the vowel sound. I don't actually know how like that works. I assume that's how it works for like typical VTuber face tracking, but like again, this is all like we're not really using any off-the-shelf VTuber software. This is all kind of hand rolled, so I don't really know how it all works. No, most are just camera. Oh, cool. I wonder, I can probably, well, I guess OpenSea face probably does something like VC face does something sensible, right? So I could probably just like, and I don't think VC face is open source, but I can probably just like, presumably OpenSea face has the requisite data, and I could just download VC face and kind of reverse engineer what's happening there. Camera's a lot easier than trying to figure out the other way. Yeah, I would imagine like keeping it synchronized to the audio would be like super miserable. Def read a short blurb to just slide the O slider based on audio level. Yeah, well the issue is I don't have any access to the audio data from the program currently, right? Like the I mean, audio is a whole clusterfuck, right? The audio right now is currently going from my mic directly to OBS. I'm sure we could handle it in a more intelligent way, and we can get access to that if we wanted to. But yeah, you fixed it. Good job. Congratulations. No more spin. It's over. It's finally over. The long nightmare. Well, until it starts again, right? But everyone has the power here. Everyone has the power. Well, the war has begun. Wait until you find out you can VIP and DVIP based on those funny little points. Yes, I love democracy. I love chat engagement. What a world we've built for ourselves here. But yeah, we need to use more of these things, right? Like right now, I think the only like even the blinking, right? I'm not actually tracking real per eye. What do you say? Like eyelid position, eye openness. I get that information from the tracking, but I was like, it's gonna look wonky a bunch of the time. So all I'm doing actually is I take the average eye openness across both eyes, right? So if I close one eye, it makes it like half open. It makes them like, it's like if I have both eyes half open, which is kind of funny. I have 610 points, motherfucker. I can do this all day. Very nice. Well, I mean, you can get more points easily too, right? You get like, if you just come here and watch the stream, you get lots and lots of points. You got 840. Oh, geez. But do you want to blow them all on this, right? Your ability to be an equity lord might be compromised, right? Who will be the first equity lord, right? It's a race to 1 million. We're not doing any Gamba just yet, but once Gamba is involved, it's gonna be a bloodbath out there, right? It's gonna be a bloodbath, a nightmare. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy shit. With the win, I let things return to normal. I don't know anything about points or shit, but like that. I'm new to Twitch as a whole. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. Twitch is whatever. I wish everyone wasn't so bound to this kind of platform. But the points, I don't know if you've been here for past streams, Pericles. I think this is your first stream. those are also just like, basically you can just set up arbitrary things to spend points on. You can't actually give people points. People just get points by watching or like doing other things that are mostly like, I don't think they're like monetary. I think you get more points per hour if you give me money, but like it doesn't it's a goofy little thing. And then they get sent on the Twitch API, and we have that hooked up to Emacs as well. So if we go to like all of the running any of those, clicking any of the point buttons just causes, well, indirectly of course, but eventually causes one of these handlers to run. Yeah, the goal is to have it be as automated as possible and have as much wacky bullshit as we can. That is the long-term plan. For sure, for real. We gotta keep sipping here. We gotta keep on sipping. So what were we thinking about? We got on a little diversion about mouth movement and VRM blend shapes and all that jazz. And we looked at Digby's ChatGPT code as part of our extended discussion about how to learn programming, starting from scratch. So what do we want to do? We want to let's add some statistics here. We were in the over here. We have this update DB number kind of dealy. We wanted to do something like let's do a let val, because we do want to grab the thing and say we'll say v. We're going to be very gross with our variable names, right? If thing is non-nil, then the thing, otherwise 0, right? Basically we just want to, can this get defaults? Actually it just can't get defaults. We're fine. We're totally fine actually. We can just throw in a default here. Sure. So is this, what does this kind of thing look like? Do you like, okay, so we have a welcome Lisa Jax 426. Do you like ChatGPT? That is a quite a profound question. What is the nature of like? What is the nature of love? I don't know. I think ChatGPT is, or I think transformers based large language models in general are very nifty. I think they're pretty cool. They're pretty fucking cool. I think we're past the point where you can reasonably be a doubter, right? We have lots of discourse surrounding like, oh, the thing doesn't look anything like, I mean, it's just predicting the next character, right? That's not reasoning or whatever. Well, I mean, maybe predicting the next character is a pretty good way to accomplish reasoning, right? Maybe to predict the next character well enough, like that's close enough to, like, you know, you can get into all sorts of weird philosophical things about whether, I mean, does the thing experience qualia, or is it a Chinese room, or like whatever. But you can't actually falsify any of those things, so it doesn't really matter anyway. But the point is, like, I think, I don't know, LLM based AI is pretty fucking cool. I think it's clearly effective, right? Like, it's 3 months ago you could not ask a computer to explain an arbitrary snippet of Python code to you and instantly get a pretty good example. Like, and now you can, right? You can do crazy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's gonna create, or a joke or an image. Yeah, it's gonna change things, right? Whether in the long term those things are for better or for worse, I mean, depends on your definition of better or worse. I don't know. It's hard to predict what will occur. Yeah, it will create jobs, it will destroy jobs, it will do things that are greater in seriousness than, it could kill us all, it could do better things for us, you know. Like, it's hard to say. It depends on what your values are, right? I could certainly see for some people with certain sets of values it would be horrible. For some people with other sets of values, it's like a religious moment, the fact that this is happening. It's I don't know, it's a crazy time. I think certainly within the next year or so, probably, we will all have very different perspectives on a whole lot of things. I think that is I would be surprised if we didn't. Things are changing fast now, and I remind myself of that whenever I'm worried about the silly kind of, I don't know, the problems of my life. I'm not really like a singularity cultist, right? I don't know if I believe in the singularity or any kind of thing like that. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But I don't really think this in sort of like a I don't know, religious way, but like maybe I can very easily imagine a world where all of our problems seem very small in 1 year compared to, like, you know, what they are currently, because of the degree of change that has occurred because of this stuff. It is yeah, doesn't feel like a nothing burger, I'd say. Well, I don't know. We're all riding the curve, baby. Yeah, we're curving right up to 1 billion. I'd argue this is a part of the postmodern era. A lot of people threw that around, but I consider the modern era to be the advent of the computer and the internet, with the postmodern era being the advent of AI and whatever follows. Dude, you're taking the conversation too far. We take it all the way to the limit, dude. This conversation is coming directly out of a well, maybe an hour or so ago, we had like an hour-long discussion about the feasibility of jelking. Do you know of jelking? What's the I don't know. So this is an 18+ stream, right? So I can just like immediately start talking about jelking to anyone, right? The original postmodern social thinking was those who subscribed to the Cold War concept of the end of history. Yeah, I think Digby has the right of it in the context of like the typical meaning of that term. Lambdas can be risky to use sometimes, especially in the context of update db number. Down the road, you might have to apply a val on a backquoted lambda, which is kind of tricky. Let's see. W select mode map. So what is the concern with lambda here? I guess I don't know about the, like, I mean, this is kind of like the way I would do this elsewhere. Like I don't know if the let me read through this example in a somewhat sensitive way. So there you're defining W select mode map. You're defining like whatever key binding number to string I as this backquoted lambda with, oh, you're quoting the lambda there, and then you have the splice for I. Which do you like more, Naruto or Sasuke? I've never actually seen Naruto. Sasuke's like an edgy boy though, right? He's got like the spooky eye. He's Naruto's kind of, I don't know anything about Naruto. That's it's kind of wild. Is Sasuke like fucked up like the Joker? Fucked up like the Joker is like the theme of this stream, by the way. That's what we should call this episode. Like fucked up like the Joker. It's like your model. Oh yeah, my eyes are sort of fucked up like the Joker too. That's notable. Edgy, yeah. I am a little edgy boy. I'm a little edgy. They actually call me the little edgy cream boy. That's my nickname. I'm trying to suss out the particular issue in your example, Periclean. What is the he's like the issue, like there, the thing you're binding to the key binding is not, well, oh yeah, I forget, like function, I mean, Emacs Lisp is a Lisp too, right? Which causes, like, there's no actual, you don't actually pass functions around, right? You just pass symbols that are associated with the function. And lambdas have like some special case handling, right? That's the thing. So I sort of see what you have to evaluate, but like, I assume like we always just use, if we always use func call, are we fine? Or maybe there's a, if you pass in a quoted lambda, then it's different, right? We're gonna assume you never pass in a quoted lambda. It's always just a lambda. I don't actually know what lambda does, right? Like, okay, under a dynamic binding, so we're not under dynamic binding. A call is self-quoting. So it's just the expression. This is just like it quotes itself. Under lexical binding, it's a closure. So we are in lexical binding T. So it should just be a closure object that shouldn't cause any problems for us, I would assume. The power is stronger if the script says yes. Sasuke's got magic eyes, gave him superpowers and shit. Superpowers that got stronger by killing his family friends. Man, I want that, bro. I want the Dota 2 Shadow Fiend ability. I want to be able to last hit creeps. What's the equivalent of last hitting creeps IRL when you're on the field of battle? But like, I don't think we have like an equivalent to creeps. I don't know. This may be getting too edgy. You've taken the joke too far. Abort. Another sippy. Okay. I think update DB number is going to do what we want, unless Paraclete comes in and tells us how bad we're fucking up. They literally changed it so instead of just copying people's movements, it could summon unquenchable fire, giant skeletons, and alternative dimensions. It was a mess. We got skeletons involved here. What the hell, man? We got Skelly boys. I want the powers of DC's Plastic Man, shape-shifting immortality and complete control over. That's pretty nuts. I don't know anything about superheroes, but that's pretty nuts. I think I don't know. That's like a very like if anyone watches, if you ever watch Lex Friedman, I don't know. I'm not really like a Lex Friedman enthusiast. I don't really like his podcast very much, I guess, but I've seen a couple of them, and it always strikes me how like he soon AI will do it for you. You want to kill your family? Yeah. We're well on our way. We don't have to do that. We don't even need Sasuke. We have Sasuke GPT. But like I'm always struck by how Lex Friedman like asks when he's he'll do an interview and like the other person will like talk about like their topic of interest for like I don't know, like 15 minutes, and then Lex Friedman will follow it up just like asking like what's your favorite color? If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Like that's like a Lex, like asking that. I was like about to ask that to chat, and I was like, what's a Lex Friedman question? That's just like, it's such like a generic, like I don't know anything about this person. Let's just like, I don't know, which is good sometimes, right? Like sometimes you got to break the ice and really like show something about like, but like it always stands out to me. Sasuke IA model, hell yeah. AI, I assume that's AI. Yeah, Sasuke AI model. Yeah, that's what they'll call the first when they first hook up GPT-5 to the Boston Dynamics gun-mounted attack dog. That's also like that's a funny thing that like people think like, well, they're gonna hook it up to the killer robot. I mean, that's like what our collective cultural consciousness has associated with the dangers of AI. It's like no, it's just gonna totally like take over all of our like, I don't know. The internet is a much more dangerous weapon than, I don't know, guns, right? Because like a gun, like you're only in one place at one time, right? You're not Mr. Worldwide out here. That's why why did you kill that man ChatGPT? To measure my abilities? Yeah. That's funny. So I think we have update DB number here. Let's cood. We gotta get to cooding. So let's rewrite this thing in update DB number form. So let's make the HP be. Now we can write this like like so, like yay. And then if we read, it'll be 140, right? If we add another 1 to that, it'll be 141. Somebody posted the Metal Gear kernel explaining this is all a scheme to get AI restrictions in place. And the funny thing is, you could probably have GPT write an alternative version of the kernel, the Metal Gear Solid 2 kernel speech with whatever theme you want, right? You can create a convenient variant of that at any time using AI. Very appropriate. Yeah, Digby's got the link. Fun. Yeah. And there it is. Yeah, an experiment. This is the Raiden AI speech synthesis. This was probably written by a human. Oh, maybe not. This was from February. So maybe this is a we'll watch that off stream. This is the AI speech. Yeah. Base. The AI speech synthesis is crazy, man. I had a friend like clone my voice without telling me. And then I joined a call, and they like played back audio of me. And I guess my voice, like I have a fairly like monotone voice. Like I don't know. My voice is like not super, I guess, outside of the. I don't have like a thick accent from any like. I have a like it. Or I guess in America, I think most people would not place me as having an accent. Is probably the way to say that. I have a relatively middle of the road American voice that is also fairly monotone, and it's almost I almost could not tell the difference. And it's my own fucking voice. Like it sounds like when I listen to like my VODs. Yeah, hence the new golden era of 6 house posting. Yeah, the Dagoth one is so good. It's so good. I love how like every streamer has it enabled. Like so like it's just Dagoth is just like a new friend in all kinds of VTuber streams now. Like I'll be watching like Nyanners or whatever, and like Dagoth is just chatting away. Or I'll watch Hina Bobina, and Dagoth is just going to town talking about the beach that makes you old or whatever other thing. Like it's just it's sick. I love how he is everywhere now. Okay. So the thing that should work now is this should now work if we do this for non-existent. We say foo. That didn't work. Didn't work at all. Oh dear. Oh, it didn't work because we need to do the thing here. We need to do the thing, as they say. Okay. What do we need to do? We need to say, well, maybe we do need, gross. We do need the thing. So we need to know if the thing is there. So we don't need to get the default. And then this is if val otherwise 0. And then this is, okay, we'll be a little nicer. This is v is if val 0. Is there an A-list set? Well, we could just cons it, right? Is there immutable cons? What is the common Lisp? I see we have a link from Paraclete as well. It's giving me here is the let's open this on stream. This is more useful. Lisa Jax, what languages do you know? Well, there's different degrees of know. I have used lots and lots of languages. No, I'm probably comfiest with Haskell. Like I've written non-trivial programs in, I don't know, C, C++, Common Lisp, I don't know, Haskell, Clojure. Oh, know how to do Hello World. Too many to list, I think. Yeah, more than I could conceivably think of in list. Okay, so what's this example? So define lambda example 0. So lambda example 0. All of them are Lisp. They're not all Lisp, but I know 4 or 5 Lisps to the degree that I can do Hello World and probably fuck around and write a decent program that does something. We're gonna actually chuck this somewhere. What are we calling this? Paraclete.el. This has all sorts of junk. Okay. We're going to put these in our global namespace because... Okay, let's try this out. This should be lambda example 0, right? Not something? Right? So this should return this lambda and then call it. Yeah, so that makes sense because there's no closure because we don't have lexical binding on, right? And then this is actually doing the substitution, and then we do have the closure. So if we change this file to what is the magic string? Like if we just do, I think this is the clause. Like if we do this, why does this not work? How do we actually get lexical binding? I'm gonna have to eval the whole buffer. Is we need the, like, this is the exact concept of a closure, right? Like in a lexically bound situation, the defining the lambda captures the variables that are in scope, right? So it'll capture that text is in scope, and you'll have text available, basically, right? How do I using lexical binding? How do we? It's just a file local variable, right? I don't actually know how to set a fucking file local variable. Lexical binding is also enabled in Lisp interaction and IL mode. Okay, so if we also in evaluating expressions via, so if we do this in IL instead, right? If we look at this guy, then we say this. This returns hello, right? So this is actually, this not working is a function of, like, if we eval buffer this, right? Is then it, can we do it then? Yeah. Yeah, now we can run it in this file as well, right? You can see I run this, it says hello. We've run this, right? So it's this mode. No, it doesn't. We're just not picking up the lexical binding thing, right? It's because I don't know how to use fucking file local variables, apparently. elisp file local variable. I don't use this shit very often. Maybe I'm not actually using lexical binding in the files where I expect I am, which is a problem. But I'm certainly programming in such a way that I expect I am. So I would expect. I don't actually. You append at the bottom of the file. Let's see. Can specify file local variables. Do we actually have enable local variables on? Enable. Yeah, it's on. And then here it is in the GNU Emacs manual. Yeah, this is what we want. Specifying file variables. You specify them in the first line or with a local variables list. Okay, this is how it looks in the first line. This one sets list mode, and I guess we can just check in our, where's our paraclete.el? Okay. This should have lexical binding set to T. We go to fig.el. Is lexical binding set to T? It should show. Yeah, this one is buffer local set to T. I don't know why. Val buffer. Okay, now it's. Can we check again? Yeah. No. So we're gonna see. We're just gonna set q local lexical binding T, right? Which this should do, but it's not for reasons that I don't know. Because I don't know how this works when I'm just running. Probably if I close the file. Oh, it's probably when you open the file, right? That's it, right? Like if I go to paraclete.el now, closed it and opened it again. If we do lexical binding, now it's T. Yeah, so that's, you just have to reopen the file. We've solved an issue related to file local variables. You just need to put them on the first line in a comment like this. And then actually reopen the thing, as you might expect. You're not a brain dead streamer. Yeah, so this works, right? Your lambda example works. Your lambda example, yeah, or just revert buffer, sure. But lambda example 0 works in the presence of lexical binding only, as we expect. So I think it should not be a problem, because like, let's open another file, paraclete2.el, where lexical binding is not true, right? So let's see here. And let's put lambda example 0 here, and let's put this over here as well. Or let's call this d lambda because we're in dynamic world, because these are in the same namespace, obviously. Right, so this crashes, right? But if we print, if we print this thing instead of trying to fun call it, it is a like it's a list, right? If we print type of, right? Let's make this small so we don't get quotes, right? It's a cons, right? It's a list. Versus over here, if we put the same thing over here with lambda example 0, it still says it a cons. Why is it a cons? What is the thing actually though? It should be a closure. Yeah, a closure is just a cons of an A list and the actual thing. But you see, right? It's a different sort of thing. It's not just the quoted lambda. You don't need the string format specifier. Can you just message directly a? Yeah, it doesn't. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point was taken, right? I think we understand the issue, but I think I'm confident that the issue will not come into play if we're working with lexical binding. That is my sense, at least. That is my feeling. I have feelings about it. Okay, onward. Let's get rid of these. Sorry, Paraclete. Sorry. Okay, back to Fig database. I had to delete the file name after you. So what a rude thing. Okay, what are we doing here? We're gonna say, is there a cons in place? Paraclete, do you know it, like in common Lisp, I assume there is like a like a mutable cons, right? Like, I don't know, like, is it nconq or something? I don't know. Is nconq it? Is that what it's called? Concatenate any number of lists by altering them. Maybe that's the thing we want to do. NZPyface, esteemed community member, diamond tier, says, is there any simple Lisp tutorials? nconq just, yeah, it joins a bunch of lists together, but it mutates the lists, right? It's different than concat in the sense that it like, because we want to mutate the thing. I don't know. We don't actually want to mutate the thing, I guess. We don't want to do that at all. We just want to, because we're consing to the front anyway, so it's fine. But I'm gonna do this real quick before I lose my train of thought again in NZPyface, and then we'll dive into your question. We're just gonna do if val, if the attribute exists, do this. Otherwise, well, we can't just set fd, right? Like, it's sort of a pain in the ass to like, well, I guess we can do it. Concatenate any number of lists, but only the last argument is not altered. Right? So what we actually want to do is we want to nconq d with cons attrib. We'll also call this new. New is, we're all fucked up here. We don't need this a-list get. We're all kinds of fucked up. New. So otherwise, oh, can we just set off the a-list get even if it doesn't exist? Right? Is that a thing? Maybe we'll try that. That would be much easier. But yeah, back to NZPyface. Any simple Lisp tutorials? Last time I tried learning a language was Go, and there's a pretty simple official Go introduction that demonstrates the basic core ideas of Go. Okay, so IMO, the best book for Lisp, or at least the best book for learning Lisp, and also the best book for getting an intro to functional programming. There's this book called Land of Lisp by Konrad Barsky, and it's landoflisp.com here. We're gonna go forth and hope this isn't more graphic. Yeah, it's kind of like fun. No Starch also often does like the fun things with like comics and stuff. But, like, this is like a very, very snazzy, good book. What's the sample chapter look like? Yeah, it's kind of, this is like they implement like the classic game Hunt the Wumpus. They build a bunch of games, right? So you're actually like using Lisp to build things, and there's like little comics, which seems like, oh, it's fun. It's like for kids or whatever. But like it's actually really good. This is a really, really solid book. I think it's yeah, one of the best. So, and it starts from basically nothing. It starts from like, I don't even think it assumes any programming experience. So like, yeah, Land of Lisp is the good one. It's a whole lot of fun, right? Like you build like a Risk clone, right? Like you're making like with graphics, right? You make graphics with like SVG, right? All kinds of cool shit. After that, so if you really want to like become like a Common Lisp, like if you want to like get good with Common Lisp, right? I mean, of course, write a lot of Common Lisp. I'm not good at Common Lisp, right? I'm good enough to like, I don't know, I could make it do what I want it to do. The message bus that we've often mentioned was first written in Common Lisp, but the thing to do to learn Common Lisp would be I would read Land of Lisp and then Practical Common Lisp, which is available at a site called GigaMonkeys, I think. Yeah, GigaMonkeys. Is this all free online? Yeah, this one's free online, I think. The whole text is available online. This is like kind of an intermediate guide that's also project focused, right? So you build, eventually the project that you build here is a kind of from scratch IceCast server, right? Where IceCast is like a it's like an internet radio kind of thing, right? Like streaming audio sort of solution. And you build up all the like macros for HTML generation, and maybe IceCast is an implementation of the Shoutcast protocol. Maybe that's the thing, but it's Shoutcast. You do all kinds of cool shit. It is very good, and takes you around a lot of the hairier corners of Common Lisp, like the little DSLs like loop and format and that kind of thing. It's a nice book. So those are the Lisp books that I think are pretty decent. But yeah, what is like, okay, so if we do something like, I don't know, let's see something here. Let's say defvar test a list is foo a bar b. Can we set f a list get c test a list, or to set it to, like, can we set baz to c? I know incf didn't work, but incf, like, I mean, that's just because it has to get something to increment, right? Quote that. Okay, does that actually work? Oh yeah, we didn't set up the list correctly even, but yeah, we built a little fucked up thing again, but yeah, we're fine. I guess we did set up the list correctly, because the list, I mean, doesn't care. It's just going to give you the cutter either way. Cool. So we don't need this bullshit. We can just do this. If this needs to be a let star. Sure. Bam. Oh, this needs to be v. Bam. Okay, we can update db number to our heart's content. So now if we say something like fig update db number LLLL Colonq blah lambda x plus x10. Then we do a fig load DB Colonq. We still have nothing. Why do we have nothing? What is this? What is this that we have? What happens? What happens? A little confused now. A little confused indeed. Oh, I bet it's only setting. This is why I hate mutable state so much. What a nightmare. What a nightmare indeed. I bet it sets the value of D in the case where the thing doesn't exist without actually updating like the underlying. I mean, because it's a destructive update because it's adding to the front, right? So like the actual like pointer to the front of the list, aka the list, is changing, right? So like the reference is all fucked up, right? So if we message what D is here, right? I bet that will have the thing in it, right? If we look at our messages. Yeah, that has blah in it, but blah never gets over here. It's because it's only updating D in that case. But if we modify something that does exist, right? The thing changes here, right? We have HP 151, and it will also change here. It's because of that fucked up little thing. That's why I hate mutable state, and I hate destructive updates like this. And that's kind of gross. I don't like that. I mean, I know why it's happening, but I don't have to like it, which is why we nconq it, I guess. But like, we don't want to nconq because then it's going to add to the back, so it doesn't really have A-list semantics. Because A-list, you can have multiple entries with the same key, and it's just going to give the first. But that's a problem for the future, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Well, I guess the thing to do is just to return, like actually require the update DB to return the thing, right? Because you can't just rely purely on mutation for the list, right? You have to actually return. So alas, we'll be back to that. And we're gonna have to remember to do that here. So then if we just return we do that setf, we just return D. Will this do what we want now? So if we set blah, now blah is set. Now we can the whole point of this is basically is we want to be able to like say, okay, increment value X without actually caring if value X already exists in the table. We just want it to default to 0 if it's a number, right? We also want to say something about if the user doesn't exist, this should also work, which I don't think it will currently. Like if we say this is for NZ pieface instead, NZ pieface blah stat is increased by 10. No, we're gonna say the cool stat is increased by 10. NZ pieface is a cool cucumber. Does that work? Yeah, it should work. Because again, this will just give back a nil A list, right? Thing gets appended. Yeah. So now it works. So now we can just like say this without really worrying too much about whether things exist or not. We can just say, okay, modify the thing, use sensible defaults, make the thing if it doesn't exist, do everything, go to great lengths to enact my will, computer. Thus we will do. Thus we shall do. Okay. Okay, X 105. What next? What's next on the menu? Well, I think it's time. We've been doing boring shit for too long. It's time to be cool. It's time to hop on our skateboard, our hoverboard, fly off into the sky, rock music playing. That's what cool people do, right? They skateboard and listen to Aerosmith or whatever. That's what cool people do in my world. In this isekai world that we're all inhabiting, that's what cool people do. There's some slight differences compared to compared to the old world, I think. Very nice, very nice. Very, very nice. And it's been going for 3.5 hours. Holy guacamole. I think it's time. We're gonna take a little break. Brief interlude. One moment. I need to go get a little more water, get a little more snack, and yeah. Blinding blue light once again. Muting my microphone. BRB. It'll be 30 seconds. Go, 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 go. All right, we're back once again. We're back. We're back. Let's make the blue screen go away. Look, Mom, on a Windows blue screen of death. Yeah. Let's see. Where is the thing? I'm manually toggling these things in OBS. Kind of sus. You ever compare the blue screens over the various editions of Windows? They become a lot less intimidating, a lot less informative, and a lot more apologetic. Yeah, I think I saw that when I was digging up examples of blue screens to base this thing on to like get the colors and the font. Now they just say like we're sorry, right? I kind of hate that, the trend towards extremely uninformative error messages. It's a little fucked up, I would say. Not the greatest of all things. Right, we're back. We have a banana now. We're going banana mode. We're going fucking bananas, monkey style out here. And yeah, we did a fucky wucky. Please punish us. Ooh. Exactly. That's where we're headed. Sorry, I have to disgustingly slurp down this banana. Got to keep our energy levels up for this this stream. Keep our vitals high. You know, there's shooters out there gunning for us. We gotta make sure we're ready. All right. So what do we do next? I think one easy thing that we can track because now we can just like track things per user, right? We can just track arbitrary shit per user pretty much. So we can add like a redeem to just like boost, like once a stream boost some number. I kind of like that. Like people do check-ins, right? We can eventually make that boost your experience total. Or I guess we could also just do like, I would love to do like an in-depth experience thing. I don't know. Like we could elsewhere in my Emacs career, I have at some point fully implemented like the I don't know, character creation and relevant statistics rolling functionality for first edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and that would be a fun model to base the thing on, I guess. So people could know that they are I don't know, level 10 thaumaturges or whatever. What are the actual D&D there's old D&D has some funny concepts, right? One of those funny concepts is that every class has, like, there's a different name for the class every level, right? Just sort of, I don't know, it kind of like makes sense when you think of like we all think of class in like this very like this sense that has been influenced by decades of D&D. But like in the early days, right, like you can kind of imagine, right, like class just mean like, I mean, like even armor class, for example, armor class is descending in early D&D because it's like, if you have armor class 1, you have first class armor, right? First class armor is obviously better than second class armor, right? It's first class. But like the different classes, the different levels of a class in or class levels, if you will, in early D&D have different names, right? Like, so it's like a, I don't know, these are pulled out of air examples, but like a 9th level fighting man is a hero or something, right? Like, and then once you hit name level, right, that's like, I don't know, level 14 or 15 or something, like that's when your magic user, like, I don't know, is a, I don't know, I don't actually know what the name level thing is for all those classes, right? Like, they know, like, it might actually be wizard for magic user. I don't know. There's weird shit. It's funny, but we can incorporate some of that and make it so like you do a redeem to get some experience points, or like your mob kills me in a video game, or like you do various other things that interact with the chat and other users. And it says you are a 7th level necromancer or something because you're a magic user. That'd be very funny. I love the idea of rolling random stats for chatters. Like that's pretty excellent. I'm a fan of that as a concept, conceptually. Oh boy, what is this going on over here? What is getting? Oh. Too many computers, my friends. Too many, and they are too far apart. Okay, we're here. So what's the thing? Let's add a redeem. Let's open the old twitch.television dashboard and see what we can do over there. Man, the stream's going slow. We're only an hour in, right? Our designated start time. It was 10. We start at 10:30, right? We start at 10:30 EST, 7:30 PST. What's the deal? Why are we it's taking forever? This has been the most productive hour of my life. I mean, I say that, but this has actually been an unproductive enough hour that it's not even close to the most productive hour of my life, even considering that it's been 3 hours long, 4 hours long. Okay, how do we add? I have to click the thing. We should automate adding these things too, like adding new. I know you can manage and like add new redemptions. You've done like 10 lines of code in the last hour. Yeah, it's crazy, right? We managed 10 whole lines in only 1 hour. Translators note, 1 hour is actually 4 hours. Temporal translators note. But no, yeah, we are very, very unproductive on stream, and I think that's just the reality. Oh, pretty good speed time. I disagree, my friend. I don't know. Maybe in the corp. Yeah, I've definitely also done. I've done plenty of 0 line of code days in the world of working, but on side projects, like, I don't know. That's not how it be. We've definitely had, like, I don't know, 1K lines of code days, and there were 5K lines of code days, and they were not useless lines. Like, I think my model rendering shit, like, I don't know, did that in like a weekend, right? I don't know. That's a pretty loading, setting up OpenGL and loading the model and doing skeletal animation and all that jazz, and yeah. I hate the 1K LC days. It's usually rewrite 500 LC the next day. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, it depends, right? And there's a big difference between like 1000 LC of like kind of unnecessary boilerplate and like, because I do agree, like there is a limit to like how much like useful, in the sense of like this is like representing like useful logic kind of code, but we could be much more productive than we're being. for sure. Again, this code basically, this does nothing, but I digress. We're having fun. We're having lots and lots of fun. We're talking about fun and exciting things. So let's add a new custom reward. Let's make this have a different background color that's more noticeable. Let's make it cost 1 channel point. I'm typing, where am I typing? I just typed in OBS. Did I like mute anything or anything? I'm always worried when I press buttons on OBS by accident that like I'm gonna like end the stream, something like that. That's not the best. Not the best thing, or like change my bitrate. Okay, this is 1 cost. This will be boost. We're gonna call it boost. Daily boost. Boost your boost count. Okay, okay. Don't require the user to enter text. Skip queue. Cooldowns. Limit redemptions per stream. Per user. 1. We have 1 redemption. I'm not gonna hit create yet because we're gonna make it so it actually works first, I think. We're gonna go over here. Where's our redeems? I'm gonna go over here. Yeah. We want to do a boosty. Boosty boys. We're gonna say this is boost. And what do we do when we receive a boost for user? Well, we do a fig update DB number for user. And we do, what do we do? What do we do? We just do a boost count, and we do a plus lambda x. I mean, these, wish we had some currying here. A lot nicer. Some curry powder on this language. Okay, update DB number. It's not convinced because we don't have a required here. It doesn't matter. It's defined. Okay. So now if we create the redeem, does the redeem appear? It does appear. If I redeem boost. Okay. I think it happens. Revert the buffer. Yes, we have boost 1 now. We can redeem. If I redeem it again. No, I can't even redeem my own. I can't break my own rules. What is this? The streamer, you should be able to, like, I have it set to a limit of only 1 per user per stream for this redeem. I can't even break that myself. What the fuck is that? They give you infinite channel points so you can test these things. They don't let you, I guess you can just change it, but. NZ Pieface also redeem boost. We'll make it say something too. What does yours say? Yeah, you have boost 1, cool 10. Very cool. Cool 10, in fact. That's the exact amount of very cool that it is. Very cool, very nice, yay. Alright, what next? What's up next? What are we doing? Well, it's not like we can test it unless someone else redeems it now. Well, once we add the text, I will scream. Well, Kinwhoop, you've done it too early. You're too hasty. We just need to do a fig right chat event format. We'll do a format here, or let's just concat them because that's what we're doing elsewhere, and it's not the right thing to do, but boosted their boost number. Does this seem right? Yeah. Okay. Someone boost. I call to the ether. Someone, do the boost redeem. I know you can. You have channel points. If you're following, you get 300 and it only costs 1. You can do it. Probably have a lot of lurking Larrys here. I bet. Digbycat did it. Digbycat, you're the first person, thank you, to have this text appear. Congratulations. An honor. An honor, I say. And yeah, we'll just do this. This will just be on now. And we'll derive some other things for this, I think. But for now, I think that's good there. Maybe let's add the actual RPG elements though. So I can sense myself, right? I'm like, oh, I'll just do this off stream. It'll take so much less time. It'll be easy. I'll just build some things based on it and it won't be hard. But no, we have to persevere. This system so far, I have resisted doing much of any big stuff off stream. I've done model stuff off stream, I know. I've done Pokemon stuff off stream, of course. That stuff's actually harder. But we can stay the course for this Twitch stuff, right? It's Twitch related. We got to do it on stream. It's practically required. There's no way we're not doing it on the stream. All right, and we got a long way to go here. We're 3 hours 50 minutes in, and we're not stopping at 5 hours. I think this is. I had to stand up and stretch. Can you hear me if I stand up? If I talk like this, I have to yell kind of loud. You can sort of hear me. We're stretching. We're stretching. We're getting comfy cozy here. Settling in for the long ride. The long ride. Eating bananas. Maybe I should order real food too. I don't want to have to edit though. We could hear you. Yeah, I can see that. I have vision. I have optics on the OBS mic levels. I kind of have a general idea of like what the good range is and the little visual indicator for my talking, but I appreciate it. We are trying to be audible at least. Alrighty, let's see. What is up next? Well, let's implement some kind of statistics. Let's think of something we'll need. So we have update DB number. I think we also want update DB list. The value is assumed to be a number, and the value is assumed to be a list, right? Okay, we want a more general version of both of these, I think, actually, right? We want update DB default. Moonpie Dumplings, welcome. Wow, an ASCII VTuber. Yeah, you can actually here, come. You can customize what the actual text, some of the text is, right? You can see there's a bunch of these like vertical lines. If you redeem the change the letters channel point redeem, it'll change automatically, magically. Try it out. It's here, I'll do it first just to show you. Let me change it to Moonpie Dumplings. Bam. Right? You can do it too. You need 30 channel points. You'll get 300. Count them, 300 if you drop a follow. Right? 300 whole channel points. It's basically a steal. You can change the text 10 times, right? You can do any number of things. You can make someone a VIP 6 times. The possibilities are endless. Just wasted their channel points. SMH my head. Oh, I see you. I see you there with those sneaky little the Unicode characters. That one looks like an Among Us. Is that the intention? Is that like a letter in like a some script that happens to look like an Among Us? A little Among Us guy, crewmate. But yeah, drop a follow. I'm on my knees. I'm beseeching you. I'm begging you. Yeah, the Among Us character. Love that. Cool. Anyone have a compose key? What is a compose key? What is this? What do you mean by compose? I can think of a few things. Like, there's a thing like Kafka compose? Oh, caps lock bound to compose. Oh. Very interesting. is this like a layered key binding kind of thing? I don't know very much about unconventional keyboard layouts. That seems create letters with accents and stuff. Yeah, I usually do that. Like in Emacs, I have like I think if I Control K, I can do like if I type A and I type and like a single quote, it adds the accented letter, right? So I have that just kind of like it's on Control K when I'm inserting text, or I can do like bam to get the umlaut, or like I don't know, N tilde, get the enye. If a trib is not found, yeah, that's very cool. I used to have like a Japanese input method set up here too for like within Emacs for like doing both like kana and kanji, but like I don't anymore. Default to default. Very descriptive, of course. So we just make this default. And then update DB number is instead just update DB default user trib f0. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it doesn't work with Unicode, unfortunately. So the CCP will not help. But we can. I will not scam you. Can I refund you easily? Yeah, the terminal. Oh, so I have a fun story for you. So speaking of ASCII VTuber, there is a good friend of the stream last time we were doing this, Bad Cop. Realized we started filtering out non-ASCII characters because they would crash my terminal, right? Because the terminal we're using doesn't display Unicode well. And we realized, or they realized, that you could actually send an ASCII bell character over Twitch chat, which immediately killed the whole stream. Just totally destroyed it. And that was exciting, to say the least. Because I think what happened is that the bell causes like a window manager like, hey, look at this window event to happen, and it just printed out a shit ton of them every frame, and it crashed my whole Emacs, and I had to kill the stream. It was miraculous. So definitely shenanigans are possible. I would say. Also, yeah, thank you for the follow. I begged you on my knees. I disgraced myself in front of my lads, the Colonq nation, and then didn't even call you out. I need to go commit Sudoku. Filtered out all non-printables and whitespace chars. I think so. I think we are filtering out everything that's non-ASCII and then all non-printable characters as well. So what's the software you're using to create an ASCII VTuber? I'm glad you asked, because it's all custom software. We wrote it ourselves. Let's go over here. So yeah, it's written in Rust. It's a program that uses oh yeah, we're not filtering out white space. Well, I'll think about that. I think we actually are printing out spaces. We are filtering out, because the printable character set doesn't include spaces, I think. I don't know. We'll see. I think we're good, but well, you'll have to see. I'm probably removing spaces elsewhere. So on the software that we're using, I wrote this myself. What it does is it renders. Let's actually make it do the thing. Let's kill the model real quick, and then let's make it render the everything. Okay, let's do that. Let's kill. Let's go here, and then go here. So what I'm doing is I'm loading a 3D model. I'm using an independent face tracking library. That's the one used by VCFace, but it's like the open source component of VCFace called OpenCFace that like can take a camera input and give you tracking data over a socket. And then I'm using that to like transform the bones of the model and then render it with OpenGL from Rust. So we're compiling away right now. It takes a long time because OBS likes to eat my CPU. And hopefully it will finish soon. It's really chugging away today. This is a very old laptop that we're doing this on, by the way, which is the reason for many of our woes. Many of our woes indeed. And you'll see soon enough when it finishes. Waiting. Bam, 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 bam. Well, it works. Why NixOS? Well, I like NixOS a lot. We can go into that a little more. But yeah, it's just it's cool to be able to like define my entire system in like one file. Like this laptop, I set up specifically for VTubing, and I just like made a couple of changes to my normal config file, copied it over, and everything worked. I had a setup identical to my other machines. So yeah, this is the model just rendering. Like this is OpenGL plus Rust. It's a VRM model. I made it in Vroid. I'm not artistically gifted. It's a very generic looking model. And you can see on the left there's the model downscaled to a small texture. I'm just rendering the, doing render to texture in OpenGL to render to a smaller target. You can see it's all blocky and pixelated because the resolution is much lower. And then if we pop out here, there it is in the terminal. And this is in an actual terminal, right? It's just printing out the characters very fast, right? With like control characters to like clear the screen it renders at a pretty low frame rate. I think it's like 10 FPS. But yeah, I think the plan eventually is we're going to move this out of an actual terminal, because the terminal approach, like, well, cool, it kind of like kills. It's somewhat expensive these terminals are kind of inefficient at doing this, and not really built to render so many characters so fast without stability issues. The reason I'm using this terminal, which is ST, is because I actually couldn't find any other terminal that could handle it. Even the GPU accelerated ones couldn't handle it without like flickering all the time. So. My Dumpling says, I've considered Nix, but my laptop is hybrid NVIDIA GPU with proprietary Wi-Fi and proprietary speakers. I hear this setup doesn't work well in NixOS. Yeah, I imagine the Wi-Fi probably isn't too much of an issue. Like almost every laptop will have proprietary Wi-Fi. Like you just need like the whatever non-free firmware is available, and that's all. Like unlike like sort of the NixOS variant that people talk about a lot is called GUIX or GUIX, Geeks, I don't know. And that one is like the free software foundation one that like really doesn't have like, it's kind of a pain in the ass if you want your drivers for your proprietary wireless card to work. But Nix will be fine with that. You can easily get that. But I bet the GPU situation, like my experience with GPU stuff on Linux is absolutely hellish. Hybrid makes me think is hybrid the one, like, does that mean your laptop has both integrated graphics and the GPU and there's like a switching thing? I think I've had laptops like that in the past. That can be pretty nasty. Yeah. There's like, I've gotten shit working like on NixOS with that. Like, I don't know, there's like NVIDIA Bumblebee, but I've never gotten it to my liking. So I definitely understand that choice to not want to use it. I think it's probably are you a Linux user anyway? I assume you are, given the question. But I've basically totally given up on Linux for like gamer stuff. On my main setup, my desktop, I have I'm running NixOS, and then I have like a GPU pass through like VFIO thing. So I run a Windows VM, and you can through various if you have a specific sort of motherboard, you can give access to specific, like, I don't know, like basically give access to specific PCIe ports on the motherboard to the VM directly. So the VM just has direct access to my GPU and my an NVMe drive that Windows is actually installed on, and it runs like basically natively. I play play Elden Ring on it, right? I play like decent, like I've never had a performance issue with it. So that's been my Linux gaming setup. I just do it all in a Windows VM. Just kind of, I don't know, kind of lame compared to, and I feel bad not supporting, like, I don't know, Linux gaming, Proton, whatever that all that stuff is. But I did that for long enough. Now I want things to just work. And I still don't have Windows touching the hardware, so I can feel content with that. All in a nice VM. And it's cool because it lets you do things like, when you have a VM, you get to do fun stuff like actually download more RAM. So like my desktop, I think it's like 64 gigs of RAM, and I was giving like 8 to the VM, because I usually need a lot when I'm compiling. And then Elden Ring came out, and it like wouldn't run nicely without without 16. And normally, well, that's a pain in the ass if you're just like on a PC. If I had built a separate Windows machine, but with the VM setup, I can just be like, yep, change one setting, give 16 gigs of RAM, done, easy, or give it additional CPU cores or whatever. I play on Proton. My one game just works. It's great. Valve's got you covered. Yeah, Valve has been so insanely good for the Linux game. Like I remember when I think they first added the Linux support for like a few games on Steam back in like 2013. It was just like, I don't know, like TF2 and like Left 4 Dead or something. I was so hyped. Dota too, as well. Gaben hates Microsoft, but yeah, Valve has done like insane, like just in general, like distributing binary software on Linux is hellish. It's fucking awful. This has been close to my mind for the last few days because I've been thinking about it a lot in terms of like how do you distribute a game on Linux. It is a nightmare. It's like just like SCP Secret Laboratory. I used to work through Wine, and Anti-Cheat broke it, and it was promptly fixed. Oh, nice. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Right? That is awesome. I'm glad. Anti-Cheat is, I mean, the scourge of the earth. Runoxy managed to do it. Runoxy of all people. What was Runoxy up to related to I think app image is the ideal format for games, for example, see Colonq. Yeah, I mean that's what we've had to resort to, right? I can go on the whole Jonathan Blow rant about this, but like it's kind of like the whole container thing, right? I mean, sure, I mean it's good that we have a solution that works, right? I mean, Nix is also trying to, like, a thing that's trying to solve this problem of software distribution, and Flatpak and app image and all this, right? Like bundling the whole state of kind of the environment with your thing. And it's yeah, Nix packages games too. Yeah, I mean, I like Nix has to do all kinds of funny stuff to get Steam to work. I still run Steam on Linux occasionally to like play, like there's a I play a lot of interactive fiction. We got a game rec, LLLL Colonq game rec here, and you know it's gonna be a banger if LLLL Colonq recommends it. There's this game, Hadean Lands. It's on Steam. It's a text adventure. Very good. Banger of a game. Pretty hard. Puzzles are pretty tough. Very, very good atmosphere though. Would highly recommend. But yeah, play this on Linux sometimes. Runoxy was try treating Amnesia, but it kept crashing. She was playing it on her Steam Deck. She managed to like make it all go. That's pretty awesome. I love that. I love that the Steam Deck is just like it's just a consumer Linux device. Like that's fucking sweet. That is a cool thing that exists. I've been searching for a laptop keyboard only game for a while now to play in class. Yeah, well, I mean, Hadean Lands would meet your qualification if you're interested in that kind of genre of interactive fiction, puzzle kind of solving games. It's got a narrative, but it's not super narrative heavy. It's more just it's a brain bender with some fun aesthetic trappings. I would recommend it. Of course, there's also plenty of the roguelikes, right? I don't know. NetHack is another good one if you haven't played you're looking for a keyboard only game if you haven't played it. WCat, love me Steam Deck. Yeah, I have one. I haven't really used it for anything. I kind of I want to try that out. Sounds too engaging. I want something that allows me to split my attention easily. Yeah, all these keyboard only games. I mean, they're too intense, right? I don't know. What's a good? You don't have good keyboard only game recommendation. Can you play OSRS keyboard only? I feel like OSRS is like super mouse heavy, right? Like I haven't played it much, mostly for that reason. I don't want to be clicking on stuff. If it's not, that'd be cool though. I know when I used to sit in the back of college lectures, that was what people were constantly doing, just grinding, mining or whatever in RuneScape. And also, I think Binding of Isaac, big college lecture game. It's like pretty brain dead, and you just run around and kill things, and you can also pause easily. Yeah, Enter the Gungeon would be another good one. I wanted one, not really. I want a device that lets me play Enter the Gungeon on the go and also tinker with Linux. That was going to be a Steam Deck before I got a laptop for my birthday. Then Switch emulation on Android came out. Very cool. Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, yeah, another good one. But also, that's a very focus intensive game. Like, you can't really be like going back and forth listening to your Your Calc 2 professor. Love Binding of Isaac. Yeah, I haven't played for a long time, but Binding of Isaac is fucking sick. Oh yeah, and speaking of Amnesia, Renoxy playing Amnesia. That's Amnesia is also super cool, because it has a open. Like the engine was open source and also has a custom 3D engine, which I mean obviously is near and dear to my heart, given the fact that we're looking at source code ripped out of my own custom 3D engine. I like that thing. One day, I assure you all, you will see a game developed and published by LLLL Colonq on a custom 3D engine. I promise you this. We have some stuff in the works, cannot yet reveal. I'm looking for something a little bit different. Have you played Vampire Survivors? I think that's also pretty accessible. Like that's pretty much keyboard only, right? I think you can actually do everything on just the keyboard there. And also extremely brain dead, like basically an idle game, but like very engaging too. I'm shocked at how engaging Vampire Survivors is. I haven't played much in recent updates, but I played a lot last year, like when it came out, and for like the first 6 months or so of updates, I was staying up to date on the achievements, and that's a fun one. I actually beat the OG Doom on my phone, GZ Doom, but my new teachers dislike students having phones out during class. Yeah, rip. I mean, of course, in addition to, like, I mean, if we're talking keyboard only stuff, also endless emulator stuff, right? Like any Game Boy Advance game, right? Play some Pokemon Emerald, right? You can look away at any time. It's totally turn-based, no real-time events. You can just play with like a couple buttons on the keyboard. Very fun, a classic for all ages. Grind out that Battle Frontier. I don't know if you're into stuff like that. Is there a more bullet hell version of Vampire Survivors? I think it's kind of developed more in that direction, right? Like in the early days, especially, like you can just like easily just stand still and kill everything. I think that like as it updated more and more, even when I was playing, like as it got into like the dairy level stage and the tower and other stuff like that, there's like more mobs that like are resistant to your stuff. But like I think still the ultimate goal is like if your build is good enough, like you're immortal and can't die. I found the character to be like too slow moving. Yeah, I mean that's something that just changes a lot over you start off really slow, but like with upgrades, like you get very, very, very fast, like screen tearingly fast. Yeah, it's definitely not for everyone. It's like, I don't know. I was also a cookie clicker player. I was like doing ascensions in cookie clicker back in like I stuck with that much long past its I guess I didn't stick with it. I came back to that game long past its moment in the sun as a popular thing, and was doing some cookie gaming. I like idle games. I like when the number goes up. There's something deeply satisfying with the number going up. Oh, recently I was playing. What was I doing recently that was number go up themed? I was doing. I actually played Flash games for a while using Flashpoint, but the latest versions on the AUR are broken right now. Oh yeah, I haven't actually messed with Flashpoint at all. That sounds exciting. I wonder if that's. I think Kinwhoop, you mentioned the offline Homestuck thing earlier. I wonder if that's what they're using for the flashes. Maybe. Interesting. I was playing, so one of my recent gaming obsessions was last May, on a whim. I'm a big Final Fantasy 14 player, of course. I like some, I don't know, I like MMOs in general. I've played all kinds of MMOs in the last year or two. But I was feeling the content drought in 14, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 11. I like old MMOs. I like Ultima Online. I like EverQuest, Project 99, or whatever. I like all this shit. Let's check out Final Fantasy 11. I never played this before my time, kind of. So I was playing 11 retail, and I played a bunch in like the early summer, and then I dropped it, and I picked it up again like around the holidays and played kind of a little bit, and I had a lot of fun with that. And that is a very number go up game. It is suffering. I oscillate between thinking it is the worst and the best game ever made when I'm playing it, and it is extremely polarizing. But it's a lot of fun. It's I don't know. It's a lot of fun in the cookie clicker sense, not so much in like the I don't know, Call of Duty sense. It's very I actually, well, don't tell anybody, but most of my gameplay time was a lot of the systems originally developed for this, some of these projects, like this message bus, were developed in service of a Final Fantasy XI bot that I wrote. And that was just to automate my own leveling, because leveling in Final Fantasy XI is most of the game, and it mostly consists of sitting, if you're not partying up with people, and even if you are partying up with people, it mostly consists of sitting in one spot for like hours and hours and hours and hours and killing the same enemies using optimal ability combinations. So I wrote a bot that did that, and also did interesting things that people normally automate in the game anyway, like changing your gear and all that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting and interesting. I hate grinding. If I wanted to watch numbers go up, I would read Progression Fantasy / Lit RPG. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of the appeal there. Is there any? I've always kind of bounced off of Lit RPG, right? I kind of like, I don't know. I read a lot, but I never like can like get into it just because like the stats thing kind of like turns me on. Is there any that you would like? What's the number one Lit RPG, right? Or like Progression Fantasy? Like I know like Wuxia is like the similar thing in like Eastern markets. Like what is the best one? Right? I've heard a couple of names, right? Like I know like people like I think Mother of Learning is one that people like, and like probably others. But like what is the top dog in the world of Progression Fantasy? Find one with Linux. Oh shit. It sounds like what I want. NZ Pie Face, depends on what you want. Well, it sounds like I want the one with Linux. I'm thinking that's the one. I'm thinking it might be that one. I don't know though. I have a hunch. I'm always looking for. We should have an we had an LLLL Colonq poetry day. That was more for what do you call it? April Fools though. We could have. I would love to have like a regular book club, right? Versus actually reading, just like talking about books. Avant on Royal Road. I will check this out. I will check it out. Very cool. Very cool. Very nice. I like that. Big fan. Okay. So, yeah. Uses the damn kernel and writes software to cast spells. That's kind of exciting. It's not number heavy. It just washes over me. Yeah. Like I always just like, I don't know. They're interesting. I like sci-fi and fantasy though, and I also like just like normal like literary fiction. The only web novel that has held my attention to completion was Worm back in the day. Yeah, I mean Worm's very good. What are other web novels that I've liked? Let me think. What I've read some stuff recently. I read what did I read? I mean, I like Worm. I read like most of Ward, most of Twig. I think I need to explore the rest of the Wild Bow canon at some point. We'll get that down. I think I was reading an author, Thundamu, recently. They wrote a thing. I think their main story is called Vigor Mortis, and they also wrote something called Hive Minds Give Good Hugs. I like that. I don't know. I read lots of like. I read like everything. I read like there's just like not enough to read. Ever. And like I find myself just like, I don't know. I'm still reading lots of novels pretty constantly. We've been on the Neil Stevenson binge lately. Going through those. Just read Count of Monte Cristo. Obviously the poetry from last year. We got tons of shit going. But I also just like I'm an AO3. I'm an AO3 lurker. I will dwell in the depravity that is Archives of Our Own. I'm assuming you've read Super Minion then. I have not. I have not. Vigor Mortis says, oh, we have I see. I'm reading back now. I'm trying to experience the I'm going to record all of these, and I'm going to read them back for my chat, but for later to add to the ever-growing list of recommendations, because yeah, I don't know, shit's good to read things. No, like I don't like actual fan fiction so much, but I like fan fiction if it's like, well, let's say there's probably terms for this. I don't like fan fiction if it's like fan fiction about characters, right? Like, for example, I wouldn't I wouldn't like want to read like, or silly example, like Star Wars, right? Like I wouldn't want to read, I don't even know anything about Star Wars, but so apologies if this is forced. I wouldn't want to read Star Wars fan fiction about Luke Skywalker, right? But I would, I don't know, I could deal with reading fan fiction about original character. Yeah, more stories in a world, right? I could read fan fiction about the setting, right? About characters in that setting. I don't really care if the setting is reused, but no, I read lots of original works like the original works category in on AO3. Got a lot of good stuff. People just writing independent fiction. I guess similar to Royal Road. It's kind of in the same category. And a lot of people like cross post between them. But I digress. Star Wars is pretty much always forced. Oh man, I just got it. I wouldn't have got it if you hadn't put the hee. I want you to know, you would have gotten me. You would have, the world would have turned on, kept on rolling. Time would have kept on rolling, and I would forever have lost the battle against you, Moon Pie Dumplings. Alas, alas, alas. Okay, we gotta. Okay, if I actually move back, if I yell, I'm like, let me see. If I stand back over here, you probably can't hear me. But so I need to get a snack, and I want to like talk while I'm getting a snack. I guess I'll just grab it real quick and then come back. I won't mute myself though. You hear me shuffling around like a goblin. Shuffling, by the way, probably comes through either not at all or extremely muffled. Shuffling, 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 shuffling. We're back. We're back. Sometimes it's really good. Sometimes it is absolute shit. I haven't liked any of the modern books, and only Andor seems like it will really hold up in a few years. Yeah, I don't know anything about Star Wars. That was a contrivance. I don't even think I've seen most of the Star Wars movies. We're back with some bread. I wish we had some cheese. I only have like shredded cheese. I ate all of my hard cheese. So, unfortunately, we won't be cheesing it up just yet. But doing bread and cheese for dinner. A real classic from way back. I often think like, I don't know, speaking of fantasy novels, eating bread and cheese, just like, I don't know, that's comfy to me in the sense that like I think I associate it with like, I don't know, like journeying out, right? Having a little cheese in your pack. It's a hard cheese that'll keep well. Some cured meat, maybe. Dried meat and some bread, a loaf of bread. Kind of comfy. Kind of a comfy little thing. I don't know, man. Wizard starships and someone wearing a leather waving a laser sword. That's the series. Let's actually put something on screen so that our anyone who comes by can won't be like, you're not programming. You're not. All right, let's take away our trip to the gardens. Let's say, yeah, quick, pretend we're working. Yeah, exactly. Let's the caps is a little too much, I think. Okay, good. Very good, very good. We've arrived at an agreeable conclusion for everyone. So as I gnaw on this bread, what's going on with everybody? What's up out there in the wide world? I only see the computer, right? I am currently in the mode of sitting inside basically all day on the internet. Occasionally getting a walk in, but otherwise I'm pretty sheltered from the the cruel world out there. What's on the menu? I guess what's been in the news? We have AI stuff. Not being forced to go to school. Yeah, baby. I'm free from that hellscape. After too many long years. I went to fucking grad school. Not anymore though. It's all over. We're free. I'm a boomer. Growing up is very weird because you know, you go from being the youngest person to being the oldest person real fast. Right? You go from being like, oh yeah, I'm the youngest person in this conversation, like I'm in the cool young gen. I don't know. It's strange. I'm not that old. Old enough to party. Not that bad. You can play and work at the same time. And I can play and work there too. Devil emoji. Yeah. I certainly need a lot of, in my experience, it's not to be a Donald Downer, but basically every stage of advancement has gotten, I thought it would get easier and less stressful, and it has been the opposite. Like when I well, I guess going from high school to college was less stressful. College was pretty unstressful. Because college, I went in with a lot of programming experience, and I was doing CS. I'm also just like generally academically pretty good at stuff. So I like skipped all my classes and just like fucking hung out all day. Played games, got up to gaming, programmed. I think I probably went to like easily less than 30% of my classes in college. But yeah, it's easier than high school in many ways. Especially like if you go to a good school, like if you're in a Brooklyn Tech or a Stuyvesant or whatever, something like that, some kind of like prep or tech accelerator school. It will be academically it'll probably be much less rigorous. But the environment is often more stressful. And a lot of people I found, I was a TA for a very long time. I found that a lot of people like kind of broke under like the lack of clear guidance for how to spend your time compared to high school. Like people who were like very academically successful go into just like, oh yeah, I don't do homework. There's no one telling me to do. But like again, that's also like you kind of have to have the mindset of being actively pursuing homework and stuff if you're at a competitive high school too. I don't know. I didn't find it very academically challenging at all, but like it was frustrating for other reasons. I bet you could totally work a full-time job if you like remote, if you are driven and talented in that domain, for sure. But I would probably, if I had to give you any advice, I would recommend not doing that for the first year. Give it a break, like ease into it for a year, and then do it the other years. Have to find what many require. Yeah, that's the tricky part, right? Probably the way to do it is to have like killer side projects, like if you're doing like sysadmin or DevOps, like I don't know, have some crazy Kubernetes thing on your GitHub, post about it on Hacker News, and let somebody hire you off that. There's definitely people who are receptive to like I was kind of in the exact same spot. There's definitely people who are receptive of people who are not like credentialed if you're like competent. Honestly, the competence is the only thing that matters anyway, so like, and the credentials are a piss poor signal of competence. So whatever. What can you do? If you can find someone who knows their shit, they'll hire you. But yeah, no, my experience has been that the working world is much trickier in than college. I want to set up a cluster using my school's 40 unused Mac Minis, but any protocol other than TCP is blocked on school Wi-Fi. We'll do it over TCP. Just do TCP. One way to do that would be, what could you do? An easy way that would require very little setup would just be to just talk to them all over like SSH tunnels, which you can do even if they're blocking specific TCP ports. SSH is blocked. You can do SSH over a different port, probably, if they're blocking the port. Or is like installing SSH block. Because if you can't like install things to like set up your cluster, that's going to be tricky for sure. Didn't want a bare metal cluster. I don't know very much about clusters at all. It seems interesting. Interesting. What is your intent? Like, what do you want to compute with it? What's the goal? I mean, if there is no target there, I mean, that's also cool. If you just want to build the thing. Wanted to deploy Proxmox or OpenStack, then shared storage would be easy, and I could copy worker nodes from device to device. Yeah, very interesting. I haven't touched, well, my original server goal was a mega server, which acted as one server that combined all the resources. Yeah. Cool. You could probably run something cool on it. I don't know. AI maybe. Something interesting. If they're new enough, Mac, apparently the network is too much of a bottleneck. Yeah, I mean you certainly won't have additive access to the resources. But like, I mean, if you have a very parallelizable, yeah, you definitely can't like naively run desktop software, right? But like, if you have like a very parallelizable task that you want to perform, you can definitely get a lot of performance gain, right? Like, depending on the degree of parallelism that can be introduced. Might be cool. But yeah, you'd be building software. Thank you for the follow, Naptonium. Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you. What's up? What's happening? We're taking a break for me to gnaw on some bread, my daily bread, and chat about various and sundry topics. What's happening? If you don't want to talk, you're shy. I understand that, right? I'm the one. I'm coming on pretty strong, yelling people's names as soon as they follow. You know, getting a little feisty with it. Sipping. Cool. So what are we gonna do next with our redeems? We built this boost redeem that lets us boost your boost level. I think maybe we'll try and dig in and that ASCII avatar is awesome. Instant follow. Thank you so much. If you wanna try something, if you look in the redeems, there are a bunch of redeems that do various things, but the change the letters redeem, try that one out. If you click it and then type some text, something very cool will happen to the avatar. Cool. I'm glad we built. Remember the early days? Probably, I don't know. Kinwoop was here for the early days. Gonna be shy in the chat just because I'm using Twitch to distract from Micro. I will. You know what? I'm gonna do it in your honor, Naptonium. There we go. Yeah, you gotta tell people that Unicode doesn't work. I should, or I should make it do something totally. I don't feel too bad scamming people out of points because it's 30 points, but like yeah, maybe let's change it. Let's make it say that at least, because everyone's just gonna try that and then give up. The ideal thing to do would be to make it support Unicode, but like that's tricky for a variety of reasons. Certainly. Let's see. Where is the Twitch? Blah, blah, blah. There. The Twitch. I don't know if you've ever seen the Twitch creator interface, the dashboard. It is not ideal. Change the letters. We're gonna say ASCII only, no symbols or emoji. It won't work. You will be sad. Save. Right, does that now say the updated thing? Yes, nerd shit. Yeah, imagine emoji on this. Yeah, the emoji would not work very well because we're relying so much on the text color to display the image, right? I guess you can color emoji, but in most fonts, I think the emoji will just always be whatever color they are. They don't respect the color. At least that's how it works inside of Emacs here. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we are certainly doing nerd shit. Quote unquote nerd shit. If I click this, yeah, it says ASCII only, no symbols or emoji. It won't work. You will be sad. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yay. Cool, cool, cool. I still have 2 more pieces of bread. I feel like a total goblin eating this for my dinner, but I didn't prepare anything. After this, I'm gonna go make something. I don't know, tacos maybe. It's feeling like Taco Friday. I guess it's Taco Saturday now. It seems like the schmodulus, the schmood. Very nice. ASCII only. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It will automatically remove spaces, right? Like you can, I mean, you saw it with nerd shit. And you can do like symbols. Like as long as they're ASCII symbols. Things that are on your keyboard. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, we want to get to more effects surrounding the model, right? Like we want to do like a falling sand effect, right? Or like you could do a redeem and like all of the letters will like collapse to the bottom of the screen in a big pile. That's on the menu for sure. We're sipping. Test new line. Error in process filter, end of file during parsing. You know what? That is so fucked up. Why would that occur? You just sent a Twitch message. The message doesn't render with a new line. In what do you call them? I don't know. In Twitch chat, right? But a new line is clearly arriving somewhere in my system. Right? Oh, this is all fucked up now. We gotta restart the chat. It's trying to do all kinds of shit. It's trying to fucking treat things as symbols. We're gonna have to fix this. No, you're all good. I mean, we're still printing messages, right? We're something very odd. Very, very odd. Let's do a fig disconnect. Fig connect. We gotta clean up a lot of things related to her. Are we back? Are we so back? Is it possible to stop the spin? Yeah, if you just do the spin redeem again, it'll toggle it. I'll do it right now. Bam. This ASCII made with compose key. I don't think so. Let's look up that character. If I Google that character on my other screen. That is actually the smiley face, the smiling face emoji, I think. Definitely I don't know the code point. We can actually grab it. It doesn't render correctly over here. I would grab it. Is the falling sand thing you mentioned one of the commands already available? No. We have not implemented it yet. We might soon. I'm kind of refactoring the way all of the model display stuff works. It's all custom software written pretty much from scratch. So eventually we will build that. Right now we have spinning, we have this zooming in and out seasickness kind of nausea effect, and we have changing the letters. And we will build more. I gotta think of the best way to like do, like the falling sand thing sort of demands you to like, I need to like pause tracking, right? I need to kind of like freeze the frame, do the collapse, and then like after a minute, like re-enter normal tracking mode. So we kind of need some state there to keep track of all that, which will be fun to build for sure. For sure. Sorry if I'm making disgusting mouth smacking noises, but you're gonna have to deal with it. I'm so sorry. Desk slam. We're almost through. We need to drink more. Jeez, I get a headache. I lose focus on everything except for cyberspace when we're here together on the stream. It's kind of unnerving. I'm gonna be like one of those dudes who like dies in the internet cafe, right? I play too much. I played Dota for 25 consecutive hours and I get blood clots in my legs or something. Nastiness. Bad shit. But I only jest. I only jest. Haha. XDX. Do we have? I think I have those emotes. If I say, yeah, we do have 7 TV emotes. Probably, I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see that unless you have one of the myriad Twitch extensions. I think there was some drama recently surrounding that because I think the 3 Twitch extensions for emotes that I think everyone like uses broadly. There's Better TTV, there's Franker Faces FFZ, and there's 7TV. And 7TV is the one that's kind of been getting like popular. I don't know. I'm a sub to 7TV. I have a little badge because I wanted the name color shit, but that I don't even use. I wanted the real reason I wanted the 7TV sub is because they let you have an animated avatar. If you have 7TV, you'll actually notice that my avatar, which is a bunch of L's, right, is actually animated. If you have 7TV, and it is animated in a kind of a funny and subtle way. I'll just say that. But besides that, I see I'm now some sample text, some good old lorem ipsum. It does handle long text pretty well. The limit it probably easily handles the max length Twitch message. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. Let's see. What was I talking about? Literally 5 seconds ago. Excuse me, TTS. I think there's been some drama recently. Because, like, I don't know, the winds seem to be blowing in favor of 7TV. And 7TV, like, I mean, in the past, like, all the nations lived in harmony. Now, like, it seems like 7TV is maybe trying to, like, drive out the others. Like, the new 7TV just, like, updated to, like, their 3.0 extension. And, they're, like, actively trying to, like, break the emotes from the other extensions. Like they like totally remake the chat window or something, so the other extensions don't work at all, when previously you could have all 3 installed just fine. And 7TV will like render the emotes from the others, and or it won't render them, but it will allow you to import them onto its platform very easily and give you like increased slots to make that happen. And also it's when you install 7TV, there's like a compatibility checker tool now that like yeah, that's some funny business. We have Carthage Delenda Est with all of the Unicode characters filtered out. I just realized that the way that Unicode filtering works could lead to some negative outcomes. Because they are just removed from the string. We should deny any message with Unicode entirely. But that is for another time. Nobody take advantage of the thing that I just pointed out. I don't like 7TV because of the update to 3.03 notif that I can't get rid of because the download doesn't work properly. Yeah, I found that 3.0 just doesn't work at all in Firefox. Like, I tried installing it, I just didn't have emotes. And I was like, and there was like no way to tell. And it was even if I uninstalled everything else and like totally reinstalled, went through their new onboarding experience, like it's just fucked, right? So I just gave up. I just use Franker Faces now, and I found that to be the best thing by a lot. It's of the ones that I've used. It's very, very nice. Seemingly active open source development. Good options menu. Good configuration. I just like. I don't know. I just like how they all save their settings. I guess there's no way they could save. I wish they would save their settings in like standard extension preferences rather than in like cookies or whatever. Or like web storage or whatever interface they use, because it gets wiped in private browsing mode, which is what I usually use. El Divico, welcome to the stream. I think I might. Do I follow you? I think I follow you. Do I? Who are you? You're in someone else's chat, I know. I recognize your name. 7TV has been buggy in the past. It broke Zero with emotes. It broke Frankerface emotes. It broke the menu that shows where an emote is from. I use Frankerface now too. Yeah, that's exactly where I am. No way you follow me. I've only streamed three times in life. But yeah, I've seen you. I don't follow you, but I've seen you somewhere. I know you're I recognize lots of names from the yeah, you're in chat all the time though. The software development VTuber tag is a small world indeed. Very, very small world. And I'm sure there are lots of names that get around all the same. Right, we lost our little message here. Why did we lose it? We're currently taking a break so I can eat dinner because I've been bad and not nourishing my my frail mortal body. And we're just hanging out, having a little chatsy, and just shooting the shit about nerd nonsense. This fascinating little device that we call the computer. What's up with you? What's happening? What's going on? We've been kind of building. If you'll direct your attention, if this is the first time you've come around, I see it's your first time chat. I think I don't know, maybe you've been here before. Still don't know where exactly I recognize your name from. There's a bunch of redeems, and the redeems do somewhat interesting things that may be amusing if it's your very first time seeing them. We've been building those on stream. Just got back from D&D. Gonna play some Valheim soon. Oh, sweet. Are you playing D&D 5e? Very cool. I want to do like, we're actually building some RPG elements for yeah, 5e. Cool. Who was it here that said they use Cashy OS? I think it was Moonpie Dumplings, Digby. You can I think that was it. You can scroll up a little bit. Yeah, Moonpie Dumplings. That's who it was. Yeah, I'm a D&D fan. I'm a perma DM, and I tend to force, I don't know, I'm kind of in the whole, I like the whole like OSR thing, like old editions. I played plenty of 5e too. I'm probably gonna do like a not force, but do a D&D thing for chat, where it's not like specific chatters playing. I'm gonna run a session where the players are, one player is GPT-4, like an AI player answering questions, and then the other player is chat responding to polls that we generate programmatically. So like I'll like type something out that's like a question that I want to ask, and it'll like create a poll in chat, and it will also like make the API requests to GPT-4 and get both answers basically. But yeah, we'll probably run like some fucked up old system. Like I know the OSR people are all fans of BX, D&D Basic / Extra, or BECME, Basic, Expert, Companion, Masters, Immortal, or the Rules Cyclopedia, and all these old things. Crack. I like AD&D First Edition. I've run quite a bit of that. That's it means bulkier, it's certainly wordy, but maybe we'll get up to some of that. A lot of these things are easier when you have automation in place. Yeah. Kinmove, I want to spend 40 days and a large amount of gold establishing a fortress as a fighter. Yeah, I mean, domain play and all that stuff's interesting. I'm not convinced that it's like the best implemented in those old editions, right? But like, we'll think of something. Probably is better implemented than I can know. I don't want to doubt it without ever trying it. But we'll see. The thing, we'll probably automate most of the rules, right? So that it can basically take the form of asking questions to chat and GPT through polls, and asking questions about numbers to the rules. Roll up as a 1 HP wizard. Yeah, 1 HP wizard, 0 HP, you're dead. But you can just reroll. Just make a new guy. Make Melf too. You know, one of the well, you say AD&D hard mode, but it's really like the game that I found, like, I mean, there are lots of video games that capture the effect and aesthetics of Dungeons and Dragons, right? But what do you say here? The recent game that I found most captures the spirit of old D&D, right? Like classic, I don't know, 70s, 80s D&D. Dark and Darker, baby. That game is, I mean, I think we've had some recent controversy about that game that I'm not privy to, but there's some cool shit happening there. There is some nifty business, for sure. For real. I think yeah, next on Being Dumb. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but that game really captures the feeling of like you're a wizard and you are going to die in 2 hits to anything, but you have like crazy spells. Of course, in AD&D, you really have to know what spells to pick. I guess BX is the same in this way, because like a lot of the spells are just going to be total garbage, and you only get 1 spell, right? You have 1 spell to cast without consulting your spell books in at level 1 as a magic user in AD&D first edition, and some of them are bad, but there are some real bangers there, right? Like if you roll up with sleep, right? Like 1 cast of sleep is like crazy in first edition, because it's like it's up to an amount of HP slept, or I don't even think, I think the HP is the 5e version maybe, but it's it might be up to like a certain amount of hit dice in AD&D, but it's no save is the thing, right? And you can just like sleep a whole group of people, whole group of goblins or kobolds or orcs or whatever, and just kill them all in their sleep, and that is a powerful effect to have access to, you know, in a world where combat is very deadly. Also, the classic 3.5 meme involving cats and wizards. Yes. 3.5 has it's kind of like so much bullshit in the 3.0 derived editions, right? Like all the munchkin-y stuff. Going about your day and someone casts haste on you. Yeah, they really kind of did away with kind of the character downsides of some magic. Sorry, I have the fucking hiccups now. I'm gonna be hiccuping. Like haste aging you, that kind of thing. The severe constitution penalties for resurrection. We got some insight into Akashi OS, I think. Whatever this arch fork is. Opinionated aesthetic changes. That sounds opinionated. Nice. Yeah, death has no consequence in modern rules as written D&D. Yeah, I just think like, I don't know. I like a very different. I think I like a very different sort of D&D than most people, and like I think that is maybe understandable. Like I understand other people not having that preference, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I think it's fun that there's all different kinds of games that you can play. You can play a game when you want to tell a fun story, and you can play a game when you want to crawl through the mud and die a lot. That's all good. I also think like basically like, I mean, people look at like the rules as written of of BX or AD&D as well is like, oh man, it's so deadly. I think like people probably didn't play that way either, right? Like notably, like Gygax like started people at level 3, which is already like much less deadly. And also like a lot of like I was reading the other day, and if you're familiar with let's Google some stuff. So record of Lodos War. This is I think our friend friend of the stream, Free of Me, was playing a little Metroidvania based on this a few days back. It's kind of a very notable like Japanese fantasy setting, I guess, novels from the mid 80s that really did a lot to create like what we now know as like the, I don't know, like the J Western fantasy aesthetic, right? So things like isekai, right, on topic for our stream tonight. Our stream from the isekai world. This is kind of very influential on that, and this is all actually based on a Dungeons and Dragons BX replay, because BX was localized to Japan in the 80s, or I think basically the year this was done, and they did an extended like some people who wrote for this magazine ran a session for like a couple of years, right, based on D&D Basic, and like wrote about all the exploits. There's actually an English translation of this that's I think fairly recent, from like 2020 or something. It's worth a read. And I was digging into that a little bit recently, and there's lots of, maybe we can find it. Group SNE record of Lodos War English. There's a PDF floating around somewhere. Let's see. Got an RPG geek here. Is this gonna make us buy something? It is. Well, it's just gonna review this document that I just want the PDF of. Here it is on archive.org. Is this maybe is the thing that we want? I'm thinking this is looking prompt. Yeah. Okay. So here's an English translation of the like basically an actual play, like you might find on many forums in the early 2000s of some people's D&D sessions. It's pretty long, and it's cool to get insight, because this is like, well, people who actually bought BX in the 80s likely have pretty little exposure to like existing D&D culture, right? Because it's I don't know, it's Japan, right? It's new in Japan, naturally on the other side of the world, kind of cut off from the existing conventions of D&D so much, other than the published game. And the way they play is pretty interesting, right? They deeply try, because they're doing a review for a magazine, they really try to play rules as written. But they also do stuff like it's very like non-lethal, in the sense that like when characters die, like they die and they fail, but they kind of like, they really fudge it, right? Like they're like, oh yeah, like they actually made it back to town, right? Which I kind of like a lot, in the sense that it like, if you want to play like a more heroic EX or AD&D 1E campaign, right? That's like that's a fun thing to do, right? So you're not constantly losing progress by dying, making new characters. I don't know, interesting stuff. But yeah, I would, if you're into D&D, if that's a thing that you wanna check out, that's the thing that sounds interesting to you. If L Devico, another L prefix name holder, is not off to their Valheim session yet, this is I don't know, maybe interesting thing. It's at least a fun read if you're interested in Lodos or anime or isekai or any of this stuff. There he is. There's the main man and or woman themselves. Oh, I know where I've seen you now. I see that Mordecai emote. I see that floating around. We gotta stop to the spinning. Yeah, no, check out. We should shout out Mordecai. Is Mordecai? I don't want to do it if they're live. Is that Mordecai is cool. They are a game dev VTuber person, and they also have like a custom avatar rendering software. They're doing like this thing in Unity, and they like, I don't think they're a Linux user, but like you'll see their stream. Like it's if you look at one of the VODs, like they inhabit like a 3D environment, and they do a bunch of game dev in Unity. And it's regularly search Twitch for channels tagged Linux. Oh, is that how you found this one? Actually, I found that like quite a lot of people come through the Linux tag. If you're looking for a Linux VTuber, let me see. I want to make sure these people aren't live, so I'm not like bugging them. I think you get a notification on shout out. And we don't be wanting that. Oh yeah, this person is live. But check out, maybe I'll show it. Well, this, let's link the typing links. This person, Hexadigital, is also, they have the Linux tag. They're a Linux gamer. Right time to go to sleep. Have fun, bro. Thank you very much, Digby. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, it's late over there. Get some rest, buddy, and I'll see you on the flip side. Cellophane 11578. Is your avatar rendering faster because it's text? Well, I think it's actually rendering kind of slower because the avatar, this is actually a 3D model rendered as text. You'll notice that like if I you can kind of see inside my mouth, it kind of like changes. Beryl, welcome, Beryl. Haven't seen you in a minute. But yeah, if we go into, let's look at the model because Cellophane is asking about it. You can also note if you look in the redeems Cellophane, there's a channel point redeem called Change the Letters. You might want to check that one out. That's a fun one that people tend to like when they turn up on the LLLL Colonq community for the first time. That's one of the classics. What's happening? We're taking a break. If we go, we were looking at Record of Lodos War, the original. This is kind of a cool thing. We were talking. I say we were talking, but I was talking mostly about. And I guess Kinwoop and LWO as well about D&D, and I went on a too long tangent about like old D&D editions, and this thing was translated not like super recently, but in 2021. These are Record of Lodos War, the I don't know, anime property, the multimedia phenomenon, is based on a like recorded D&D sessions from a magazine in Japan in the 80s, and those sessions were recently translated into, or several years ago, 2 years ago, translated into English, and it's an interesting read. But more generally, what we're doing is I am eating quote unquote dinner, which constitutes chewing on some plain sourdough bread because I didn't prepare anything for myself, while we chat about whatever and we take a little break from programming. That's the life out here. I wanted to ask. I was discussing you earlier, Beryl, because I had mentioned someone came in and was like, "You should play Cataclysm DDA." Have you had a chance to? Did the Steam release actually come out? I kind of recall that it did. Let me check. Let me check. Cataclysm. Yeah, it is out on Steam. I tried CDDA, it was too hard. Yeah, it is not very forgiving, for sure. I think it's like, it has like tons and tons of settings, right? Like it's more like it's less of like a, I don't know, it's not like a winning kind of like punishing roguelike, like NetHack or something, and more just like a sandboxy kind of thing. So I think you could probably make it as easy or as hard as you want it to be with, not on Steam, haven't played that version yet, only the experimental. It was way too hard to learn for not really enough enjoyment. Yeah, definitely like that sort of game is a very, I don't know, niche kind of thing, I think. Like traditional roguelikes are already a niche, and that one is like has a fairly unconventional format. Like that and like Caves of Cud, those kind of games are pretty tough. Also tried Ministry, which was too hard as well. Just casually playing, the AI are way too smart for that. Have you tried Factorio? I know some, lots of people are Factorio fans. Oh, and Moon Pie Dumplings. I completely. I don't think these are keyboard only. I think they're mouse requiring. But like as a programmer type person, as one of the, it's like a Strand type game, but it's a programmer type person. Have you ever played any Zachtronics games? Like examples of that are like, what, I don't know, Space Chem, TIS 80. What else is there? Opus Magnum, Shenzhen IO. Like they tend to be they're like little puzzle games with like a cool setting, something of a story, I guess, but mostly like solving like optimization puzzles in interesting ways. They're fun. They're fun and interesting. If you're looking for some gaming, but I don't think those are probably good in-class games. Certainly not, right? Like you are, you're thinking maybe they're class games themselves in the sense that they teach you how to do something probably better than whatever class you're in. But yeah, TIS, yeah, it's TIS 100, not TIS 80. I'm getting confused with the TI 83 calculator or whatever. Some classmates have really gotten into Google Snake. Oh, what is Google Snake? Please elaborate. Is that like one of the games that runs when you like Google search for a particular thing? I know some of those Google Easter eggs are kind of cute. I remember do you still like, do like the letters on screen still rush your cursor if you type Zerg rush? That's still a thing in Google. I'm trying it now. Remember it's fun. Oh no, it's not. Unfortunate. It looks like it's not, at least. There's a version of it on another site, like a mirror site. Yeah, it was shut down in 2019. Had a 7-year run, it looks like. Maybe. I don't know. I can't. Unfortunately, the Google search results are also unusable. So if you want a game that looks like an Excel sheet, you can play Aurora 4. Oh yeah, that's a real classic one. That's well, you're pretty cultured, NZ Pie Face. That one is a true bucket filler nerd game. We'll find some screenshots of that one for the class. This one is a deep cut. We just got the forums here. Wait, let's find can we get a screenshot? Doom and Excel. Yeah, this game is intense. We get images here. What is? Yeah, this is Aurora 4X. It is. Yeah. I kind of wonder if there's a multi-window game, kind of like Desktop Villages. There are some roguelikes that run in a multi-window mode. One of my favorite roguelikes, there's a game called Still. Yeah, Mandalore probably has a good review on this. Mandalore, great YouTuber. Still, I guess it's not so much of a deep cut. I feel lame now for gassing you up so hard. NZ Pie Face is a Mandalore review, but yeah, you are cool. You have cool points 10, so I'll forgive you. Gabriel Compute, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a fun day. Let's find Sill. Yeah, this game, Sill, runs in a multi-window mode. I assume other Angbands run multi-window as well, maybe. This is an Angband fork. But Sill is like, it's like the only authentic Tolkien mythos game, Tolkien world, Middle-earth game, I think that has ever been made. Like it is a true, it is, I think, the only thing that you could possibly ever make that is like a captures the tone of the Silmarillion in video game form. It is extremely sick. They say as much here, but roguelikes are just so hard to get into for something I just want to split my attention with during class. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not, I think, like, you gotta be sitting down there, you gotta be focused to play roguelike. I'm sorry we keep talking about them, but like, like you can kind of imagine that ASCII roguelikes tend to come up pretty often. I don't know. I like them a lot, obviously. Beryl says, "Have you thought about trying Ilona?" I've thought many times. I think I've gotten as far as installing it back in the old days when people used to talk about Ilona a lot in certain places. But I don't think I ever even launched it. I never got into it. Not for like, I didn't like bounce off. I just never really got around to trying. Is there like a good, I assume there's like the game and there's forks and there's mods, like, do you know if there's a good resource for like getting into Ilona these days? Because I am interested, right? Like I would, if I could, I would be doing that. Not on stream probably, because like, maybe on stream, but I would certainly dig into that off stream. What have I been playing off stream recently? I don't like, have not had much time to game. There is. Oh, I bet that we got a paste bin or something incoming. Ilona Wiki and other places. Cool. Maybe there's an interactive tutorial for Cataclysm. Yeah, maybe. A lot of those games, like in my experience, like they don't have very good like YouTube resources, right? Like these days when you want to, these gays XD, when you want to learn a game, you typically go to YouTube, right? At least that's what I do nowadays. Gone are the days of forums and wikis that are good and not on fandom and not like embedding some Twitch stream. We gotta get on that game, bro. We what if I want to make some like shitty website that's for something totally unrelated to the stream and just like embed a 1 pixel by 1 pixel Twitch player that has the LLLL Colonq stream. Suddenly we'll have 4 people in chat and we'll have 1,000 viewers at all times. It'll be so much fun. I don't really understand like the mindset, right? Like I understand like wanting more people to interact with, I guess. Yeah, will be impossible to close, exactly. I don't think you can actually make it that small. But like there are lots of sites that have like all the Fextra Life wikis, right? It's like they have the tiny little player in the corner when you're going on the Dark Souls wiki, and like Fextra Life is playing some unrelated game. They're playing The Witcher or something with 20,000 viewers because everyone who went to look up where the fucking like silver serpent ring is in Dark Souls 2 are suddenly watching them play this unrelated game. They're just trying to get through their day, find information about the location of, I don't even know, the Scholar's Straight Sword or something. But I know the big Yu-Gi-Oh, like I've been playing some Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel lately, and like the big reference site for that, which is a good site to be fair, very good site, better than Fextra Life wikis, is the site called Master Duel Meta. I think it's actually like, it's more related there because like it's one of the big Yu-Gi-Oh streamers that's always embedded there. I think he might actually run the site, but it's still kind of sus, a little bit sussy, you might say. Beryl says, basically, if you want the best version, you'd probably want the latest Ilona Plus version with custom for the best translation and quality of life. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I know Ilona Plus is in my head as like the thing. I didn't know if there was a successor at this point. So it is with roguelikes and all kinds of forks and variants and stuff. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Celphane says, not if I use a magnifier. Yeah, you gotta zoom way in on the page. But I'm gonna have JavaScript that shrinks the thing based on your zoom level. It's adversarial now, baby. It's good versus evil. And evil probably wins. Well, I guess good wins if you just turn JavaScript off. That's how good wins in general. That's how you win at the internet, broadly. You win in your internet browsing habits by turning off the funny little scripting language that lets anyone run basically whatever on your machine. Cool. I say cool a lot, and it's just so much fun. I can't stop. Someone was asking earlier what I'm addicted to. I think it was, who was that earlier? I don't remember. person whose the first word of their name was subhuman. I know who they are, but I don't remember the second part of their name. What am I addicted to? I'm addicted to saying cool, cool, cool. I have an extension that disables JavaScript. It breaks most sites until I go and disable it for specific domains. Yeah, that'll do it. I know Umatrix. I used Umatrix for a long time for that purpose. uBlock Origin probably does similar things. Rust Sloth, a 3D software rasterizer for the terminal. Oh yeah, this is very similar to this, pretty much. Obviously, they're making better use of character changes. I mean, we have the text replacement thing that makes it kind of interesting. This is basically the same thing in concept. I had not seen this. This is I'm gonna actually steal ideas from them in terms of the like character palette to use. This is actually hardware accelerated, a hardware accelerated rasterizer, but very, very similar in principle. We are using the GPU though to make things a little nicer. I mean, also easier because like writing a software rasterizer like that requires you to do a lot more math than I want to do. I want to get the GPU's math for free. I want to get the math in the drivers. All of Umatrix features were merged into uBlock Origin. Okay, that's why I haven't seen people ranting about Umatrix then recently. Very cool. I don't use very much of anything, I guess. My browser approach these days is everything is basically in. I run like private browsing all the time. And then just like close my browser relatively often. That I'm still probably getting like fingerprinted a ton. But like, I don't know. I don't think it's really surmountable at this point if you want to use the web. It's pretty hard to have any semblance of privacy if someone's like actively trying to beat you. Imagine writing code rather than just stealing other people's code. SMH my head, yes. Of course. I mean, fundamentally, a more charitable interpretation of that is the whole reason behind open source software. My Python Unix password generation function is going to be os.system, make password. Classic. Have you ever considered playing Dwarf Fortress, but to recolor the ASCII characters with the colors of your model instead of rendering it separately? Oh, that would be fun. That would be very fun. That would require some work. I thought about doing that for NetHack, but like the display is like pretty sparse, right? So there's lots of like gaps, right? And my model like obviously doesn't work very well if there's blanks. Sorry, eating. Dwarf Fortress, however, is not like that. Like it's a pretty solid grid of characters. That would be pretty fun to do, and I bet wouldn't be that hard. Like there are already pretty good. I assume like all Dwarf Fortress modding happens through like just like hooking into the processes like virtual memory and just like overwriting things, right? Like it's like direct memory modification. I think that's how like Dwarf Therapist works and stuff like that. But I assume there are like decent frameworks for. We will do it. Let's do that. That seems exciting. That's like very up. The LLLL Colonq stream alley. Let's see. Where's our to do? Let's see. Mod Dwarf Fortress. Recolor characters to raw model on map. LLLL Colonq on map. Okay, that seems like a great idea. I wonder if that would be doable. Cellophane, oh shit, org mode. Yeah, we're I mean this is all Emacs cellophane. I don't know if you if you're an org mode fan, you're probably an Emacs fan. This is all Emacs. We're an EXWM, right? This is all Emacs, baby. Let's do the thing. Damn, imagine having an actual to-do instead of just using Firefox bookmarks of your research. Yeah, I'm an Emacs lifer. The this to-do is just for stream stuff. I don't actually aggressively. I'm too disorganized to use to-dos at all. But I like org files. Org is good. Org is a good format, and org babel is really cool. And but I'm an Emacs, total Emacs lifer. Uptime 43 days. You know it. Probably rebooted this right before a stream in February. This thing is spending most of its time suspended to RAM on my desk. Yeah. I mean, we did have to kill X. We had to kill X quite a few times. Only once on stream. Do you need more RAM? Yeah, we're getting a new machine. This machine is so old. The CPU is so bad. We can barely stream. Like half of the decisions I'm making for the way this stream works are like just to like manage that issue, right? Like the reason we're not like more aggressively writing Rust is because like if I like run like the Rust LSP, it's going to like make my model barely render. This is an old shitty laptop and we need more. We definitely need more. We need to move in a direction where we are increasing the specifications, if you will. I'm thinking. That's what I think, at least. Yeah. Continuing to chew on bread. I'm just gonna be chewing bread for a while here, I think. Maybe we'll get some peanut butter too. This is gonna be a culinary stream now. The LLLL Colonq culinary experience, where you get to learn how to live like a total fucking goblin. It's a real classic over here. A real classic indeed. Make a food review. Yeah, I'm gonna review the jar of Whole Foods stir peanut butter and this bread. And do it like super. Oh man, do we have any? I used to love watching Report of the Week. That's just like, I don't know if the Report of the Week thing. I mean, I guess it's not a bit, but like it's like the best bit ever. It's just like so incredibly fun. I love that like that exists, right? Like reviewing bottled water and stuff, reviewing just like like shit fast food all the time. Like it's so awesome. Man. So anyone made a legit physics simulation program using ASCII? Well, this thing could very easily have physics. I assume people have. So we're gonna do physics on multiple levels soon with this, right? My renderer, like I actually just ripped, I don't have physics attached to it currently, but I ripped it out of an engine that does have physics. So I want to have things like, to be able to like throw things at me. You know, that's like a common VTuber thing, right? You throw a rock at their head, how polite, and it bounces off in a reasonable way. So we'll do that. I also want to have physics at the level of the individual characters, right? So like falling sand, right? Like the way like Noita works or something like that, you know, like they're like sand games where like all the letters in the model will collapse into a big pile. I haven't done it yet, but we will soon. Reminds me of an article recommended by Firefox Pocket. Luxury water collectors, water sommelier. Is that how you say that? Sommelier? Sommelier? What is the... I just assume it's fancy because it's like a wine term. This is very, yeah, funny. I learned a thing recently. I don't know how true this is, but I think, like, is wine tasting all bullshit? Right? Like, I come from a pretty, I don't know, pretty low class background, right? I'm not hoi polloi. But so I just instantly assume that like anything rich people do is like, I don't know, well motivated. Like I have these sort of like lower class this mindset, right? Or like, oh, fancy, ooh la la. I'm kind of an archetypal troll, but I think like probably a lot of that stuff is just bullshit, right? And I learned recently, like I think like wine tasting, like so many people invest so much in wine tasting. People go on like fucking trips for wine tasting, and like, isn't that all just fake? Do you drink coconut juice out of a coconut? No, I don't think I have. I just drink like water. I'm straight edge straight edge tattoos, not actually, but like I don't drink or do anything like that. We keep it Jesus focused at the LLLL Colonq stream. This is a Christ-centered stream, if you weren't aware. All of our energy is focused directly on Christ. No, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I don't want to be joking around about people's stuff. Well, all our energy is focused on the computer. Let's say that. Good choice. Bit plain like vanilla ice cream, but trustworthy and dependable. Yeah, I mean, it's the beverage of champions, right? Literally, I don't care if like some sportsman drinks Coke or your beer or whatever, or if Dos Equis is drank by the most interesting man in the world, right? Water drank by literally every legendary warlord through history, right? I am fucking drinking the beverage of Genghis Khan, right? All warriors. Do you convert Holy See to Rust? Yeah. I mean, the model render is actually written in Holy See, of course, in order to protect the temple. I don't want to joke about Terry too much. Terry's that whole thing is fucking tragic. What happened and how much of that was fueled by internet nonsense, and that is a sad story. Yeah, rest in peace. Rest in peace for real. Like no jokes, no funny haha irony. Like yeah, that's a tragic life, and beautiful person who accomplished a lot and met an unfortunate end. But yeah, we are writing everything in Holy See internally. There's a Rust to Holy See compiler. So many people go that way. Yeah, man. Rough stuff indeed. Right. It's a tough world out there, and you gotta appreciate what you got. It's a lesson that I try and take home every day. You gotta keep it real. Yeah. But no, back to the pointless bullshit we were talking about instead of that. Wine tasting, food coloring. I think this was the whatever BuzzFeed article I got this from. Yeah, I'm sure it's good science at realclearscience.com. Yeah, this is a thing, and basically what they did was they dyed white wine red, and they did like a tasting for like winology, like people who are studying wine and wine tasting, and they described the wine as if it were using the adjectives they would use to describe red wine, because it was dyed red, right? The wine tasting isn't really about the wine. It's about traveling and seeing pretty, and I can appreciate that for sure, right? And I can also appreciate, right? I'm not a total like let's go on the Disney cruise kind of guy, right? Like I'm like, like going the aesthetic trappings of the thing itself, right? Even if wine tasting is total bullshit, right? And all the wine tastes the same, right? That doesn't change the fact that it is classy to go on a trip to taste wine, right? That is a classy thing to do, right? That is a status signal, right? That has value. It's just comfy, right? Like it's culturally ingrained that that's like a high status thing to be getting up to. So like why? Of course you're gonna have a good time. Like I'm sure, like if I was a wine drinker, right, I'd be thrilled. I'd be like, yeah, we're going to the south of France. We're going to vineyards. They're gonna, right, like the whole shebang, right? It'd be good. I like saying the word Sauvignon. Is that how you say it? Sauvignon? I have no experience with the French language, so apologies to any native speakers, but I'm going to utterly butcher any of that bullshit. Hey, we have a Philly and alt stream. I see Twitch notifications on my other monitor because I'm just idly chilling now. Jeez. Got some bullshit going on today. But yeah. I say Sau instead of Sauvignon. Is that I just kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I try and say French words just by like horribly, like I think of the way I would say it and then just like say it the opposite of that way. If you know what I mean. It's just a total mess. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, this was an interesting thing. And who knows if this is real too, right? The real takeaway, sue like in sewing. So, yeah. Sauvignon. Yeah, I see. So, not sue. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. This study could be fake. I don't know. Like, probably isn't like most social science research not replicable. Like, I don't know. Who the hell knows anything? Basically, that's what I think. Probably nobody knows anything at all. Something along those lines. Let's look into... What else do we have to talk about here? You can probably find the original published research article. Yeah, I'm sure we could find it. I don't know if we want to dig that deep. It's probably on... Well, you know what? Yeah, depending on how... But even in reputable publications, right? Like insane amounts of stuff can't be reproduced in these areas, right? I think it's different in like, I don't know, in like science, in like biology or whatever, right? Things in nature, right? Or like in CS, if it's in like a good conference that like you trust, right? Then you kind of have a good idea that like it's probably good. But like, I don't know, what is this called? It's probably on like things also just aren't available in the social sciences. This is probably on like JSTOR, and I probably have to pay $1,000 or get sued to death if I pirate it. Like rest in peace, Aaron Schwartz. Rip. Can we find this? What's this guy's name? Published in the journal Brain and Language. We got a link to the research. Oh, we got a PDF even. How good. I really like Google Scholar, but it's proprietary. Most stuff is paid for as well, but I just get it from alternative sources, like my school, not the internet. Is there an open alternative? If you're studying anything related to computer science or mathematics, this is the site. It's, yeah, hosted by Cornell. I don't know if the site itself is FOSS. I assume maybe, but it is. I don't know. Yeah, some stuff I need is still locked behind IEEE. Yeah. This is just for high school research papers, so general stuff. Yeah, I don't know if there's a good option. I mean, okay, the option is to pirate, right? The option is to use Sci-Hub, which is what everyone does anyway, by the way, in academia, just because it's easier to find things. Sci-Hub, LibGen, all that good stuff. That is what you want. And they are basically impossible to take down at this point, I think. People have made heroic efforts to keep those things online, keep them on IPFS and all kinds of things, make torrents available. So, yeah, Sci-Hub. Don't pay them. Because, like, the authors of the paper, like, academic publishing is, like, the biggest scam ever. Because, like, at least in, like, traditional publishing, the author, like, they don't get paid a lot, but at least they get something, right? In academic publishing, a lot of the time, the author or the university is paying the publisher, the journal, and the journal is charging money for people to read the article, right? And they're not even doing that much, right? Maybe they mail out a few hard copies to university libraries that nobody reads, but they're mostly like concatenating PDFs, right? They're stitching PDFs together and doing, of course, they do review, right? But guess what? The reviewers aren't paid, right? The reviewers are also people at universities, right? That are forced into it for career reputation purposes, doing their service work in the academic community. So, like, yeah, biggest scam walking. I'm glad that I'm glad that CS and math have a culture of, well, everything is like a basically final preprint of everything is on archive. And also, the primary publishing venture, at least in mathematics, not in math, but in CS, is at conferences, not journals. And conferences at least are doing something, right? At least they have to like put on a networking event. You still have to pay for it, but like, you know. The new calculus. I think I've seen this before. This is John Gabriel. Do I know this person? This is like a finitist kind of person, right? Yeah. I've seen this before, I think. Have you seen Wikibooks? By Wikipedia, they're trying to make Libre text. I think I've probably stumbled upon that a few times when searching around the old web. But no, that's really cool. Like just textbooks on standard topics, right? Is that we can let's dig in before we dive into the color of odors. Let's see. Wikipedia has an article on Wikibooks. Let's head over there. Yeah, English. What are the books? Introduction to Paleoanthropology. Oh, these are sick. Is your browser in the terminal? Welcome, Gabriel Compute. I saw you followed, but so this is none of this is actually in the terminal. This is GUI Emacs, and I'm using something called the Emacs X window manager, and which allows me to run browser windows like they're Emacs like buffers, right? So I can switch between like this and like my actual terminal, and I can split this with my actual terminal, et cetera, right? So it's all kind of you can think of it as kind of a browser embedded inside of Emacs, but it's Firefox. I love their Python tutorial, way better than ChatGPT because it's made by people who actually understand it, and their calculus one is good too, but it's not that popular despite being so high quality. Yeah, I'm gonna check this out for sure. I love Wikipedia. I'm like a huge Wikipedia diving kind of person. I read Wikipedia constantly, and this seems like probably more in depth. I wonder if the Python programming one would be someone came in earlier and was asking for recommendations for like ways to learn programming. The thing I pointed them at was just like the Python tutorial on that site, like on python.org, and being like, yeah, just play with it a bunch. And they seemed dissatisfied with that, but they also seemed a little grumpy in general. So maybe a better recommendation would not have helped. Oh yeah, what does this look like? Really cool. Emacs just does everything. Sorry for not saying anything before. It was just passing. Oh yeah, totally. You're totally welcome, dude. Like, no worries at all. I assume like you have no obligation to me to say anything, but I hope it can be a fun time. Emacs does just do everything. That's kind of I like it for that. It makes things very consistent, right? Like I can share key bindings between all kinds of different things with it, and everything feels very, very integrated. I don't know. It's kind of my hobby. This also has a general programming course teaching principles that is very good. Also a Python for non-programmers tutorial. Oh, these all seem like very good things. If that person swings by the Discord, I'm totally gonna show them some stuff. Oh yeah, we kind of have a different. It's been several hours and we have a different crew of people. So let me do the showing thing. Oh yes, you've done it before I could do it. Yeah, go click the thing. We're not using Discord. I mean, I know. My clientele probably more than anyone knows that Discord is kind of shit, right? We don't like it. But everyone's already in 100 of them anyway. Every streamer's got one, right? We could have an IRC, but nobody would join. Stream isn't just for technical people, where it's for everybody. That's why I don't use Vim. It's easy to make my text editor act like the rest of my software, then make the rest of my software act like my text editor. Yeah, it certainly is. It's what's your editor of choice? I mean, it doesn't matter too much. I'm not an editor. Surprisingly, despite it all, I'm not like an editor zealot. But they're basically the same. They edit text. They all have plugins to do all the same things anyway. But yeah, the Discord, we're keeping it to one channel. It's just a single stream of text and images. Yeah. VS Code for programming, Kate for quick stuff, Micro for terminal. Cool, cool, cool. That seems pretty typical these days. And that's good. VS Code is, I don't know if I love VS Code. I have a love-hate relationship with VS Code, mostly because I have a hate-hate relationship with Electron and also with Microsoft. But it's a good editor. They doesn't like it seem like it is decent software to use. Is VS Code actually on Electron? I'm pretty sure it is, right? You can do things like, I mean, it definitely, like the rendering model is definitely based on the DOM, right? Because you can run VS Code inline in GitHub with that if you press like dot on the page, right? Code spaces or whatever. I use Windows and I work more on the embedded side. I just use whatever proprietary program I need to use, compile program stuff for the hardware I'm using. Cool. Do you do like well, I don't know very much about embedded development in general, right? Other than like the console reversing stuff that we've done a little bit. I do a lot of like, I don't know. I've done quite a lot of been many different things in my professional life, but done a lot of not so much embedded, but I've done like I don't know, VHDL Verilog kind of stuff. I use VS Code because it was what my AP Computer Science class used, so I just went along. Cool, cool, cool. What even is AP Computer Science these days? Is it still like Java with the remember they had some like game world kind of grid world? Was that what it was back in the day? I don't remember because yeah, it was garbage back then too. I already knew. I remember like I already knew how to program. I'd been programming for years by the time I took APCS. So they didn't even have it at my school. So I was just like, can I just take the exam? So I just read a Java book for like a month and just got a 5 or whatever. It was, but it was super like scuffed and like basic shit. Like, and a lot of like weird Java detail questions, if I recall, that was wonky that you never should care about. He demands everyone become full stack developers. Oh, and Dice. That sounds pretty based. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad there are good schools out there. I wish more schools were good, but it's good that there are some, for sure. It sounds like you've gotten a really solid experience, like, and that's a good thing. Programming is great, and like, I think like, I don't know, people should be exposed to it early because like that matters probably, and like also like I think programming is the kind of thing where it's just like some people just like it a lot and some people don't get it or don't like it, and they should just you don't need to waste your time. You're gonna hate it. What's your opinion on the term sugar syntax, or I guess syntax sugar? I kind of like that. I don't know, pretty neutral on the term. If you mean the concept, I don't know. What's an example of syntax sugar that's like common? What do people consider syntax sugar? For personal stuff, I just use VS Code or Notepad. I've been using Notepad a lot whenever I want to make batch scripts. Cool. Very cool. I don't know very much about the syntactic sugar is what I heard it called once. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty common term. Yeah. Like, what is a I write in such weird languages now that like what counts as syntactic sugar in Lisp? I guess in Lisp, where's our Nix is a very weird language, for sure. Nix is like one of the weird languages that anyone uses. It's like a weird, like, it's lazy, right? It's like Haskell, but with like weird JSON YAML like syntax because it's used as a configuration language, and then also no types, though, just very weird. But yeah, like syntactic sugar, like in Lisp would be like, there isn't very much, right? Like saying like this instead of this. I don't know. Like, yeah. It's kind of weird learning both Python and Nix at the same time, figuring out how classes work at the same time, discovering that Nix evaluates everything at the same time. Oh yeah, that is a I mean, Nix, I mean, it's a functional language, right? Very different programming model compared to Python, right? Well, Python also evaluates, like, Nix doesn't really evaluate things at the same time. Right? That's not really the thing to say about it, right? It's not concurrent, but it's not parallel, but it does have, like, there are no, you're not writing statements in Nix, right? You're writing one expression, right? In the same way that, like, right, in Python, right, and like statements would be like saying like foo and then bar. You're saying def as, right? Saying something like this in Python, right? You know that foo runs before bar, right? But like saying something like this, right? This is one expression. This whole thing here inside the parentheses, right? And here, of course, it's less obvious, right? You could imagine this evaluating foo and then bar, or running bar and then foo, right? Of course, there is some well-defined way that it runs, right? That's in evaluation order, right? But Nix is the same. Nix, everything is like this, right? There's no like statements, really, right? So it's all, and it's lazy, right? So things aren't actually run until they're needed. So like, you could run all this. You could do this return, and neither foo nor bar is actually run until you actually run something that uses the return value of baz, right? So, anyway, I'm trying to create a backend for a software using Python plus Nix. If I can get it in time, I can ask my teacher to get another group in my class to help me make a front end. As alternative to Chasm Web, browser-based desktop environments. Well, what stack are you using in Python? Like Flask or Django or whatever? Okay, that's a broken link to. Let's see, we'll Google Chasm Web. Desktop container, it's a Docker container for streaming browser-based desktop access. Oh, that's very cool. Sick. Hey, welcome, Hexadigital. I was talking about you earlier, but I didn't want to shout you out because you were live. I didn't know if that pings you. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see ya. Let me let's do the shout out. Plant raid indeed. Welcome. Does that do the thing? Yeah, Hexadigital, a super cool VTuber, Linux user. They play lots of retro games. They have a super cool, like they communicate through text, and they have a super cool like auto translation solution and all kinds of awesome little stream bits and bobs. They're really awesome. Go check them out. But yeah, we're actually we've been just chatting for a while here. Let me go to the this thing. Yeah, I've been chewing away at my dinner and chatting about various topics. Welcome everyone. Thank you for the follow, Sir Ryu. If we got a bunch of new people here, if you don't mind, if you want to check out the there's some redeems happening in the channel point redeems section, and some of them are very fun. I particularly want to point out the Spinny, the seasickness generator, and the change the letters. Change the letters, very notable redeem. You might notice that, of course, I'm LLLL Colonq. I am the talking anime letters. We do programming here. We do Linux. We talk about all sorts of nonsense, and yeah, it's we get up to some nonsense, and we've been building over the last few streams. We've been building and generally chatting through all kinds of Twitch regimes and kind of integrated with this environment that I use here. So we can do all kinds of fun stuff. Like we can talk to we can control my model from Twitch chat. We can kind of do like we're building a whole stream environment here. How many letters does change the letters take? Any amount. You can give it up to the maximum Twitch limit, I think. It doesn't display anything except ASCII though. So symbols that are on your keyboard are what you are limited to. Thank you for the follow as well, Gen Dude. Yeah, the reverse spinny polarity works when the spinny is toggled. Right? If I turn it on, it'll be going the other direction now. Terminal tuber indeed. Yeah, we are in terminal mode. We're going wild. It's this is an actual terminal, right? It's hard to show, but like this is text that I can copy. Yay. It's just printing out very fast at like 10 FPS or whatever. And yeah, it's cool business. we built it. We didn't build it entirely on stream, but we've customized it a lot on stream. It's actually a custom. It's all Rust and OpenGL we're loading a Vroid model, VRM model, and doing skeletal animation and doing face tracking there's actually a cool open source face tracking solution. If we can bring that up. It's the same by the developer of VC Face. The actual face tracking part is open source. So we're utilizing that. Thank you for the follow, the Genie A1. Good to see you around. Hope you have some fun. Thanks. I'm glad you think it's neat. We just get up to all kinds of bullshit around here. That's kind of the main theme. I'm trying to work on my stream endurance. So apologies if I'm flagging a little bit. This is we've been going for almost 6 hours, and this is by far the longest stream I've ever had. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad to see you. And thanks again for the raid, Hex. What were you up to today? What's on the hexadigital menu? I know you've been playing. What's been on the menu recently? Wind Waker, Final Fantasy 3. I don't know if you finished that. I often I'll have you. I mean, I often like watch streams while I'm working and stuff, so I'll have you on a second monitor, so I miss some of the middle typically because I'll be like working and I won't read all your messages. Tonight with Final Fantasy 3, I've been making a good amount of progress in that. Oh, sweet. I've never actually played Final Fantasy 3. I like Final Fantasy, right? I've played. We were talking earlier about how like this year I've been playing lots of I played a lot of 11 this year. This was an 11 year, but never 3. What is the is 3 the one that like introduces like the job system? Let's see. I won't make you talk too much because I assume you're tired after stream. But yeah, the job change system. You were right. We know now. We know. We got it figured out. I always stream specific days on specific days of the week, so the people who only have a certain time slot available can watch an entire playthrough without missing a stream. That is very smart. That's actually really good. I probably saw that on your schedule at some point, but I suspect I just didn't notice. I just like always. I'm like a horrible incorrigible lurker. I'm like in every stream all the time because and I'll actually, okay, I have to admit this sounds psycho, and like when I say this people think I'm nuts, but I won't just lurk several streams. Like I will simultaneously listen to audio in multiple streams, usually not more than like 2 or like 3 if one of them is pretty quiet, right? But like I will often find myself like watching you, Hex, and like listening to other people, which yeah, I have a problem. I have a big issue. Yeah, I'm slowly playing through all the games in order, minus the MMOs, but including spin-offs. And so far, I'd rank them FF1 greater than FF3 greater than FF2. Cool. Very nice. We could do maybe I've done some. Yeah, it'd be fun to mod a Final Fantasy game on stream. That'd be, yeah, my stream is good for multi-stream drifting that way. Yeah, I found that you, who are the other text-only people I watch? You, Corpse, and someone who starts with TZ, who I can never pronounce. Yeah, text-only streams, pretty poggers. Okay, I'm going to try this regime, but I apologize if your computer throws a fit. Okay, don't worry at all. We had a viewer last stream. We literally crashed the stream because it turns out you can send ASCII bell characters over Twitch chat, and that I literally had to kill stream to fix it. So, yeah, go for the redeem. Fire it away. We'll see what happens. Lull, indeed. Indeed. Oh, you called it? Yeah, that one shouldn't crash the thing anymore because we're filtering out non-ASCII characters. This one's kind of funky. We're going all over the place. Ooh, this one feels oddly wavy. Are some of these? I mean, this font should be fixed with. I don't know what's going on here. Some kind of funny business, I would think. Some kind of bullshit is occurring. But yeah, no, yeah, we're specifically this stream. We all made a trip to the yeah, that one's getting filtered. It won't work with Unicode. Like, we're explicitly filtering out non ASCII, because the terminal itself will just crash. It doesn't. This is the ST terminal, and it the only one that was fast enough for this, and I think those are all valid ASCII. I don't think so. Those are like extended. Those are like the characters that like NetHack uses to draw walls, right? Those are like, because ASCII is like the base, like it's 7-bit, right? Something like that. If they're filtered out, at least Emacs doesn't think they're ASCII. Yeah, ASCII is only, yeah, ANSI, right? This is rendered with ANSI. Yeah, it's only 127 jars. Only these gentlemen. These are the nasty ones. Are all these fellows at the start here. But when we should, I think we're also filtering out the non-printing ones. So I hope. Please don't blow me up. The backslash is filtered, or my eyes are deceiving me. Yeah, that's probably a thing. That's probably just because the way that I'm escaping something somewhere, like the way that I'm serializing strings somewhere is being bad. Which is also why it's shaking a bunch, because it thinks something is 2 characters and it's only 1. This is very funky. We're going all over the place here. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. Is that, yeah, it's giving us an end of file during parsing. There are clearly some issues with this system. We built the thing, and it is clearly encountering some problems. Did I actually break the parsing? Let's actually, I might have to restart because maybe the backslash thing fucked it up. I mean, I don't need to restart the stream. I just need to restart. We do a fig. Okay, that might work. And I'm gonna redo your same redeem hex. Change the letters. Copy. It might not work if you have a quotation mark also, actually, because I don't think I'm escaping the I'm handling these streams slightly differently than I am. That works. Cool. I'm handling these streams slightly differently than I am these strings. Like, I'm not doing the same thing I'm doing for chat messages, where I'm like base 64ing them. I'm just like relying on Haskell's string parsing being the same broadly as Emacs Lisps, but it's kind of fucked up. Yeah, these look like little flowers. That's actually very cute. Yeah, it's like floral. Oh, love that. I like that a lot. That is quite nifty. Gotta break up a little more bread to gnaw on. So. But yeah, thanks for coming by, everybody. This is it's a long one. We have a long way to go. I'm stuck here alone. It's Friday night, so I don't have anything to do but talk at the computer, do a little programming. Maybe we will do that. We may actually find an easy. If anyone's familiar with, we were talking a little bit about old school Dungeons and Dragons earlier. We're going to build a stat system for chat, RPG elements for stat, based on Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition, I think. But yeah, for programming practice, how did you decide what to do? Well, I think I basically just built stuff that I wanted to. So if you mean like when I was learning programming a long time ago, the first things I built were like little calculators and stuff, because that was what I knew how to do. After that, I immediately tried to start building games, because I like games, and I mean, I still like games. So I must know, what is your preferred programming language for any given task? So, I mean, it depends on the task, but for general purpose programming languages where performance doesn't matter, like, performance matters, but like doesn't matter like so much that you can't have garbage collection. And oh, Bad Cop, welcome back. Yeah, Bad Cop is the notorious hacker who took us down with bell characters, like I was saying earlier. Let's hope there's no repeat performance. I would like to actually end the stream today. But yes. Bad cop, local celebrity around here. But yeah, for like general purpose programming, right? Like things, my number one numero uno language is Haskell. Haskell is very cool and good. I like functional programming in general. You're on your phone, so you're safe. Oh yes. Well, we've already run into some difficulties because of the way I'm like not base 64ing the change the letters messages in the same way that I am other messages. So like there's things that break that. But anyway, who knows? But yeah, Haskell is my preferred programming language generally. Obviously, a lot of the programming we've been doing on stream here, this is all in Emacs. This is like, yeah, new line and backslash breaks the redeem, and probably double quotes as well, and a bunch of other stuff. We're gonna have to fix it off stream because it's on the other end. So it's what can you do? This is not, we're not building robust software. We have 0 nines. Yeah, NZPieface, fellow hacker. Oh, I should do the thing also. Since we have new friends, there, bam. We have a little Discord. The Discord is mostly, it's one channel because I don't want to be too tied to Discord. And we go there and we talk about the computer. I've not actually looked at it, and probably people have joined since the stream. And presumably people are hopefully not messing it all up, saying mean words while I'm not there. So very good. Not getting bugged to Discord based. Yeah, I mean the intention is, well, everybody uses Discord, like everyone's got one, but we don't want to be too tied there. We want to be able to flee to the greener pastures of IRC or Matrix or whatever whenever we need to. So that's the plan. But for now, we're on Discord because that's what people know. It's easy to click the link and join the thing, get the notifications. The computer was a mistake. The computer was a mistake. The computer was one of the greatest mistakes, but it's a lovely, beautiful mistake that has caused me much joy and much sorrow. For sure, for sure. Zone. We're zoning in. Exploring the zone. We got a stalker here. Cool, cool, cool. But yeah, so getting back to the thing I was senselessly rambling about before. We want to build a system for, we want RPG elements for the stream. We want you to be able to have levels. We want chatters to have attack speeds and random attributes and magic resistance and all kinds of nonsense. And we're going to build that on probably the foundation of Osric, which is a retro clone of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition, which is a very dorky thing that I like a lot. The computer was a great creation. Putting a whole computer in pocket-sized form was a mistake. Yeah, some may think so. Some may. I'm kind of inclined to think so as well. I can think of pocket-sized forms of computers that would be better, but I don't think the little screen device that you stare at is particularly good. But that's not a super controversial take these days. There's a really old joke I like, which is, the computer may beat me in chess, but it will never beat me in kickboxing. Well, I don't know. I don't know these days. We got Boston Dynamics, you know, coming out with some real machines. I guess that's not a computer so much. A machine can certainly beat me in. I bet a hydraulic press could beat me at kickboxing, I'd say. Did the redeem to make hexadigital VIP not work? So I gotta check. The issue there may be that... let's see. Can I click the thing? I hate navigating these silly little interfaces. I think we're at max VIP. Who doesn't use VIP very often? I'm gonna have to un-VIP your Emacs zone, you mean? Yeah, we can do that. Can I just do that here? Yeah, there we go. For now, let me un-VIP. We'll leave zone so we can actually see it happening. Where's the remove vipper? Devipper. We're gonna devipper. Just type on the right keyboard. Good cop _ I'm sorry, your alt does not get a VIP slot. and we will crown. Just discovered zone mode. Yeah, it's very cool. We gotta crown hex. Where is it? Hexadigital. There we go. I think that works. I think that one is functional. Did that? They didn't show up over here. I don't think. Are we printing that? Oh, hey, welcome Gunpie as well. Oh, geez, we're getting all sorts of people. Oh man, holy moly! Thank you so much for the raid. How was Fortnite and then art? I checked you out a little earlier. It seemed like you were having a good old time of it. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome raiders. I am LLLL Colonq, talking anime letters. We get up to some bullshit here. We're taking a little break. We usually do some coding. Get up some coding. We write some code. Yeah, that's basically it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Welcome raiders. Man, this is pretty wild. Pretty wild business. Holy cow. Let me do the Discord link again. Discord. Yeah, there's the link. Come by if you want to talk about the computer together. Thank you for the follow, Swooshy Cube. But yeah, mostly what we do here is we chat and we do lots of funny little programming things, often things that talk to either Twitch and or video games. So we've built all kinds of cool Twitch chat redeems. You can see the source code for the redeems right over here. It's kind of a nice little system. And so if you take a look yonder, you'll be able to see all sorts of fun business in the redeems. You can change. I'll do a little change the letters redeem. Thanks, Gunpie. Does that not work? Are we not connected? I gotta look at my other screen. We're running into some technical difficulties. One second. What is this? Emergency alert. Yeah, my thing crashed. Some input we gave it crashed the thing that the event monitor, not the chat monitor. Let's do it again. Let's go right back. I think this was the same thing that was broken from before. I just didn't notice. Maybe. Is Hexadigital is not VIP. That didn't go through either. Welcome Arbery as well. How is the Fortnite gaming, Arbery? Okay, change the letters. Thanks, Gunpie. Bam, there we go. And we can also do the VIP things. We need to make some people. We need to make. How spooky. We need to DVIP good copies. I don't think that happened. And we need to VIP our friend Hexadigital. There we go. Yeah, boost yourselves. Get all that boosting business up. That increases your boost number. Change the text, make it spin, do all kinds of nonsense. Seeing this stuff reminds me of what it could have been if I had finished physics and gotten my programming degree instead of saying F math and going into manufacturing electronics. Well, we support manufacturing kings and queens here at the LLLL Colonq channel. Building stuff is cool. All kinds of building stuff. Awesome. Good shit. Good shit, good shit, good shit. Someone else asked, Red Candy Eater, when did you begin programming? I started programming, I think, when was it? I've been programming for, I don't want age docs, right? I've been programming for, I don't know, 16 years, I think. So 16 years ago. I don't build things as much as fix the things that build things. Well, that's cool also. That's kind of like building things. You have to build things to fill in the gaps, to fix the things, sometimes. Thank you for the follow, Natan Zinho234. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. 16 years ago, I wasn't even born yet. Hey. This is an 18 plus stream. Didn't you see the warning when you clicked in here? This is nobody below 18 allowed, ever. So we talk about gross stuff here. We talk about like gross. We had an hour-long discussion about jelking earlier. It's we're up to some nasty business here. This is not allowed. I have to ban you instantly. Mods, ban that guy and then unban them and then time them out and then mod them. Gunpie is 11 months old. Don't worry. I think okay, that's more. Maybe it's an integer overflow. Maybe Twitch will We'll forgive that. Hey, chaotic. It's been a minute. Been a minute. It's funny, the raiders all come in, and then we got some regulars showing up, some reggies. Hell yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much what's been going on. I'm probably gonna also kind of caught me right at the end here. I'm doing an endurance stream here. I saw your 10-hour stream. I don't know how you do it. I'm 6 hours in and I feel like my whole body is going to collapse and I'm gonna die. That's how I'm feeling. But yeah, I started programming 26 months ago. I like C and assembly. Cool. Cool X 107. C and assembly are cool things. I get to touch those things quite a lot. It's part of the old life, and it's fun. True. It's fun to build or tear down a full factory floor with machines, dust. Oh yeah, that sounds sick. Factorio IRL. Thank you for the bits, Bad Cop. Love it. I thank you so much for everything you do. My main languages I focus on were C++, C#, and Java. Hell yeah. Learning stuff. LL Colonq stream getting educated. People learning things. People boosting their knowledge. Thank you for the follow, Arbery. I don't know if I said that. Stretch, drink water, and if applicable for your time zone location, step outside and bask in the sun for a minute. Yeah, hell yeah. I've been trying to do some stretchies and some drinkies. My mod has been very, very attentive to yelling at me to take to drink water and to unfold my spine. You do a poll on who programs what language. Let's actually do that right now. We can do that. We have the technology, right? We can do create poll, right? We can say, are you a programmer? And we can say options, yes, no. Will this work? This should work. Yeah, there we go. Answer away, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody else. Have a gander. I'm actually curious. Let's see how it goes. Let's see it. Say yes, even though, yeah, if you ever program the computer, right? Programmer, that sounds like that's like a, I don't know, a noun, but like if you have ever programmed the computer, you are a programmer, right? Let's see that. What a whoa from chaotic. Yeah, what are you whoaing at, brother? I'm an amateur ventriloquist. That's actually so sick. Is that for real? Is that cap? Twitch polls allow for people to select for multiple choices. I don't think so. I think you can vote extra with channel points. So you can't actually skew the numbers. That's allowed here. We like people to cheat with money. This is a money cheating focused stream. I did my Tumblr HTML one time. That's programming. Yeah, that probably counts, honestly. HTML is kind of in a gray area because it's more like it's a market, but it counts. If you've done that kind of thing with the computer, you're a programmer. Okay, sick. We have a 90% yes ratio. That is fucking notable. If I've ever seen notable. Very fucking cool. Well, yeah, I hope that's pretty cool actually. We got quite a few. I assume my regulars are mostly programmers, and those are the people who aren't lurker Larrys. So that's probably biasing our vote a little bit. We got some confounding factors happening, but yeah, sick, very cool. Yeah, the boost regime, chaotic. We built out. Let's see this. I'll get to your question in a second, Red Candy Eater. We have this thing, right? It's a database. By database, I mean it's a directory full of files, and each person has various attributes. I don't know why the poll winner happens twice. That's just a thing Twitch likes to do. Sorry, all these gross mouth noises I'm making because I'm drinking seltzer water. Those are actually TTS generated, so please ignore them. They are they're a secret TTS redeem. I'm actually multi-streaming on Twitch 2, the sequel to Twitch, and people are paying me money there to make TTS sounds that sound like my gross mouth. Oh, you do your database the same as me? Nice. Yeah, we took the Bad Cop database technique because I realized we don't really need to be web scale here. This is going to be pretty minimal. We can just list all the users. And you see, chaotic, you now have an entry for boost 1. We're going to add various statistics and stratagems here. The more I learn about DBs, the more I appreciate them. Yeah. We were going to build this on SQLite, and then I realized it was going to be basically a glorified directory, because we were just going to have a mapping from names to strings. You make it web scale when you push the directory to GitHub. Yeah, then it's on the blockchain, baby. We're taking LLLL, we're taking this whole stream to the blockchain. Web 4.0, Web 5.0. We're going web next. Holy moly, Web 11. We're taking it all the way to the bank, I would say. That's you can write that one down. I think a bunch of my low effort databases consist of one or rarely more JSON files. Yeah, another good way to do it. I built a browser game at one point that hit at its peak several hundred players, and the database backing it was basically similar to this, JSON files named with UUIDs in a directory, and it was fine. People kind of often overestimate their storage performance needs, or like the performance limitations of just having files. I don't make database stuff at all. When I need to store info, it's usually as a CSV. That makes sense given your embedded background in Z5 Face. I could see that for sure. Hell yeah. Once we worked on a project where our database was one big JSON file. Furthermore, we sent the entire file to the client and went through it there. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, like, isn't like the canonical way to like exchange SQL databases to like dump a list of commands to recreate the database? That's like a thing I've experienced, like using like MySQL and like PostgreSQL in the past, right? That's how people do it. Funny business. There's probably better ways, obviously, than literally shipping that around, but that's one way that I have personally experienced. LLLL. Oh yeah, we have emotes. They're sub only because Twitch is rude and won't let you have follower emotes unless you've been a good boy for like 2 months and have instant emote access. And also there are a lot more, but they just like only 2 of them weirdly got approved instantly, and the others are in like approval limbo for 3 days. So question mark. We do have possibly the most poggers emote of all time, which is me, L:Q with a question mark above L:Q's head. And the emote name is L:Q, and the prefix is L:, the name is Q for question. Yeah, you get it. You get it. You see. Samesies. Yeah, I feel. So it goes sometimes. So it do be, unfortunately. I ran an MMO where the entire database consisted of a .dat file for each item, player, map, etc. in the game, and sometimes I've attempted to retry that on an SSD to see if it's more viable now. Yeah, I bet it is, honestly. Like, I mean, in my experience, it's fine, right? Like, it's just, yeah. There's, I don't know. Things have gone in strange directions of late. I think that's honestly, like, there are lots of software secrets. We got to get back to Red Candy Eater's question eventually of one thing that I don't like about the software world that took me years to accept. Because there are lots of things that I don't like, and I still don't accept. I hate them. I hate software. Software is, there are very few good pieces of software. But one thing I especially dislike about software is like the obsession with college dogma or theoretic dogma. I mean, I like theory, right? I love programming language theory, right? I'm a fan of all that business, right? I like that sort of stuff. I love the lambda calculus, right? Big fan. But people have misguided ideas. Thank you for the follow, Denpa Fish. You've been around. We know Denpa Fish, friend of the stream. They've been around. I'm sorry if they didn't want me to screech their name unpleasantly across the digital tubes to all of you, but they are welcome. I take it you're a big fan of Windows running everything day to day. Yeah, totally. Yeah, we totally aren't a freak Emacs zealot. That totally isn't the whole purpose of the stream. X says tosses a reactive JavaScript enforced site at you. Yeah, I mean, things have gotten, I don't know. I actually, another thing, I don't actually mind JavaScript that much. I think JavaScript's like kind of, well, the ecosystem around JavaScript kind of sussy, you know. NPM kind of a disaster, but yeah. How was the Emacs experience on Windows? XDX, right? That is an XDDing moment. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's I assume it's not good. I think I don't think I've ever actually tried to use Emacs on Windows. Maybe I have like once or twice. I think the performance is like bad. I think that's like a thing I see people talk about. Not ideal. But yeah, we're I don't know. So Ray Candy, or things I do. What do I not like about the software industry? I don't know. We kind of, yeah, obsession with asymptotic performance at the cost of real performance. People who don't do real profiling on things and then use an abstraction that is theoretically like n log n or something, but in reality will be much slower than the obvious, more maintainable n squared solution on reasonable n. It's probably a dorky one. People not measuring the impact of constant factors on things. Object-oriented programming in general is a scam. Functional programming, pretty zaced, pretty awesome. Go write Haskell. This stream runs on Haskell, right? This stream runs on Lisp and Haskell. Those are the only languages we need, right? We have a Haskell thing running on another machine, monitoring Twitch and Twitch chat and events and all that shit. Sends it over here. We get all our business. Yeah. Hell yeah. OOP is useful, but it's used wrong so often. Yeah, I think so. The issue with OOP that I have is people conflate the basic concept of having structured data that has associated functions that operate on the data in a principled way, and like the whole, like the pile of methods, inheritance, whatever. Programming is a scam, TBH. Real O of 1 execution comes from combinatorial logic gates. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Bash functional programming XD. There's probably I don't know. I don't even know if there's a reasonable functional programming hidden somewhere in Bash. But yeah, why do you like functional programming? I like functional programming because I think it's a more natural way to think about lots of problems. I think I also like powerful type systems. I don't know. That's something I'm enthusiastic about, and I think they're extremely beneficial for programming in general. Like Haskell, Idris. There's a programming language. This is a little embarrassing one. We're gonna have to put on our big boys and girls pants. Programming language called Colonq, right? It's called Colonq, spelled COQ. Colonq. It's a proof assistant, also a programming language. Colonq, Lean, another one. We're sipping Lean. Lean 4 is actually incredibly poggers. This language here. It's both a proof assistant and a general purpose programming language. But yeah, what is a powerful type system? Welcome, NanoDan. Good to see ya. Hell yeah. I'm catching some of your. I'm too scared to talk in people's chats sometimes. I'm catching your platinum normal type run a little bit, but I don't know. The smaller the streamer, the more I'm like, yo, I don't want to be I'm not a social butterfly, I would say. I'm kind of I'm a social worm. I'm a social like dung beetle, maybe. That's kind of my status. But welcome. What is a powerful type system? I would say a powerful type system is more powerful the more well, there's a lot of ways we can say this. The more properties you can express and check at compile time. Don't ever feel pressure to chat more than you want to. Yeah. I mean, I'm a fan of the slide in, say like, hi, hello, what's up? And then slide back to lurker mode and just be like watching and chilling, and like then at the end I'll be like, yeah, thank you, hello, yeah, this was fun. And I always do have fun, but I don't know. I feel like I don't like forcing. I don't like the feeling of like forcing myself to talk. I find it really easy to like this stream is like, I mean, streaming is easy, right? Because you just talk about yourself. You get to be a total ego-driven narcissist kind of person, like I'm doing right now. I just talk about me. If I go into someone else's stream, I'm like, I'm really enjoying this stream, but like I don't have anything to say. But I want them to know that like I'm here and I support them, and like I'm rooting for them. But yeah, talk a lot, and maybe that's grab that leaderboard check-in and hide the chat. Yeah. Well, I like to read chat. I just don't like to talk. talk a lot, and that's maybe why you have a lot of viewers. We have a lot of viewers thanks to our gracious raiders this evening. We have our good friend of the stream, Hexadigital, and friend of the stream, Gumpai, here. And we love them and support them unconditionally forever. I personally view something as powerfully typed based on how hard it is to get rid of the type error compiler. Yeah, that is very correlated, right? Because the type errors at compile time are good things. They're telling you that you made a mistake, and you're learning about that mistake before the program runs, right? Another way to think of the power of a type system that's a little more academic is to think about it in terms of this thing called the lambda cube. We're getting into cubes here, we're getting into time cubes. You can sort of think, right, like, you can kind of abstract a lot of programming languages in terms of, well, there's this thing called the lambda calculus, the untyped lambda calculus, right, which is a way to represent programs only using like function abstraction and application. And in the untyped lambda calculus, you can kind of represent anything. Like it's fully expressive. But there's also many incorrect programs that you can write in it, right? And kind of, you can think of type systems. If you add a very simple type system to the lambda calculus, you're ruling out a whole lot of programs, both a lot of the bad programs, all the bad programs, right? But also a lot of the good programs. And as you add a more powerful type system, you're still ruling out all of the bad programs, but you're ruling out less and less of the good programs, right? So like, as you move kind of from here to over to here, I don't know. Something interesting to think about if you're into that kind of thing. Just don't write bugs, XD. Yes. Just don't write bugs, forehead. I'll be honest, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing when I'm coding Java most of the time. But casting stuff to his parents gets rid of type errors, so I don't really mind. Yeah, I mean, just cast it to super, baby. That's how we do it. I mean, I don't know. It's been so long since I've written Java. When did I even last write? I wrote like Minecraft mods a long time ago, but I mostly like used the Java to like embed Clojure and then wrote the mods in Clojure, which was a different experience, I think. I don't know. We're off in the weeds here. Thank you for the follow, Binyamin. Welcome. Good to see you. Awesome. We love our Binyamin kings and queens around here. I'm sorry I'm not doing too much on stream. We're normally a little more active in the programming side of things. I'm getting zonked. I'm having fun just chatting. Whenever I write Java, I end up making 80% of my functions static. Yeah, call it the C-style Java, C-flavored Java. I like the notion of like languages that are flavored after other languages. The one I usually think of is there's this language Lisp flavored Erlang. Which is very funny. This is like the funniest programming language name for me. Like, this is funnier than cock, right? This is funnier than straight up cock and balls. We have Lisp flavored Erlang, and I love the little logo. It's like the lambda in the Erlang mug. Would you ever consider writing a hefty FAQ text file providing context of the stream? That would be kind of on brand, right? Anything that's like text. But I think like honestly, like this is the stream, right? There's not too much context. Like, mostly, I kind of expect people to not like understand all of the like the technical details, right? Like no one ever is, right? Like it's just because like they're not doing it, right? Like it's you can't expect anyone to follow along with every detail, and like, but I kind of hope the stream is more just like, I don't know, fun vibes, and the end result of the thing we build will be cool, and we'll have some fun conversations when we're building it. That's kind of the theme here, right? Exactly what we're doing right now is the theme of the LLLL Colonq stream. So welcome. You're getting the full experience right now. It's being beamed directly into your brain. Read a readme.md. True. Man pages for the stream. Hell yeah. Red Candy Eater. I don't like the business of making software that's at the forefront of the industry. They make trade-offs in terms of performance, simplicity, and that seems short-sighted. Oh, Red Candy. Are you a Jonathan Blow fan? I must admit that I'm also a Jonathan Blow fan. I've been diving into the Jonathan Blow extended universe as well, especially recently. I'm a fan of some of that. If you're not a fan, you should check that out. It sounds like it is a sympathetic. Learn programming from Casey. Oh hell yeah, Casey Muratori. Did you do Handmade Hero? That's a cool thing. What languages are the ETs and the aliens using? Well, I wonder. Do we want a serious answer? Do we want a serious speculative answer, or do we want a meme answer? Right. The meme answer is like XD. The aliens use Lisp because the Lisp is alien technology. Right. The book. It's Lisp aliens. Am I right, gamers? It's Lisp is alien. I don't know. Lisp is kind of whatevs. But what do the aliens actually use? They probably use something that is totally incomprehensible. They're probably not on the von Neumann architecture. I would say that. They're probably on something that is pretty close to I don't know, probably just totally incomprehensible to us. I also think, like, I don't know, what are your thoughts on aliens in general, Peeps? What's the alien feeling? Like, I sort of feel like an alien would be like so far from life on Earth that we wouldn't even recognize it as life, right? Like I mean, like, what is life but just like a sufficiently complex system, right? And like, there's lots of systems, and we can imagine those systems like I mean, like, I don't know, carbon-based life, DNA, and all that stuff. That's kind of like an Earth thing, right? Right? Something like, is a stellar body alive, right? Is like some nebula with like way more complex interactions than a living being inside of its like dust clouds. Is that a living being? Is it alive? Like, what is the cutoff, right? What determines if something is alive, right? Is it sapience? Is it experiencing qualia? Right? We can't really falsify that. That's not something that's observable. You can't tell if something is like, I don't know. Like, these are complex questions. I don't know. Digital says, I made it my goal in life to sneak into companies and convince executives / shareholders that it's in the company's best interest to open source as much as they can. So far, I'm at a 100% success rate. Yeah, hell yeah. Working on open source for work is like the best. I am also in the pleasant position right now where I'm working on basically entirely open source software for work as well. Of course, I cannot share, but pretty pog. There's two little things that we know about them. I prefer not getting distracted by that topic. Yeah, what is your experience with OS Dev? OS Dev, I've done a little bit. I've written systems that run on bare metal. I've written little Forths mostly, which I guess counts as an OS. I have never written a serious OS with like multiprocessing and like effective management of virtual memory and paging and all that stuff, but we will eventually. I'm writing off stream as an eventual stream project. I've been writing a C compiler. I have like most of a C compiler put together in C because we want it to bootstrap. And eventually I will get it all together. I want to write like a little C compiler, like a whole little C tool chain, right? A compiler, a linker, a loader for the OS, and a little debugger eventually. But yeah, stick around if you want more than that, because we are on the Jonathan Blow train. I would write some Jai. Maybe I'll try and get beta access. Are we cool enough to get beta access now? Like, T-Soding got beta access to Jai, right? Like, why do you think making a C compiler is a good idea? Well, I don't particularly like C, right? That is not the reason. I'm doing it because, one, C is ubiquitous, right? And it's also, there's lots of existing software. Particularly, I need to write a C compiler for this instance because the stream project that the C compiler is for depends on I'm making a really fucked up Doom port. I'm porting Doom to a very, very strange architecture, a weird machine, if you will. And so I need something that compiles C89. And I'm writing it in C instead of in Haskell or something where it'd be much easier. Because that seems like a fun thing to do, and I haven't done it before. I'm doing it to learn things. I agree. C is not the best thing to like do because it's all fucked up. C, if you don't know, C is like not even getting to C. C++ is obviously like everyone knows C++ is like impossible to parse and like it's a disaster. C is like the grammar is miserable. It is miserable to parse C. Like. Do you know that you need to keep track? You basically need a symbol table while you're parsing because with the C grammar, you cannot disambiguate between a variable declaration and a variable declaration statement and a multiplication expression without being aware of every name that's been typedefed. That's a fun thing, right? You can't distinguish between let's go test.c. You can't distinguish between well, let's say this, right? Look at this thing. If this exists up here, then this is a declaration of a variable x of type pointer to t. If this doesn't exist, this is an expression that does variable t times x. It's a disaster. Making your own C compiler is cool if you read Reflections on Trusting Trust by Ken Thompson. Yeah, that's a classic. That's the one. I mean, it's describing the quintessential like supply chain attack, right? Of injecting code into a C compiler that like transparently injects the same injection code and also some whatever malware into the next version of the compiler, and then it's like you can't see it because you've bootstrapped your kind of thing invisibly into the whole tool chain, right? That's a lot of fun. Hexadigital says, normally just saying, hey, if you do this, you'll get people to work for you for free. It takes it 90% of the way there. The last 10% is lawyers. Yep. So it goes. I've had people like, I found, well, I'm a fan of copyleft in the GPL, but I found that actually like makes it much trickier in the context of the corporate world, right? Lawyers tend to be very scared of the GPL, even if it's like technically like, well, it doesn't actually like link against the thing, right? Like they don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, in my experience, which makes it tricky sometimes. Even if you don't want to license your own thing, if you want to have released your thing under, you know what I mean. There's no way someone hasn't done it yet. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, we've seen a lot of supply chain attacks against NPM recently, right? I think they've mostly not been like super successful in the sense that they've gotten things out there, but there've been like people who have like done them in protest for like lack of support of open source projects, right? I can't fight for GPL, but making it open source and letting other people use it under MIT or whatever license they're comfortable with is much better than, yeah, for like 100%, obviously, right? Like totally, right? I think the GPL thing is mostly like trying to use things, right? Like you want to use like, I don't know, Guile scheme or something in the context of your, even if it's like technically like LGPL and it's dynamically linked or whatever, and people tend to get a little scary. I feel they should have used a different symbol for pointers. Yes, I agree. I feel that they probably should have done a lot of things. Is @ used for anything? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. It's really fun when random developers start patching security flaws and upper management throws a fit at all the potential damage to the company that got overlooked. Yep. Yeah, love to see people making positive changes causing negative outcomes for their other employees. Love that. I was gonna say I think we should program in assembly, but I think I'm just waiting for people to be like me, and I should avoid doing that. Yeah, I don't think that's the right choice either. Also, thank you for the follow, Kryzik. It's a cool name. Slick name. Very cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think assembly is the way. I think I've been looking, something I like a lot for writing low-level code. This might be interesting to you, Red Candy Eater. This is not the perfect implementation of the thing that I would want, but this is something that I would like. Yeah, maximum performance is platform dependent. Of course, most people are not gaining performance. I am in a I don't know, I'm in a position where I work with things very often that are written in assembly for performance reasons on x86. People are not writing that code very often when they're writing assembly. Right, WebAssembly, it's portable Kappa. Yeah. Oh, what an idea. WebAssembly is actually kind of a cool little language, but like it also like it's pretty whack, and it's been a long time now, and it's pretty hard. I think I still have the sense that it's still like relatively hard to use for much of anything. I mean, you can do WebGL with it, right? And there's like WASI and like WebSys, and like there's a whole mess of bullshit. I've been frustrated with I know this is another Jonathan Blow pain point, but I've encountered recently like all the web GPU stuff to get like lower level GPU access like than web. It's kind of like the Vulkan equivalent for the web compared to like WebGL and OpenGL. They have their own shader language, like their own like Rust like shader language for that, and it's fucked. Like just use something that already exists or make something that's actually better, not like I don't know. It's a pain in the ass. But this thing, Terra, this is a cool thing. I think this is in general an interesting way to do things. It is a statically typed compiled language with manual memory management, right? Which is, I don't know, those are all pretty good things for writing performance software, but it's designed to be metaprogrammed in Lua, right? So, hey, welcome Fua. Welcome Coco. Welcome both Fua and Coco. A friend of mine had a web app that needed to run a chunky big O algo in the browser. Instead of making that algo less complex, he just rewrote it in WebAssembly. Hurt to watch. Yeah, that's a killer. I mean, well, that's an example of what we were talking about earlier in reverse, right? Sometimes it isn't the constant factor that's killing you. Sometimes it is in fact the asymptotic performance. Sometimes, Bad Cop. Have you read Hexing the Bad Cop? OMG, you are such my people. This is we linked Hexing the technical interview, specifically typing the technical interview earlier this stream. Holy moly. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I feel like the Lua would get in the way at some point, but bringing it along with me is with dead weight. Well, I disagree with that. I don't think it's dead weight. I think it's live weight, because it's not dead weight at the point of deployment, right? It's the binary you're building, like, is doesn't need to have any Lua business in it, right? The binary you're building could be the same binary that you're building from C, for example. I know, yeah, of course, C is not ideal, right? But you have powerful tools to help you make that binary. This is a similar thing to what Jai is doing with the I don't know, very very aggressive ability to run things at compile time. Sometimes they're just languages that have shit performance. I mean, that's true. There are implementations that have shit performance, but like, you don't know that. Or the solution is not to rewrite in another language at first. The solution is to profile and then evaluate if you can use a better algorithm. Not to immediately port, I would think. I mean, it depends on the context as well. I'll look into Terra to see what the point is. Yeah, again, no, I have not used this. I just came across this like a few days ago, and it seems like cool. And it seems like a thing that like I would maybe want to build. It's basically you're replacing the kind of meta language compile time stuff from C or C++. So like the way you, I don't know, C preprocessor and the specific way that you lay out structs and like all that business. And you're replacing kind of all the ad hoc stuff there with like an actual scripting language. I don't know. That's pretty similar to your language. It's cool. It's some of the nice parts of. I wish you can do this nicely from Lisp, right? I wish there was like a good Lisp system or even Haskell. Haskell. I've thought about building. When I saw Terra, I was like, I should build exactly this in Haskell. I should build like a little code generator thing in Haskell that just like spits out LLVM or something like that, and then like throw it at the LLVM optimizer. And just write my next game project in that. That'd be fun. Thank you for the follow, Cadet Callus. I'm sorry I missed that 4 minutes ago. C preprocessor is based. Don't at me. All languages should. Well, all languages can have it. You can just run it separately, right? I mean, sometimes it will conflict with the syntax of the language, but that's someone else's problem. That's the problem for escape sequences. How does the C preprocessor even work? Well, it's literally just string replacement. It's a macro system like, I don't know, M4. It's just replacing text with other text at before compile time. It's kind of a cool thing. It's sort of hacky solution. That's why I like it for Python, since all the macros are comments. Yeah, hell yeah. Get to run your thing. Yeah, excuse me, GTS. It consults the collective human subconscious. Yeah. Well, we established earlier in the stream that the collective human subconscious is actually the internet, right? It's kind of what it is in function. So I don't know if I want a network attached preprocessor. That seems pretty scary. That seems like kind of some funny business. Have you heard about the new embed standard macro? No, I haven't. I bet that's hard to Google. Well, I guess we can try. C preprocessor embed. Is this in like C23 or whatever? C23, got it. Got it in one. Hell yeah. Where do we embed? Why are we not? Yeah, this is not actually going to describe what embed does. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have a chatter explain this to me instead, because this seems irritating to Google. I don't want to look at the spec. As far as I know, the C processor goes through the text once, substitutes all the stuff with code or whatnot, and then goes through it again. It's something like that. I don't know if it actually goes through, like, I mean, the natural thing to do would be to keep going through it until there are no more preprocessor declarations, right? And that's not even hard to do. I don't know if it actually does that, but I probably assume it does that when I'm writing it. It reads a file into code at compile time, so things like images and CSVs can be embedded. Oh, yo, cool. That's actually much easier than the kind of old way of doing that, which is like write a linker script, which I've had to do an unfortunate amount of times. Or use what's the tool? Is it XXD? Oh, where was it? Linux XXD. This guy will you can have this take a binary file and write it out to a C array literal, which obviously is not great in terms of the compression, I guess, the data. I need to run and do some stuff before I have to sleep, but I hope the rest of your stream goes well. Well, good night, Hexadigital. Sweet dreams. I hope everything goes well for you, and thank you again for the raid. And I'll see you soon. I'm sure I'll be waving hello again in a Wind Waker stream sometime soon. Take it easy. Even worse, moving the bytes by hand. Yeah. Cool. So it's like, what is? Wait, can't you just? I guess there are issues with like just using the include, right? Like you can't really include a binary file. Like you can include like text files, obviously, to throw in a string, but like you don't want to include you want to embed a binary. Is that the deal? If I recall correctly, the guy who proposed it originally asked the C++ board, but they didn't want to add it to the standard, so he asked the C board, and they were like, yeah, bro, well, yeah, that's pretty funny. I recall, actually, too many people just assume that C++ is just a strict superset of C, and that's not the case at all anymore. There are plenty of valid C programs that are even useful C programs that a relatively recent standard C++ compiler will not accept that a C compiler will. I think the ones I've seen mostly are designated initializers, I think. Laser C versus CP. Yeah, C++, this is asking for a C++ equivalent here. Yeah. C99 designated initializers which do not work within the C subset of C++. It's a thing. You can do that. T-Soding said OOP is just syntax. Maybe we can trick them into using something else which gets a similar syntax. Yeah, I mean OOP is similar. Well, it is just syntax basically. Well, some things aren't just syntax. Like vtables aren't syntax, but thing. Ironically, I've never coded a C++ program at all, despite having years using C. Yeah, I mean, I would keep it that way. Auto seems like bad style to me. I don't agree with that in all cases. I think in many cases, I mean, I'm a fan of type inference in general, right? I'm a Haskell nut, right? I'll talk for days about Hindley Milner or whatever. But I think in many cases, explicitly writing type signatures in cases where it's both obvious what the type is and it's not very interesting, simply obscures meaning that is actually useful, right? It's better to not write than to write in cases where it's obvious and where like there are always going to be cases where writing less is more clear. Nanodan says, by the way, is that a gotcha reference? What even is my stream title? I always just write like a ton of bullshit, right? I always fill the full limit. We take it to the limit. What if I go to my, what is it right now? At LLLL Colonq, Isekai Adventures, Deep Dark Fantasies, Killer +3 telepathic swords with X-ray vision. You haven't seen anything like it since HBO. Yeah, the Deep Dark Fantasies, that sounds like a gotcha reference to me. That seems like exactly what that is to me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Obviously, don't do like auto I equals 0. Yeah, don't do that one. But like, if you have like a, oh, I see you've made it the text. If you have like some iterator or some like, I don't even know. Like, it's less useful in C, right? Because you don't have like what people call generics, but you don't have polymorphism. You don't have parametric polymorphism like templates, especially. But it's useful in many other cases. Most features will get used wrong, but that's easier than doing things well. I would agree with that. I think well, most features probably don't need to exist. Is the bigger issue. Most, like, I don't know, many things are ill-considered, and often the best thing is I don't know. I'm a believer in evolution to some degree, right? I'm a believer in like both in like there's kind of the elegance of a clean design, right? And there's the elegance of the design that survives, right? And of course, some things survive for political reasons that aren't like interesting, but like, I don't know, maybe that's sort of interesting as well. Well, it's hard to agree on. It depends on like, yeah, exactly. Words like that are very tricky to use in technical, like well, good, bad, better, right? These are your unpleasant words. NZ-PyFace, everything is void star user data. Well, that's certainly a type you can use. That's a type you'll be forced to do a lot if you're writing some any sort of generic data structure in C, for sure, for real. A Darwin or a Kappa. No, I wouldn't say that. That kind of has some negative connotations that I definitely don't agree with. But like, I want to be a winner. We're gonna move from being Darwiners to being winners. That's kind of the purpose of life, right? Transcending. I don't know. Purpose of life also a very tricky term. Like, transcending the Darwinistic struggle to become a true winner. I don't know. Here's a question of zero significance. The type star knows where you put the space on the pointer. It's the second one that you said. And the reason it's the second one you said is because the star is part of the name. It's type and name. Well, there's no, we don't have that in C. We're not in C land. You're talking C++. You're talking Rust. We're not in that town. We're in C town. But yeah, the way you do it is you say this, right? And some people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does matter, right? The reason it matters is because it's part of the name and not part of the type, right? So if you write this, you might think, oh, this is 2 pointers, right? This is a pointer to int x and a pointer to int y. No, that is not the case. It is parsed like this. This is a pointer to int x and an int y. It works like that. It binds to the name, right? For these both to be pointers, you'd have to write this. So that's why you put it there. It's for a reason. No, it's an int pointer. I'm pretty sure it's not. Like this, if we say like, let's see something here. This will give us a warning on X, right? Like this is unintuitive for people, right? Like if we say gcc wall, oh, we gotta include. Test.c-o test. We don't have GCC. We have Clang. We'll tell Nix to get it for us. Yeah, y is just an int, right? Int const star point. I actually don't even know. This is why you don't. Also, the bigger lesson to take away from this is don't. Yeah, like welcome first time chatter Renault yay tap. That's why you don't put the things on the same line. Yes. Welcome. Good to see you. We're waiting for Nix to. Are we Breaking. What is exploding here? Yeah. What's telling us that it's uninitialized? Yeah, but here's the relevant warning. It expects an argument of type in, right? So we know X is a pointer, right? This should not warn now, right? It'll warn that it's uninitialized, but it won't warn about the type, because Y is not a pointer. Oh, you're a gum pie friend. I see. Welcome. Yeah, this is the stream where the letters do the talking. In my ASM code, I use a lot of globals and never need to use the stack for param passing. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty natural style a lot of the time in assembly, because like, well, you have to use it occasionally. But like most of the time you're going to be able to, at least on like x86 64, there are enough registers that like you can often fit everything you need, right? Because you're just passing pointers around, right? Like you're rarely going to be passing like, I don't even know what, like how many what's the I don't know what how many registers you have for arguments in the system V ABI or whatever other common ABI there is, but like you have enough, like unless you're writing like 10 parameter functions or whatever. Const type and X is fun when the function takes the same type but non-const reference. Yeah, I'm not even pretend to know the nuances of the C++ reference stuff, or even the pointer stuff. Like I mean, there's the whole like const pointer to const thing, right? Like, and I'm like, you know what? If I'm like, I'm looking that up if it matters, right? If I'm looking it up, or I'm trying both things if I'm using an API, or I'm looking it up. I could probably figure it out in context, but I certainly am not going to be like rattling it off. Use a custom calling convention that is dynamic. Yeah, I mean that's a good thing. Cool. What are you making in assembly? I mean, if you want to share, if there's anything cool, I would love to. Yeah, I know that ref equals pointer that isn't null and can't change. Yeah, I know of that. I mean and Rust did do it better with mute instead of const. Rust did a lot of things better, but like I don't know the details of like. I mean, there's like the spirally way that you parse big nested pointers and function pointers and all that shit, and it's like it's a whole thing. I don't want to deal with it. OS dev stuff, cool. Are you making a like what's the theme of your OS? Like what's the lore? What makes Red Candy Eaters OS Red Candy Eaters OS? Yeah, the unwinding rule. Oh god. Yeah. Again, I'm not even gonna pretend to know that, right? If we were an ego-driven stream here, we'd be like rattling off bullshit, but I don't know. I don't know fucking shit. We know when it counts. Take that to the bank. We know when it counts. Let me see. I've not been drinking enough here. Gotta get a little more. Reform C++ dev. I just do Bash now. Yeah, you've retreated to the Bash monasteries after a life of war on the battlegrounds. You've composed your death poem. And you've shaved your head and retreated to the Bashist monastery to live out your days in peace and obscurity, studying isn't hey, that's actually pretty funny. After how many years of C++ can one say they are truly okay with it? I think well, okay and good, and these are all different words. You can be okay with it as soon as you can make things. The thing that people say that is annoying is when people say I'm a C++ expert, or I know all of C++, right? That is something you probably cannot claim, regardless of where you are in your tenure with C++. I would think there are too many murky corners. I'm eating so I can't type a lot. It's gonna be similar to DOS, except with hexadecimal, and the interface is a memory viewer with different modes which change the function of your keys. Oh, cool. I am sort of like sympathetic to like non-multitasking operating systems like that. There's what is the system that runs? There's like a competitor to DOS way back in the day. Is it? No, those are programming languages. Maybe we find it on the DOS page. Is it Oh, it's PC slash something? I don't know, man. Maybe we'll find it on the list of operating systems. Maybe we'll find something here. Multi-core but not multitask. Yeah. Cool. Are you have like a what's your multi-core abstraction you're building around? You know, comma is an operator and therefore can be overloaded. Yeah, that's one that is fucked up like the Joker. I would describe that one as being fucked up and twisted like the Joker too. That is that one's nasty. Yeah, I mean, comma is a full-on operator, right? Like if you're parsing C, like it's in the same section as plus, baby. That's where it's from. Cool. I want to find CPM. This is I've thought about playing with this a bunch. Another from the DOS era that people seem to like quite a lot. Yeah, written in PLM. That's why I was thinking of it. Yeah, it might be something interesting to. I'm sure there are open source clones of this. A lot of these old OSs are available. Is the DOS source available? Is that a thing? Can you get that easily? I don't know. Either way, might be something worth looking into. Might have some fun with that on stream at some point. Who knows, baby? Okay. Well, we've passed the 7-hour mark. I am very sleepy. I think we've achieved our goal. Let's find somebody to rate. I do unironically like C++ lambdas though. Yeah, I like that those exist too. I wish there was a version of C with some of that stuff. That'd be fun. I honestly wish there was a version of C with templates too, because I'm a sick fuck. I'm a nasty little man. Okay, who the hell are we rating today? What's going on? Who are we rating? We could raid all sorts of people. Let's yeah, capturing is a little weird though. Let's does anyone have suggestions? Does anyone have friends online? We could raid somebody a little bit smaller, we could raid somebody a little bit bigger. We can go all kinds of directions here. We're sailing the seas on our Viking ship, looking for somebody to raid. Oh, but before we go, also we should do the Discord thing again. Discord thing. If anyone's swung by, it's Discord. I know it's horrible. Come check it out with us. We can commiserate about the horrors of Discord. Pandemos. Is that a individual? I'm gonna check these people out. I don't think I follow either of these people. Jonathan Blow is online XD. Someone's game dev in here. Hey, Extracom. What are they doing? What are they doing? Oh, this is a small friend. We could raid them. That'd be exciting. Doing some Godot. Let's see if there's anyone. I want to support the VTuber community in the software tag. Right? Do we have anybody here? Who's up? We have Spooksy. Spooksy's around. Let's let me see Spooksy. Spooksy is a skeleton friend, the very first person who ever rated this stream, and they're doing some software dev. I think so. They're building Twitch integration. They build like a little Twitch game. They're a game dev. All kinds of cool stuff. So for that kind of thing, I think we'll ship over there. Let's click the buttons, shall we? Can we click the buttons? Oh yeah, Spooksy VT. Let's start the raid. Let's click it. We're headed in that direction. Let's go. Gotta wait. Gotta do the waiting. Play the waiting game here. Oh boy, we do have a lot of people. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna click the button. Thank you all for coming by. This was sick. A long one, but a fun one. I hope to see you again soon. We'll get up to more nasty shenanigans in cyberspace with all of our friends here. Thank you, and good night. Bye bye.